Oh, testing, 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 testing. Hello, 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 hello. Hopefully you guys can hear me. All right. My computer decided to do a huge reset right before stream, which changed all of my settings. So hopefully you can hear me. All right. Happy birthday wishes appreciated. Thank you guys so much. I'm so excited to spend my birthday with you. I've already seen some members join, and then Bryson has also gifted memberships. I love to see it. And thank you guys so much. Undead Love, thank you so much. Tubbies, thank you so much, everybody. Tubbiest? Beef, thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome, guys. I hope you are as excited as I am to have this discussion today. I've got us all set up with tons of videos to go over, and lots of considerations are going to be had today. We're going to be very compassionate and loving and open-minded and considerate today. I think that's what we want to focus on. So welcome to my 36th birthday. I want to spend it talking about eugenics, which is bad. We are not a fan of eugenics here on this channel. So eugenics, bad. Brave take, guys. Brave take in the chat. Brave take. Okay, so no, the discussion today is not on whether or not eugenics good. The eugenics bad. Okay, we're not a debate bro channel where we, a bunch of men sit around and talk about whether or not eugenics is good. We know eugenics is bad. The conversation today is, when does preventative care become eugenics, which I actually think is a much more interesting conversation. Jade, oh my God, thank you so much for the $14 super chat for this 14th day in May. Happy birthday, you beautiful human. Grateful for finding your channel this past year. Thank you so much. Happy to have you here. I really appreciate it. I'm really appreciative. Truly, I end up always basically streaming on my birthday, and it's always one of my favorite ways to spend my birthday, because it's nice. It's nice to, I don't know, have a community to come hang out with, especially since this is my job. It's like, what a better way to spend your day at work than on a stream with a bunch of really great people talking about eugenics. Chat says, ew, she likes us. Ew, indeed. Ew, indeed. Hold on, I'm flabbergasted. I'm a little overwhelmed with how all the kind messages I keep seeing. My brain is actually neurodivergently stopping a little bit. You guys are putting me in a birthday brain fog. I appreciate it. Personal announcements that I think are very important and crucial. I had vegan yogurt here in Croatia, and it is bomb. Just so good, and I am so grateful that somebody decided to make vegan yogurt so I could eat it, because the one thing I've really been missing this whole time has been vegan cheese and vegan yogurt. And I found a great vegan brand here who, even though it said vegan, I almost didn't believe it. I was like, I don't know about this. Chat says, which one? Damn, you know what? I don't know the name of the brand, but I will take a picture of it and post it for YouTube members and Discord members after stream. But it's really good. I got a blueberry yogurt with real blueberries inside, super yummy. And then I got a regular yogurt. The regular yogurt did have a oat milk aftertaste, which is a part of the problem with the vegan milks and stuff, is that there's always that nutty aftertaste, which is confusing to my brain. So even with the cheese, the nuttiness was confusing, but I just used a lot of spices to kind of mask, and then it was really delicious. So I had some vegan nuggets today before stream, and I dipped them in a yogurt smoked paprika kind of dipping sauce that I created. Amber, thank you for gifting memberships. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate that so much. So really, really good. And I'm just really grateful that there are places in Croatia that have things. They're not exactly nearby, but they're not exactly far. You just gotta get in the bus a little bit and go to different stores, and different places have different things. We specifically went to a health food store, which specialized in like unique food for gluten-free and like a diet restrictive people. And so they had a whole fridge section, which was really exciting. Just seeing like a fridge section full of vegan food was really like cool. So good stuff. A good way to start off the day. Excited just to have options. I definitely think like the world is progressing in a really good direction in that sense, in a plant-based sense. Yeah, I'm kind of stoked about it. I was a little worried for a while, but honestly, like, I think the universe that I love vegetables and fruits so much. And my in-laws have been so sweet lately. They keep dropping off all these vegetables from the farmer's market, like almost on a weekly basis that I was like, girl. And so I'm eating a lot of salads, girl. And my body is appreciating that, you know? Laura, membership for 16 months. Thank you so much. Says, Felice, is it Kumple Brittany? Does that mean happy birthday? I'm so grateful for your work and it's been really useful and eye-opening for me. Have a beautiful day. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Chet says, did your parents raise you with fruits and veggies young? Oh yeah. I mean, my parents are, I think that's pretty typical. Like if you look at an Assyrian, there's like a stereotype of like different cultures wake up with like fruits and vegetables and like, oh, my grandmas and grandpas had vineyards or fruit trees, or all my uncles and aunties have fruit trees. My parents' yard currently looks like the garden section of a Home Depot. Like they like fruits and vegetables. They raise all the kids on fruits and vegetables. Like my family's very organic-y. For conservatives, they're like, conservative people. There's like a bubble of conservative people that just like everything organic and everything fruit, everything nuts, everything like quote real food. Definitely frozen food is like a big treat for us. I don't mean frozen vegetables. That's fine. But like, you know, if we ever got like a chicken bake frozen instead of at Sam's Club, that was like a big deal. Or if we got frozen waffles growing up, that was like a big treat. But also when you have 10 kids, frozen food can get really expensive, you know? Chet says Mexican families too. We love our coffee and cut fruits with honey. Exactly. And same with like even the people in the Balkans. There's this whole stereotype on the internet of like a Balkan breakfast, which saying Balkans isn't really, it's kind of like saying Europe, like, oh, all Europeans are the same. Balkan people, it's like there's a stereotype on the internet of like a Balkan breakfast is just like a fresh red pepper and like an egg and a potato. And like, yeah, there's something to that, but it's not exactly the way people think. But yeah, I share a lot of my food pictures on YouTube memberships or Discord. And you'll notice that even the way that I enjoy food is like, I love cutting little things up and putting it on the plate, like a charcuterie board almost. Or a lot of the way that, you know, you'd have a big breakfast with a family is like, there'd be like 20 dishes on the table and then everyone just eats. And a lot of it is like pickled things or fresh veggies or seeds or dates or yogurt. It's like, you know, you end up filling yourself up with all the little bits. It's kind of like Michelin star, but it's your mom's kitchen. Because like everything looks like it won't feed you or you won't be full after. But if you have like 20 pieces from every dish, like you're full, girl, you know? Chet says, did you like Korean barbecue before you went plant-based? I liked it well enough, but I didn't partake in it very often. I think my primary diet before going more plant-based was in California. In Arizona, it was like Mexican food, which I do miss. In Croatia, it's not like they're close to Mexico, so they don't have any like Mexican restaurants here necessarily. There's some Spanish places, but it's not the same. So it was mostly like Mexican food, Assyrian food, and just like very meat heavy. I used to be just so meat heavy. You know, my whole life was meat. Like I wouldn't even feel full if I didn't eat meat for the day. And so that's why this journey is so interesting to me now, where I definitely feel full. I definitely feel satisfied. I definitely miss like the flavors of meat, but I don't necessarily feel that way anymore when I'm eating. And this new chicken nugget recipe came to my local store and it was, guys, I ate it and I was like, oh, and I kept looking at the bag like, is this chicken? Because the texture was so chicken. It kept throwing me off. That I kept eating this nugget and I was like, I don't remember what chicken tastes like at this point, but I kept thinking like, is this chicken? Am I eating chicken? And I kept panicking like, is this fucking chicken? And then I had my partner, I was like, can you please check this bag? I translated it into English, but it says it's plant-based. He's like, it's definitely plant-based. And then he says it doesn't taste like chicken in the same way or feel like chicken, but my brain, I think I could remember that it didn't taste exactly like chicken for sure, but the texture was so chickeny. It really messed with me where I was like, what is this? You know, what is this? So that's kind of exciting. I think that's kind of a good thing for all those people that are, you know, again, I'm not making a prescription, right? That you should like be plant-based or vegan or something. I'm just, you know, enjoying my journey through it, you know? Ooh, Chet says, have you tried making seitan yet? No, I have not, but I did see it at the health food store. So I think I'm going to grab some next time. I think the reason I didn't primarily look at seitan initially is I believe it's wheat gluten and I had been gluten-free for a really long time, but now I'm not gluten-free anymore. So I think I will try it now when I go there. Oh, hello, chat. Says I'm Assyrian too. Love fighting Assyrian girlies. Oh my God, me too, girl. I was on TikTok yesterday and I read this comment from somebody who's like, actually, I'm Assyrian and we speak like ancient Aramaic. And I was like, are we related, bro? It was so cute. I was just like, I definitely like if I see Assyrian people on TikTok, I'm like, is this a cousin or is this just somebody else? Anyways, love to have you here. Um, Discord says, I never get meat cravings, but fruit cravings are how most people describe wanting meat. I just want a bite of juicy watermelon as an example. Off note, we have cotton candy grapes where I work that taste weirdly like candy. Ooh, interesting. I do love cotton candy. I will tell you, girl, I don't eat a lot of sugar because sugar is like never been my thing. And also the inflammation is so bad for me. But I do love sugar, or I do love cotton candy in sugar, sugar and cotton candy form. Or when my grandma, before she passed, of course, she'd have rock candy, like the sugar candy. They'd bring it over from Iraq and they'd have this sugar candy. And I'm like, the way we would just eat sugar, the way millennials would literally just eat sugar from their grandma's cupboards. You know what I mean? Kind of crazy. Chet says, did they tear apart like chicken nuggets, like in strips? Yeah, that's what threw me. It was when I ate the chicken nugget, it had like the strips of like almost like chicken meat and it kept confusing my brain. Like my brain was, I think that's what's interesting. I was watching this cooking show with my partner and they were trying vegan foods. And this is the thing about marketing that I think is so interesting about human psychology. The two guys in the video were upset that the vegan meal was presented as a burger, like meat, but wasn't meat. And they're like, I wish you would just sell the item as itself. Like, this is delicious seitan or this is delicious tofu. But they have done study after study after study in terms of marketing to audiences and clientele. You won't buy it unless it says something familiar to your brain already. So as much as people want to say, oh, you're not really vegan because you miss meat, it's not about missing meat or not missing meat. You act like we're not products of our environment. Like there are people who are lifelong vegans who have never had meat their whole life. But for those of us who grew up with meat our whole life and have enjoyed meat, and I'm not going to deny that, like I've had some pretty good meat in my life, just wanting to harm reduce and not eat meat has nothing to do with like, you know what I mean? But maybe that's why I'm not technically vegan. I don't know. Veganism, I think the way that I'm understanding it now is that vegans don't inherently believe that animals are here for our labor, consumption, or for our benefit. And so utilizing animals in any way that isn't sort of like for them, but for us is basically not vegan. And so even using animals for labor or for sport, other things, right? But I would say that that's what threw me off, or that's what throws me off when people say like, oh, I wish you would just market this as tofu. Yeah, but you're not going to buy tofu. But if I call it a burger and it happens to be a tofu burger, you might buy it because you know what a burger is. Your brain knows what that means. So you're like, okay, well, I know what that's why racism and bigotry is so interesting, because bigotry allows you to believe that people in different countries aren't like you. So you have to market those people as how they are just like you for your brain to get it. Like getting a vegan burger and a meat burger is a burger. It's just not the burger you were raised with. But at the end of the day, it's still a sandwich between two buns. Okay? I feel like you're overthinking this. Like I think people are it's like they're offended at the idea that something is vegan. It's like they're offended. And I get it because they're in the majority, right? Yeah, chat says circular protein patty. Exactly. That's what a burger is to me. A burger is a thing between two buns, like that is shaped in a circle. A sandwich is a thing that's between two pieces of bread in any shape. But like a burger is just like, I don't know, like a chicken burger, a chicken sandwich. It's just like, why are we overthinking this? But it's because people identify with the thing they're doing. Like I said in my last video, my last podcast, I was Sokka, where my identity was meat. Thank you, girl. Thank you for the super chat. Happy birthday to you. Just kidding. But I don't know what to say. Thank you. Vanixa, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Chet says, I think vegans' rhetoric are notoriously known for shaming you on, especially online, so people get defensive. Definitely. I mean, you want to talk about marketing. I think the dilemma is that they are also having like a uniquely embodied experience that some people aren't having, which I think coincides with today's topic so well, that we are all having our own experience with existence. And so the way we use language is also going to be limiting. You cannot be all knowing. You cannot be perfect in communication. You cannot be the only person who gets it and nobody else gets it, right? Mr. Nemo, thank you so much, says, would you consider honey vegan? From my understanding, no, honey is not vegan because it requires the labor of bees, and also the way that we have farmed exploited bees and replaced their honey with the winter for fructose syrup endangers the bees and their species, and the bees are dying. And so, yeah, no, honey can't be vegan, right? In that regard, I think that's the dilemma, is like there are some cultural aspects where traditional cultures like indigenous people have had more cohesive and symbiotic relationships with the nature. But I think that ultimately some traditions are meant to be broken, and that ultimately it's not about right or wrong. It's about harm reduction and being a little less bad and trying to figure out like what to do in this very subjective reality that we live in. And talking about subjective reality, today's content is going to be centered around this conversation around eugenics that is going viral on TikTok. It's a conversation that kind of comes up every few years. It's going viral again. It's trending, at least on my side of TikTok. I don't know if you guys are seeing it at all. And it's centered around this one couple that maybe you've seen, maybe you haven't. And, you know, it's not really about them. Today's topic isn't about them. It's just about using them to have a larger conversation. And since they are public figures who tell people about their lives, and they've recently shared that they've had a baby, it is considered quite controversial with people. So let's talk about how we feel about it, I guess. And let's problem solve together. I want to... Oh, you know what I didn't do? Hold on. Let me see if I can bring this up. Hold on. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to use this. And we'll put it here, I think. Okay, hold on, girls. Okay, we'll do that. Perfect. All right, let me set us up. So let me see. How should I do this? Ooh, Chet says, I watched your recent podcast on the crabs this morning. It made me really think and was very interesting. I appreciate the nuanced perspective. Hey, girl, I'm just trying. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying. Just trying out here. P.S. I had a totally different hairstyle planned for today, but I couldn't make it happen. And I just want to say, I still think it came out cute, but it wasn't even the goal. This wasn't even the goal. Okay, but I still think it kind of came out cute. Hair, I cannot believe how tired doing hair is, especially when I have fibro and I'm getting pinched everywhere on my nerves. But shout out to people who braid for a living, because even doing these 6 braids, I thought I was going to die. Actually, it's 12 total. I don't want to brag. Okay, but these okay? Forgive me. I'm being facetious. Okay. Let's get started. I feel like I should do some disclaimers, but I feel like the thumbnail did it, right? Eugenics bad. We're not debating if eugenics is good. We're simply asking the question, when does preventative care turn into eugenics? So when does preventative care become eugenics? That's the question for today. Okay, now, this is... I can't believe I can't remember his name now. Well, they're going to introduce themselves. This is a couple on TikTok that's been going viral. Let's use their story to have a larger conversation. And once again, I know I don't have to say it to you guys because you're grown and smart and mature and wise. Obviously, please don't go talk to any of these people or harass anybody, because I think leaving mean comments on people's videos is cruel. And we certainly don't want to do that. Thank you. Okay, check out this couple. Let's learn a little bit about them, and then we'll have a discussion.
Deja. And I'm Antoine.
Oh, Deja and Antoine. Okay.
Deja.
And I'm Antoine. We're a couple.
And we were born with osteogenesis
Imperfecta. Our bones are like glass.
Together, we have broken over 600
Yes,
bones.
600. People say some crazy things.
We call us Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head.
Yes, we don't have a voice filter.
People stare
But we don't care.
because we're looking fresh.
Fresh. Fresh. The king is awake, baby. What you cooking?
French toast and sausage.
Ew, just like I like it. Can't wait to eat.
My name is Deja. I'm 27 years old and I am from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
My name is Antoine. I am 30 years old, and I'm from Washington, D.C. Yeah.
OI is a bone condition that causes our bones to break, sprain, or fracture easier than others. And we both have two different types.
Danger has type 3. I have type 2. My type is more severe than hers.
We depend on our wheelchairs.
These wheels gonna take us far. Believe that.
So, we met through my older sister.
She wanted to me on the bus.
She called me. She told me she met someone that had OI. He gave off the impression that he was the stuff.
Yeah.
That was in 2015. We were messaging every day. Like every day, all day. We met each other in person.
After 7 years, we never met.
After 7 years.
Okay. This is just the beginning of actually like a little documentary they have about their lives. And then this couple, oh, hold on. I did not bring it up because I am bad at my job. I'm so sorry. Give me a second. Please wait. Okay. They have now just announced that they have had a baby.
Baby, are you ready to move? Mommy and Daddy been out here searching for an apartment.
She talking to you.
I know. You ready? You ready to have your own bedroom? Huh? Are you ready? We've been searching all weekend. You ready?
We've been seeing about like 10 apartments.
Yes, I know. Like, a whole lot. We try to get the right place for us, okay? Alright? You got something to say to these haters?
Or are you pooping?
Huh? You got something to say? Yeah.
She hit ya.
She said let them talk. She said let them talk. That's alright. Yeah.
Oh, that should be a bad.
Okay.
Okay,
We'll be back.
pulling on things you're not supposed to.
Yes.
So they're obviously really happy. They're like really excited. They're parents now. And obviously there's some controversy in regards to them having a baby. Some people, like this comment right here says, most selfish thing ever. I wouldn't forgive my parents. Like people are pretty upset. Allegedly, I haven't seen a full confirmation of this, so I'm a little concerned to say it out loud. But allegedly, the baby does have the same condition. And the condition is like a pretty unique experience within and of itself. It actually exists on a spectrum. So that's kind of cool. I learned a lot about it in general. It does exist on a spectrum. So not everybody is going to have the same experience with it. And actually, you might know this movie star from, let me pull up his video, from The Middle, I believe, is the show he's on. He has the same genetic, is it called disorder? I don't know the right terminology, but he has the same thing.
Osteogenesis imperfecta,
Whoa, sorry, so loud. Let me turn that down.
which is brittle bone disease. So I've gone through my fair share of pain physically, whether it be an injury or recovering from an injury or surgery or whatever. And it's one of those things where when you live with that, it's a genetic condition, it's all you navigate it day by day. And the same thing applies with being a Christian, being in the world period as a Christian, but especially being in Hollywood. And you have to lean on the Lord. Lean on the Lord for strength, lean on the Lord for wisdom, saying the right thing to to someone if they are talking to you about your faith or questioning you, and really just leaning on Him for your answers, leaning on Him for your strength. It's a matter of keep your focus on Him. You talk with Him about everything, because that's the habit that I've needed to get into for my own life.
So he is from The Middle, if I am correct on that. I watched the thing on the TikToks. So everyone's having like a different relationship with this condition. So we'll watch a few more people and then we'll have a conversation. Let me bring it up. So this is another couple that had twins with the condition, but they themselves don't have the condition.
That we're going to be born different at the 20-week anatomy scan. The arms and the legs, they said that they were measuring a few weeks behind. And I think I remember he said that the chest is going to be a bit small for the size of the body. A while we were like, okay, so basically you're saying they're going to have some form of dwarfism. And they were like, yeah. Okay, that's fine. But before they were born, they did also notice some bowing in their arms and legs. When the girls were born, they did x-rays, and that's when they noticed they have fractures all over their bodies. They had fractures in their arms, legs, and their ribs. They had fractures in their shoulders. They would basically say, like, we don't know if they're gonna live another day, another week, another month. The doctors focused on keeping them comfortable and keeping them on morphine to kind of like numb the pain. They had zero hope for the girls to make it. And we almost lost them twice. And they were still in the NICU. You cannot help but think, what did I do wrong? Papa, you gonna put her in the car seat?
Let's go. We're gonna go with therapy. And then, when we get back, I'll keep you, okay?
Okay, so
By the time I was
like everyone can have a different relationship with it. Here's another person in an interview that I thought would be really interesting.
4, I had already broken 100 bones.
Wow.
Yeah.
So before she was 4, she had already broken 400 bones? 400 bones? Let's listen to that again.
By the time I was 4, I had already broken 100 bones.
Yeah, 100 bones. For the record, I haven't broken a bone. Does a sprain count? Because like I have not really broken a bone in my whole life. And I've jumped out of a lot of trees and off a lot of roofs, let me tell you. So that's really interesting. This is brittle bone disease is what other people might reference it as.
Wow.
Yeah, I probably have broken 200 at this point. I was born with a condition called osteogenesis imperfecta. I feel like an alien sometimes. I would say like when I was in like early elementary school, I would break bones probably like once a month. A lot of times kids, when they have this disease, their parents get accused of child abuse because the child will have all these fractures without an explanation. When I was born, my legs were like a C shape almost, like they were like frog legs. I would try to stand up, and since my legs were bowed, like they would just snap. So I had this procedure in Omaha. They put 2 titanium rods in my tibias and femurs.
Wow.
Yeah, to straighten them and to like keep them strong.
Even though it's considered abnormal or disabled, there's enough people in the world that have a disability that it should be normalized to speak about and to be part of these books and our world that we live in.
Okay, so love that girl. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so now that we've gone over those videos as a introduction, Discord said, so from my understanding, this woman knew before she gave birth that there was a genetic issue with the kids. That's the twin people. That's what I heard, right? Them knowing beforehand. Maybe. Is that what the woman with the twins said? Because it's actually Discord. I'm glad you brought this up because this exactly moves into this conversation about when does preventative care become eugenics. So there's a section I've noticed, and this is what I want to do with you guys today. Okay, I've got this document up. Oh, hold on. Let me make sure okay. So I've got this document up. I was trying to think of like how to have this conversation with you. So I have some questions to ask, but eugenics is. And let's talk about it before we start watching these videos. What do you guys think eugenics is? When I think of eugenics, I think eugenics is believing, like eugenics is thinking people with low IQ are less, okay? Thinking people can be born with bad genes, or people can be born with I want to say like the correct genes. Eugenics is like thinking people born into thinking people can be born into low and high birth, like nobles, you know. What else? Chet says trying to create the most superior human species, trying to create a perfect Species is a good one. Yeah, like superior or perfect or yeah, that's a good one. Superior species. Okay. Thinking a type of gene expression is superior or standardized. Okay. Specimen. Ooh, specimen's a good word actually. Because specimen is so like specimen. Oh, let me. Specimen is so like lab. It's so lab. You know what I mean? It's so like let's make a baby in a petri dish. Trying for control, a form of control, definitely. Oh, definitely eugenics is a form of population control. Population control, definitely. Yeah, specimen is so test tube core. It is so test tube core, exactly. It's for the betterment of society. So I would say a form of population control in the name of helping. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Okay. Ooh, assigning morality to our appearance. Exactly. Which there's this, I'm trying to give an example without any, spoilers, but if you know, you know, when it comes to One Piece, if you know, you know, the, dragons, if you know, okay. Let me see. Did I miss any that we want to write down? Chat says, should we start doing IVF for people who have issues passing down to terminal issues? Well, that's exactly the conversation we're going to have today, guys. We're going to have a conversation of when does preventative care become eugenics? So let's do okay, now we've started talking about eugenics. We'll start talking about preventative action in a second. So when does preventative action turn into oh wait, I like the inbreeding actually conversation. Eugenics. Well, eugenics is interesting because, okay, let's talk about inbreeding and incest and stuff in the preventative care measure, because I think that kind of overlaps better. Here is some argumentation that I found online by people who had a lot to say, very passionate, and some good things to say about eugenics and why this conversation ends up being about eugenics. Chad says, this is such an interesting question. I love that this is your birthday choice as an autistic. Are you autistic by chance? I told my partner, I was like, oh, we're talking about eugenics for my birthday. And they're like, damn, if that's not autistic. And I was like, yes, this is how you know I'm autistic, because I want to spend my birthday talking about the philosophical implication of preventative care being turned into eugenics. I'm like, date topic. This is a first date topic for me. Ooh, girl. Okay. So here's a content creator that he makes a lot of really like pretty good content, but people had some comments and he had some stuff to say. So let's listen to him, give some input, and we'll listen to some others. And then I definitely want to know what you guys think, because I am fascinated by this subject.
Eugenics conversation. I've had it multiple times on this app. I've had it multiple times in real life, and I stand 10 toes down on it. But the thing that I find most frustrating is that what I do is that I just repeat the thing that people say to me back to them. It just sounds bad when I say it, and people hate that. And I'm like, I'm not saying anything different than you. It just does sound bad because it's eugenics. And they go, well, that's not fair. It's not eugenics. It's like, well, it is. Every time I have the conversation, this is what it feels like. Oh, hey, look, you're playing basketball. Christian, I'm not playing basketball. I'm just taking this ball, dribbling it down that court, and shooting it in the hoop. That's basketball. No, it's not. It's dribbling a ball, going down the court, and shooting it up a hoop. That's basketball. Like, I think that people think that eugenics is just when you force it on people, but that's not what eugenics is. Eugenics is the entire ideology. There's a current whole wave called liberal eugenicists or new eugenics, where it's like arguing for gene therapy and things like that, and like embryo engineering and all that stuff. Like in Iceland, they have almost completely eliminated cases of Down syndrome births, and there's people who hear that and they go, good, I guess they fixed Down syndrome. And there's people who hear that and they go, well, Down syndrome people exist and it's fine, because what they're doing is prenatal screening. And then they come back with the test and they say, hey, it's looking likely that your child might be born with Down syndrome. And then they terminate the pregnancy. Some people hear that and they go, good, there's no Down syndrome. And some people, they hear that and they go, oh, you'd rather not have a child than have a child with Down syndrome. Either way, That's what eugenics is. That's eugenics. What do you guys think eugenics is? If you systematically breed out traits of humans, that's eugenics. You know, like people were super racist in the early 1900s. And so they were like, we have to breed the supreme white people. But, you know, breeding out disability, that's a part of eugenics.
Okay, so really a lot of good points here, a lot of things that I want to talk about. So I think the why matters here. What I noticed when I was listening to people talk about this is people, and I think this content creator might have said in another video of theirs, that like this is a conservative stance, but it's actually not, because conservative bubbles aren't monolithic. So I grew up in a Republican conservative bubble that believed you should have as many kids as possible, disabled or not, because all of God's babies are worth living. They're worth life. So when they heard people say, oh, like Iceland has eradicated Down syndrome, basically, they'll say that's such a sad thing. They will say exactly what he just said, that it's really bad that Iceland is eradicating babies with Down syndrome, because at the end of the day, like you should want to have that baby no matter the state of that baby's health, because all babies are God's creatures. And I grew up in a bubble where like I never thought about having a disabled baby as like a negative or a positive. It was just more of a matter of fact. It's just a matter of fact. Now, the why here is what matters. The conservative bubble that they are referencing that does believe in eugenics, they're the like white supremacy bubbles. They're the bubbles that actually think their genes are superior, versus the Christian conservatives that just think like all babies are God's creatures, right? I'll give an example of an anecdotal experience I had once to give some context to this conversation. When I was visiting my brother, he goes to a church in California. When I was visiting him, I noticed that there was a family with like 8 kids, and all the girls look, I don't know, just like typical kind of people. So like maybe non-disabled or able-bodied. I don't know. I didn't see any physical disability that made them stand out. But what did stand out was their brothers, the boys, all were wheelchair bound. There was about 5 boys and I think 3 girls. And the 5 boys, I was like, oh, why are all the boys in wheelchairs? Why are all of them appearing uniquely different? Like, and they exhibited sort of a physical disability that also outwardly indicated sort of a, I don't know what the proper terminology is now. We used to call it low IQ, but what is the terminology now? Like infantile IQ. Like they were interacting and they were socializing, but they were like babies. I don't know what that's called. Do we have a word for that? I don't know the word. And I was like, oh, that's so unique. Like, what's up with this family? Apparently the dad tested for a very rare condition. Yeah, intellectually disabled. Thank you guys. Of course, that makes so much sense. Intellectually disabled. So the dad tested for a disease or an illness that basically, a condition. I'm working on my language here. Where basically every boy that he would have would automatically have this condition, but all the girls wouldn't. And they kept having babies because that's what Catholics do. You keep having babies because according to our religion or their religion, you're open to life. And I remember saying, like, why would you do that? Just tie your tubes, do natural family planning. Like, why would you keep having babies? Now, by saying that, and this was like 10 years ago or something, that argumentation is what this community seems to call eugenics, which is very interesting because there is this liberal bubble that started to say conservatives are crazy for choosing to have 10 disabled babies just because Jesus wanted them to. So they created a sort of support group for scientific measures to be taken to do preventative care, separate from the eugenicists. So the eugenicists were like, our genes are superior. And liberals were like, hey, we shouldn't have to force kids into existence just because you're selfish and you want a kid for Jesus. Right? Chat says people will still think developmentally disabled is offensive. I mean, it could all be offensive. I just want to go with the most modern term. Whatever the most modern term is, that's the one we're using. Okay? So when we're having these conversations, I think it is much more nuanced and bubbled. But I think what's interesting is that I think this is something we should talk about. There seems to be a multitude of categories of people who have very strong opinions about babies and birth giving. People who think their genes are superior, eugenicists. People who think kids shouldn't have to suffer just because you want them. That tends to be a more liberal group of people. People who think all babies are valuable babies, even if they're disabled. That runs in the conservative bubble and the progressive bubble, right? And the people who think all of your life is valuable, that doesn't mean existing is inherently valuable. And then there's the group who think existing is inherently valuable. So it depends on which group you all fall into, and then which group all comes together to come to a conclusion. So if you're a person who doesn't think it's inherently valuable to exist, you might be more open to aborting a baby who's disabled, right? Or any baby whatsoever. If you think existing is inherently valuable and you ought to make babies, then you're going to have a baby no matter what. And then if you're the conservative, like manosphere bubble, you might say, well, I'm having the healthiest baby ever, but I'm also only having boys because I think boys are better than girls, which is like a part of sexism and eugenics, right? So there's a lot of groups that exist within these groups. And I do think it's really reductive to call everything eugenics. I also think it's reductive to think that people aren't actually coming from a compassionate perspective of knowing that they were once a child, or that they themselves live with disability, and that they themselves might not be that interested in like existing inherently, which brings me to this other content creator that I wanted you guys to watch and tell me what you think about her opinion.
I really think part of the issue is some of y'all don't want to be alive. Some of y'all wish you had never been born, and I'm very sorry for you. And I hope that you can get the help that you deserve. But just because you're miserable doesn't mean that other people are. It is actually possible to be disabled and live a happy life. People do it all the time. And think how fucking crazy it is that y'all are saying that those disabled people who are living happy lives, they don't even deserve to exist. Because things are really hard for them. Things were really hard for Black people in the past couple of centuries. They kept having babies, thank fucking God, actually. Thank God that they did. That's the slippery slope I think some of y'all don't understand that you're on. When people are concerned about this conversation because it's a eugenics conversation, it's about more than just this one couple that y'all are disrespecting. It's about that slippery slope. Here's what y'all really need to think about. Where do we draw the line? Who gets to have kids and who doesn't? And who gets to decide that? Mind you, we could be having a conversation about how best to support people having children regardless of ability or income. But instead, we're debating whether or not eugenics is okay. And in this particular political moment, that is terrifying.
Okay, and I think that's interesting. She's conflating like not wanting to exist with something I need help with, which is interesting. I don't think people are having that same embodied experience of being indifferent to existing as well. Because pro-lifers will say, who cares how hard it is when you have a baby? Those babies deserve to exist. Remember the pro-choicer that hit the pro-lifer in the face? This was the same argument the pro-lifer was making. Oh, so you think babies who have been molested should have been killed? And the pro-choicer was like, no, I just think like babies are better aborted than born into homes they weren't loved in. And the woman is like, so you think we should kill babies because their life's going to be hard? And I'm saying, oh, it's interesting that pro-lifers are having an overlap with progressives right now in this regard. I just think the why is different. And also in regards to marginalized communities suffering, I have always wondered why my family made babies when they were being persecuted. Like, I do wonder that. And also keep in mind, my family lineage is mostly first cousins getting married and teenage pregnancies because they married child brides. So yeah, I have some questions about why we're bringing babies into the universe. Do you know what I mean? So I personally feel like we're being so reductive with this conversation because we're afraid. And this is where my compassion comes up. I think we're afraid. And so we keep having fearful based conversations because RFK Jr. is very eugenicist-y. And I think you have a right to be worried when the people in the White House right now are being a little funny about their genetic conversations, right? I think we also have to be able to have very large conversations about harm reduction. And I also think this always goes back to, what you believe about the foundational belief about humans and their existence, I think that's the dilemma is like, what does it mean to exist on the planet? What is our social obligation to existing? Like Hank Green brought up the fact that, yeah, we're having birth declines and we need to talk about it without being like conservative about it. The dilemma is that my child doesn't exist to work in your factories. My child shouldn't have to exist so we have people to pay taxes. I shouldn't have to feel inclined to have a baby to help society. Because, and this is the dilemma between individual belief and village belief. And I'll go to your comments in a section in a moment, in a second. I'll go to your comments in a second. This is two arguments that I keep hearing with this bubble is like, some people are saying, hey, if we had a village, nobody would be disabled, which I think is very reductive. I think we're having different relationships with disability if you think people helping you eradicates your disability. Like, I don't know what we're talking about. Like, I feel like we're having different conversations, right? But I see that perspective. I just think we're not having the same conversation then. And then the other side of it is like, you wanted to take a village. You want there to be a village for you, but there isn't that village. And you're not about to be that village because half y'all don't even have money in your bank accounts. So like, it's not like you can be that village either. Like, the village isn't going to happen overnight, and it's not going to happen statistically. So like, if you work on probability, the probability is human beings won't do this thing. Even though you keep saying they could, they won't. And you're not doing it in your real life right now because it's too hard and it's scary and it's hard to know who to rely on. But if you want it to be a village, then conservatives are right. You ought make babies. What's that show that everybody's so afraid of? I never watched. Handmaiden. Working for the village to have babies is basically Handmaiden's Tale. And I'm not about to have babies for your village. Okay? So I think the dilemma here is like, are we supposed to have babies for the village? Because individualistically, like, nah, my kid isn't here to make society better. Pro-lifers used to say, you can't have an abortion because what if that baby cures cancer? My baby's obligation to existence is not to cure your cancer. So I don't understand how they don't see, even though they're calling all these liberals conservatives, and I think they might be right in some, way, they don't see the overlap with pro-life belief. And it's because the why is different. Pro-disability advocates are saying you're valuable even if you're disabled. And conservatives who are religious would say, yeah, they are. They're souls for Christ. You see how that's different, though? I don't think the disability community is saying you're valuable because you're a soul for Christ. But I do think that's what the religious people are saying. So the difference is different, but the outcome is kind of the same. You're basically shaming people for having abortions. And you're saying that you shouldn't, that there's basically no way to have preventative care without it being possibly eugenics for a lot of reasons. But let's talk about it because I think there is a lot of nuance here. I just think it's getting lost in the discourse. Okay, let me scroll up and make sure I didn't miss any good comments, which I'm sure I missed plenty. Discord said, for me, having children, it's always been about how much I can handle. I know what I can and cannot handle, and I want to move forward in my life with that in mind. I think that's a really good way to say it. There's also a conversation about how saying poor people can't have babies is also eugenics, which I agree with. I think that's the low birth versus high birth mentality. You of low birth in quotation marks shouldn't have children. That's the eugenics argument. But the fiscal responsibility argument, which I think is also valid, is, hey, you can't afford these babies. So, yeah. And even if society supported you, I don't know if you still could support these babies because it's not just about having money, is it? Rich people are bad parents every day. Rich people suck. People suck. 90% of parents, y'all suck. Like, you're not good enough. But, we're all animals on a planet, so whatever, you're good enough. Right? Team Salt Man, thank you so much for the $5. Good morning. Just tuning in from work for the stream. Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. Thank you so much. I think the dilemma here is that there is a desire to have a baby, which is a sense of entitlement to engage in that creation because you want to. All baby making is selfish, which is fine. It is, though, lacking in consideration for that baby in all capacity because you can't account for that baby's reaction after. You can't account for how that baby will feel, which is our next TikTok we're going to talk about in just a second. But it's hard to predict the future. And that's why I say to parents, you cannot become a parent in not an objective, but a subjective way, unless you are willing to accept that your kid might hate you when they're older, believe differently than you, be gay, be trans, be disabled, be whatever you don't think they're going to be. You have to accept that if you have a child, it could be a pedophile, it could be a school shooter. You don't know what you're creating. And this thing you're creating could be anybody. And you have to accept that. You have to accept that you are bringing a new energy into the universe, and that energy is going to have impact, and it's going to engage in harmful impact because we all do. And that's what you're doing. Every time you have a baby, you amplify harm. And then you work the rest of your life reducing harm because you added it into the universe. Not that babies are inherently harmful. Philosophically, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying any energy you bring into the universe has its own relationship with harm because all beings have to eat. All beings have to consume. All beings take up real estate. All beings take up the earth. You're not a bad person. You're a biological creature evolved over millions of years. You're just doing what's natural to you. But the question is, do you accept that? And most people don't, by the way. And that's where I think we run into this issue is most people think they're gifts from God, their genetics are superior, their race is the best, their gender is the best. Most people think they're the smartest people on the planet. Most people think they're the most compassionate people on the planet. But the data doesn't show that. The data doesn't show that. It goes back to this vegan argument of non-vegans saying, I would eat this food if you didn't try to trick me into thinking it was a hamburger, but you won't. Because when companies try to sell it to you, you don't buy it. You need it to be something familiar to you for you to even consider trying it. Like vegan bacon, you know what that is. So your brain is more likely to buy the product, even though you think it doesn't. You're not the demographic of buyers anyway. You're not going to buy it anyways, no matter how I sell it to you. But most people who will buy vegan food need it to resemble something they knew from before they were vegan, right? Okay. So let's see. Discord says, I think embryos exist. It just requires a lot of labor of pregnancy and childbirth to be an infant. Amen, girl. That's a yes, sir. I hate this conflation that just because people wish they were born, that doesn't mean they're miserable. I agree. I think it can start that way. I think you can maybe have a relationship with self where you feel like I'm miserable. I don't want anyone else to be miserable. But I think you can get past your misery and just say, yeah, I think it's more harm to bring a baby into the universe than to not. And you should weigh the pros and cons, just like anything else you do in life, right? Chat saying people aren't saying they shouldn't exist, but considering the type of existence is important. Chat says, yes, 100% to me. I love The Sims. I do not want to play The Sims with real people. I think people should do what's most joyful and responsible because you only have control over your actions. And I do want to say that I never want the government to come in and regulate who can have babies. I mean, this is so important to me that when people talk about sterilizing pedophiles, I'm staunchly against it. Because again, like you cannot sterilize people. The government cannot come in and sterilize you. And so I just want to make it abundantly clear, though I think you should be responsible and use birth control and abstain and not have a baby if you're not suited to have the baby, I don't think the government should ever come into your life and sterilize you. Right. And remember that there is a group of conservatives that think that sounds like a really good idea. And I'm sure there's a group of feminists that probably think that's a really good idea. But it's not a good idea. We don't want the government coming in to sterilize us, you know? Okay. Let me see. I low-key feel like this whenever encountering the antinatalism discussion. See, many, many years ago, when I was like 24, maybe, I'm 36 now. I was like, I'm an antinatalist. It's unethical to make babies. I don't think it's unethical to make babies. I'm not an antinatalist. I just think less people are prepared to be parents than they think they are. And most people are too egotistical and narcissistic, not in the NPD way, just like in the high ego way, to know the difference. And that includes my own parents. You know, I love my parents, but in 65 years, they still have really struggled to understand where they went wrong as parents. And that's just most of y'all, like most people. That's just most people. Most people, and Gen Z, I've seen it a lot in millennial parents and Gen Z parents. They are so defensive when people call out their parenting. Y'all are the boomers we grew up with. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Chat says, is there an update on the pro-choice lady? I think just that she was raising money because apparently I think she is in trouble, but I haven't looked into it. Let me see. Chat says that unless it occurs at the systematic level, it's not eugenics, but we don't have the term for when it occurs more local domain, communities, and families. I think it's called social eugenics. Because apparently social stigma in communities can also be a form of eugenics. Example, if in Iceland, they've eradicated Down syndrome as an example. If somebody chooses to have a Down syndrome baby, will people judge them? Will people say, I can't believe you decided to have that baby. I can't believe you put that burden on a child. That's like social eugenics to me. But also, I think there's something to be said about responsibility in relation to child birth. So hold on, let me catch up with your comments and then I'll go to the next section. But okay, I have to keep that in mind. Chat says when you're being persecuted, sometimes the best way to counter that is to not literally be erased and to continue living your best life as you can. That's a part of it too, right? Chat says, remember people were complaining that using black people as your analogy is bad because disabled black people exist. I'm also black. Yeah, I think it's like It's not my favorite example to use ethnicity as like a argumentation, but I do actually think that I find myself asking, why do communities in really difficult decisions decide to have babies? And it's because you're animals on a planet and you be fucking. That's what it is. I want to say that it's some big, amazing, glorifying, brave thing, but you're just horny and you think you're dying, so you have sex and then you get pregnant. It's not that deep. Like, I think people look for comfort in times of tragedy. And when things are rough, what else do you have to do except have sex? And then I think you make babies. I thought it was like some deep thing that my family members were having all these babies for some deep and profound reason. They were horny and honestly based, but that's what it is. Like, they just wanted to have sex, bro, because like they're not thinking about the aftermath. That's why my grandma had 17 babies. Because all he was thinking about, Okay. Also religion, I guess, came into it. Chess says, when it comes to people having babies, persecuted, I assume it's having hope and optimism for the future, that things will get better, but it's definitely a gamble. 100%. There's this conversation around how conservatives are having babies, but liberals aren't, and how that means that more bigots will be born into the world. But the truth is like, I was born conservative. Like, conservative babies often become liberals, conservative or progressives. So it's not that deep. Like, just because you're born into a racist environment doesn't mean you die a racist, right? That's why we encourage deconstruction. It's like, we don't have to have the babies to influence the babies, but that's why conservatives are afraid of progressives. That's why conservatives are afraid of us in education, because they know we can influence their kids into being curious and open-minded. Mwahahaha. We're coming for your babies. I'm coming for your babies. I'm gonna snatch your babies up and teach them not to be homophobic. Okay. Chat says, what about the babies with conditions where they won't live the past 5 years? How is that ethical? Well, ethics is about society and morals are about individuals. That's why I say, like, is it that unethical for you to have an abortion knowing your child will have a very low percentile chance of existing? I don't think so. I think you have the right to have an abortion for any reason, but I'm pro-choice. And I think, like, at the end of the day, even though it's a termination of a life, I think the termination of that life might be greater than the procreation of that life. Like, I think I don't want to play with people's lives, but I'm gonna play with my body, and my body is sustaining this life. And I think it's fine to choose to terminate a baby that you think might have a harder existence, for the same reason I think it's okay to have that baby if you think you can care and love for the condition in which it was born. I also think it's important to recognize, like, this is very, very personal, and be careful, because this is why pro-lifers want control over your body. They want to call you a murderer for, having an abortion for whatever reason, but they will call you a murderer for specifically aborting babies that are disabled. And they will take away your rights while they do it. So I think it's a slippery slope in either direction. The eugenicist, like, direction is a slippery slope. Oh my gosh, like, you should have a baby if you're disabled, is a slippery slope into eugenics. And then you saying specifically only aborting disabled babies is like eugenics, which is a slippery slope into anti-abortion legislation. At the end of the day, like, legally, you must have the right for abortion. You must have the right to your body. Moral and ethic, like, morally in relation to your own life, you can make those decisions about why you would have or not have a baby, right? Chat says, we need to consider the people that will carry these babies in our discussion, as in this, should cis men even have a say in this? Yeah, I think all people engaging in the creation of a life have a say in that life within reason. Like, obviously, that's the other thing about parenting. You're not making babies with people that are good, and you're not making babies with people that are safe, and you're not making babies with people that believe you have agency over your body. That's another problem we're not even taking into consideration. And this is why I say most people are bad parents, but they don't mean to be. I know you don't mean to be a bad parent, but you will be one, because you're already starting off on the wrong foot. The fact that your spouse, if they're a cis man, is a scary idea of him having a say in your pregnancy means you're not on the same page. If you married the right man, he should have a say in your pregnancy, because he will have the same opinion you have. You will be on the same page. It's when you marry somebody who has an opposite opinion of you, who puts your life in danger, That's when things get tricky. But why are you marrying a man who has a different opinion than you? And I understand it's preventative care. So what does preventative care look like when dating? Asking on the first date, me or the baby? I'm in the hospital. I'm dying or the baby's dying. Which one's dying? He better pick the baby. But if the baby is full term and the baby's 5 years old and he has to pick me or the baby, you better pick me to die. Because how dare you kill my baby? And this is where pro-lifers will say, oh, so it's a baby when it's 5 years old, but it's not a baby when it's in your womb. And I would say, well, it's about harm reduction. It's not about perfection. Okay. I'm never going to catch up at chat at this point. Okay. I got to scroll. You can repeat questions and stuff when I get to the bottom. I feel like I'm missing a lot here. Okay. And this is why pro-lifers resent the idea that we're sending birth control to like developing countries, because they say like, oh, see, you don't want these people to have babies. It's like, I want you to have babies. I just want you to have babies you can afford to feed, because adoption centers are full of babies that parents wanted but couldn't afford to feed. And that's why abortion in of itself is like very unethical, given the circumstance in which adoption agencies are filled with babies whose parents wanted them. They just couldn't afford them. Not all, but a lot, right? Okay, so what I want to do here is, let's go back to this, guys. Okay. What's preventative action? What does that look like? So preventative action to me looks like birth control, genetic testing. Okay. Which most people don't get. It's just like, that's a part of preventative care for me. Just thinking, not in general, not me, just like using them. Okay. So birth control, sex education. Love that. Okay. What else? Pulling the fuck out. Family history. Okay. So that's talking about genetic disorders and stuff like that, right? Like, hey, this is really prevalent in my family. Do we think we should procreate knowing this is a 50-50 chance that our parents or our kids could have this thing, right? I know that was controversial when Philip DeFranco decided to have babies, because I think when Phil was younger, I think he was pretty against having a baby because he has, I think, PDK, where you're going to need like a kidney transplant. And he has it and his dad has it. And his dad actually got a kidney transplant from somebody in the his audience. But he decided to have 2 kids anyways, and his kids are adorable. So like, I'm not judging the fact that these babies are here, but I remember that being like a conversation in certain bubbles. Now, atheistic liberal bubbles that tend to be more conservative and vote MAGA, they would say, they would have very strong stances on sterilization and good genetics in a way that's very eugenicist to me. Eugenics. But I think there is a conversation in relation to like progressive values that also believes in preventative care that is not based in that liberal, conservative, icky, eugenicist belief, right? I really think you can find it, right? Chat says, can we talk about who should get sterilized in a relationship? The person that's willing to do it and the person it makes most sense for. And also, like, as I'm on my sterilization journey right now, my partner and I are, and since I would be the one who would be carrying the fetus or the baby to term, I am mostly concerned about me not being sterilized. Because if my partner is sterilized, well, they can't be raped into pregnancy, but I can. I can be raped into pregnancy. So I'm concerned about how preventative care is it if I could still get pregnant. I'm not saying your partner shouldn't get a vasectomy if they're built that way, but I'm just saying, like, how does this prevent me from getting pregnant? Because this is making the assumption that I'm only ever going to be with this person, right? Like, it feels like I'm the one who doesn't want to have a baby. I don't want to carry a baby. So I feel like I should be the one who's sterilized so I know I can't get pregnant. What do you guys think? Okay, what else? Perfect abstinence. Okay, I love this. Wow. I think abstinence is like a good one, actually. Because I think that's valid. Wow, good spelling, Brady. Abstinence. What else? Chat says, why not both? Well, definitely both. In an ideal situation, you would get both, right? Yeah, in an ideal situation, you would do both. What else are we doing here? Okay, sterilization, of course. Yeah. As we're having the conversation here right now. What else is preventative care? Weighing pros and cons for stability. Well, actually, hold on. Pros and cons list to present and future possibilities. Like I'm thinking finances, travel, education, goals. I'm thinking about long-term stuff. Oh, parental awareness. Is that like also the village? Because I was thinking like, do you have a village? Because that was actually one of the things that my partner and I had a whole list of reasons we decided not to procreate. And it was a lot. There were so many, I couldn't even name one. So when people say like, oh, like, why don't you want to have a baby? Girl, do you want me to read you off a list of 50 reasons? But all those reasons can engage all of these topics. Like, do we have a village? How do we feel about disabilities? How do we feel about finances? How do we feel about education? How do we feel about where the world is headed? Like all those are different situations, right? Okay, partner choice, that's a good one. Partner choice, that's a great one. Let me see, genetic testing, we put, how do you guys feel about that? So some people said it's eugenics if you even get screened for illnesses. Like even if you check, even the action of checking if you're going to pass something down to your kid is eugenics. How do you feel about that argumentation? You know, because that's interesting to me. Like, I can see what you're saying. I think if I put myself in the shoes of a eugenicist, I would make that argument. But if I also put myself in the shoes of just a concerned person, I would also have that opinion, right? Like, I think a eugenicist and a concerned person could both have that thought, but for completely different reasons. And I feel like that's the nuance that you're missing is the why is everything. Oh, I don't want this outcome. Why? Because I like, oh, you know, I'm trying to think of a good example. And some examples will never be good enough. Like some people will say it is never good enough your decision not to have a baby. Do you know that? Like there are people in the world that think there is never a good reason not to have a baby. So any reason you give them just like won't be good enough for them. And this is why I say like make sure you know what bubble you're in and make sure you agree on these ethics, because at the end of the day, like brittle bone the brittle bone condition that we've just been covering. Yeah, like what's the, like, I don't see, like, I can see either direction being realistic in either direction. Like in a lot of ways, the reason that medical care is so amazing is because we're actually creating a healthier population. But also I don't want it to come at the expense of a whole group of people. But I don't think preventative care is at the expense of a group of people because those people don't exist. So it's like, that's what abortion is. Like, the idea of like birth control is like you don't exist yet. But pro-lifers would say you do exist. God knows you. You know? And so then I'm confused on how these things overlap and how they all come together, right? Chat says eugenics is large scale and systematic. It's by force. Yes, but first it goes social. Remember that eugenics first is a social marketing ploy that eugenicists use to convince the population it's for their own good. So eugenics eventually becomes legal, but first you got to get people on board. Just like deportations. How does Trump get people on board with deportating U.S. citizens? By deporting non-U.S. citizens first, who are, quote, gang members. And then he'll get you comfortable with deporting American gang members. So same thing with eugenicists. Eugenicists first get you on board with, you don't want your babies to suffer, right? So we shouldn't have disabled babies. And then all of a sudden, they are mandating that you're legally not allowed to have a disabled baby. And so the question is, are human beings smart enough, capable enough to not become eugenicists? Not really. Not really. But I would argue that's because humans are animals evolved over millions of years. And I would say that's why people are afraid, because they know people are stupid. And that includes you and me. That we have relationships. We know people who voted for Trump, even though he's this horrible person who's doing these horrible things, because they didn't think he would do these horrible things for real, for real. But I do think it's important to still allow individuals to make that individual reason, and that why can be valid. Like, I just want to bring a baby, not me, but like, let's say someone said, I just don't want to bring a baby into the world who's going to suffer that way. It just doesn't make any sense. And if I had to bring a baby into the world, or if I chose to bring a baby into the world, I'd want them to have the best chances within this threshold. I feel like that can be said without it being eugenics. But I think the dilemma is that the masses will move always in the direction of like the worst case scenario, because they're not educating themselves. I mean, I think it's why Hitler was so good at convincing them that we need to get rid of disabled people and trans people and Jews. Because it just like, people really believe they're special. People believe that their genetics are good. People believe like they are valuable. And by the way, that's everybody. Disabled people are also saying their genetics are good. That's why they're having babies. And I just think it's neutral. I don't think you have good genes or bad genes. I just think you have genes. And I think like saying my genes are good enough to procreate, you know what I mean? So then the question is, why do you want a baby? And a lot of people, this is really hard for people, because people think, Brittany, everyone wants a baby. Do not project your everyone onto me, girl. Why do you want a baby? And people really are uncomfortable with this question because they don't know why they want a baby. Because one, their biological animals evolved over millions of years. So a part of it is just biological. They don't even have a choice. You want to talk about a lack of free will? Your desire to have a baby. Okay? Now, why do you want to have a baby? And then they'll say, oh, I just want to be the mom I never was. I want to play catch with my kids. I just feel like I'd be a great parent. I just feel like, okay, we're not all having that embodied experience. And so same thing with people with disabilities, when they sit there and say, if you're a person with disabilities who doesn't want a baby because you don't want them to suffer the way you did, that's possibly eugenics. Possibly, for sure. Definitely not so much. But that's the same thing as saying like this lady who said, you know, it feels like y'all just don't want to exist. This lady who said it feels like you guys don't want to exist, but some of us do. That's great, girl. What does that have to do with me? Go exist. But you have to accept that your kid might be really fucking annoyed with you for having them when it could have gone in a different direction. But also, maybe your kid does want to exist. Like, I'm indifferent. It's the same argument pro-lifers use, where pro-lifers are like, aren't you happy your mom didn't abort you? I'm indifferent. I don't care. Like, I don't care. I don't care if my mom aborted me. And everyone's like, that's crazy. I would care. That's great. I love that you care. That's not a bad thing. I just don't think it's a bad thing that I also don't care. And that's the problem. You know, I don't care. And I don't think I think a lot of you might have that embodied experience, but I think a lot of people don't. You know, I think a lot of people cannot even fathom. They're so like, I just don't have that experience. Whatever experience you're having, I'm not having it. But I'm glad you're having it. Good for you. You know what I mean? Chet says, girl, how are they going to care though? Well, I think what they're saying is, so your brains, right? You said can't care if you don't exist. Our brains, okay, hear me out. I think it's autism. Our brains go to literal thinking. So they're like, would you have cared if you were aborted? But we know we couldn't have cared because we would have been aborted, so it wouldn't have mattered. They're not saying that. They're not saying, do you think fetus you would have cared? They're saying, do you now, the person you are, would you have cared if your mom aborted you? No, is the answer. But they're not thinking about the fetus them. They're thinking about the person they are right now. And they're saying, oh, well, your life must not be that good if you didn't care if your mom aborted you. And I'm saying, my life is good enough now that I'd be upset if you came and killed me, but I wouldn't be upset if my mom had killed me as a fetus. Because it's not my business. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying, yes, now Brittany would be upset if you came to kill me, but now Brittany wouldn't be the person that existed when my mom killed you, so I wouldn't care. But that's what they're saying. Their brains can't even think about being a baby or a fetus. So they're not thinking about the reality that the baby don't know. That baby doesn't know. Yes, bubble pops, girls. Exactly. And this is what I'm saying. They're not thinking about it the way, that's why I say when we say things, we're not saying the same thing. We are not having the same conversations. That's why that question doesn't make any sense to me, because I'm autistic and I'm very literal. And that's why I say, like, I'm glad you're having that experience. I'm not having that one. You know? Like, I'm not having that, you know? So, okay. Let's see. Now, this is interesting. This is a woman who's a child of somebody with the same brittle bone disease that we've been covering. So check out her video.
There's a content
This is a stitch. She's stitching him.
Hi there, happy Monday morning to you. I've recorded this a couple of times. That's a really good video, by the way. You should go watch it either now or at the end. Basically, the long and the short of it is that there is this couple who is married, who has osteogenesis imperfecta, and they have procreated, right? As married couples do. And there's all of this discussion all over the interwebs, right? Some of it really ignorant, like, well, how in the world did they get pregnant in the first place? The same way everybody else does, Karen. Stop it. Grow up. All the way to, you know, oh, well, this was selfish. Do you think it was selfish? Do you think, you know, that they shouldn't be allowed to have children knowing that they have this bone disease, right? Okay. Who am I and why do I have an opinion on this? That's a great question. I would love to tell you. So this is my mother. And in case anybody is thinking that I am the world's tallest 1-year-old in this picture, she was 3'6" and she had osteogenesis imperfecta. So I am the adult child of a parent with osteogenesis imperfecta who intentionally got pregnant and intentionally had a child, knowing that there was a 50% chance that I would also have the same bone disease. Now, do I have opinions on that? Yes. Yes, I do. Do I have opinions on where exactly my mother's moral compass landed? Yes. Yes, I do. But those are my opinions and I'm allowed to have them because it's my existence. See, what everybody doesn't seem to understand is there is only one person that gets to have an opinion on whether or not their existence was selfish or justified or an abomination or. And that is that child. When that child is old enough to have those thoughts and have those opinions, that's who gets to have the opinion. Oh, but Jennifer, they're exploiting the child, blah, 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 blah. Okay. I can get on board with that, but here's the thing. Okay. If you guys are going to die on that hill, I'm going to need you to unfollow every adoptive parent, foster parent, family vlogger with 27 gajillion kids where you know what their children look like. Think about that for a second. How many family accounts do you follow where you know what these children look like? It's the same thing. So all of this to say, that was a really good video. I think it was really well done. It was informative. It was educational. I don't really have a whole lot to add to it other than the perspective of an adult child of somebody who did the exact same thing. So that's the TikTok 2 minutes in.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a good example of her lived reaction. I just want it to be just as valid for a child to grow up in the same circumstance and say, I think it needs to be valid both ways. I think it's just as valid for a disabled person to say, like, yeah, I don't think a child should have my illness. I think that's very valid, as it is to say, yeah, I don't think my illness matters that much and I think it's fine. I think preventative care for me also looks like therapy. Why do we attempt to break generational curses? Why do we attempt to make sure that our kids don't get borderline or NPD? Why do we attempt to raise children in loving homes? To harm reduce, right? It's preventative care. We give preventative care to our children and our family members. And people sometimes don't have kids past 35 because they know they can't like run with their children. Like they won't be able to keep up with them energetically, right? People have all kinds of reasons for why they don't want to have babies in the condition they're in. And I think that's really valid. I think that that is about them and it's not about the baby, but it wasn't about the baby having it anyways. Now, it could be about the baby in the sense that they're projecting onto the baby their own feelings, but that's kind of what you do when you have the baby anyways. Like, it doesn't matter what your thought is. Anytime you make a baby, you cannot predict how that child will be, how that child will feel about existing. So you must be open to that child being frustrated with you for having them in any capacity. You know, so people can get ugly, I think, when it comes to people procreating with visible disabilities. And I've had those questions about borderline and autism and stuff. Like, do you think you should have babies knowing that you have these things? I think that's the wrong question. I think that's the wrong way to ask a question. Personally. That's not how my brain thinks. My brain doesn't think like, do you think you should have a baby? Like, the way the question is phrased doesn't make sense to my brain because it sounds like a judgment that doesn't make sense to me. If you asked me, hey, what are your thoughts on procreation now that you have these diagnoses? Did it change the way you saw being a parent? I'd be like, oh, yeah, I think I have deep and very worried concerns that my child will suffer unnecessarily just because I wanted them to exist. And I take that into great consideration when deciding if I should bring a new consciousness into the universe. And I try my best to consider all the pros and cons into that when it comes to that decision, right? Like I'm really bringing a whole ass new human into the universe. I'm really saying, you know, hey, little spirit who's in the spirit land, like enjoying your fucking like angel life. You know, that's a religious take. That's a joke, but kind of, you know, let me pull you out of that warmth and bring you into Trump's universe and racism and like sexism and tax-paying reality and, you know, an internet with Fresh and Fit. You know, I really think that making a baby in 2025 is a wild decision, but I don't think it's my job to decide whether or not you should do it. But I do think it's wild. It's amazing. Like, I am like, wow, humans really just be making babies. Like in 2025, that's crazy. But you know what? Hey, more power to you, because it's not my business whether or not you have a baby. I might have opinions on it, but it's not my business. I have opinions. It's not my business. I celebrate your babies. I welcome them into the universe. I hope they have a good time while they're here. But, you know, and I think there's the difference. I think you can have an opinion without it mattering. It just doesn't matter what my opinion is. Like, you have the right to have a baby and you have the right to abort that baby, period. Okay? Now, some other ways of having the conversation that actually isn't in relation to this particular couple. So there were a bunch of TikToks I found that were specifically in relation to the couple. Other TikToks I found on parent-oriented TikTok that actually bring the same conversation into question that don't have to be about Deja and Antoine, right? I'm sorry, Deviation. Chat says, Brittany, have you watched Apothecary Diaries? My partner and I are watching it right now. So we're getting through it. I like it. It's cute. Okay, check this guy out. P.S. Not my favorite human in the world. So just everybody get ready. This is a very hard TikTok to watch.
Feminists are going to hate me. Women are going to hate me for saying this. But as an abortion survivor and a rape baby, I stand here to tell you that just because you make a bad decision, listen, you put it in you, you let it go off. It's how babies are made. You knew what you were doing. And then you want to go and unalive a poor innocent soul. So as someone who would have been unalived if abortion hadn't been illegal, I stand here to tell you that our lives matter and life in general matters. And if you're not willing to be responsible and make good decisions, that doesn't empower you to play God, life or death over soul. And so I ended up into the foster system. I ended up being adopted. I went through prison and all these different things. And now I am a successful business owner. And so from a very tragic event of a 13-year-old girl, which is my birth mom, being raped, beauty was born. And so that's all the souls that are being taken every day. Life.
Okay, he said life matters. It cut off at the end though. Okay, kind of hard to stomach, right? But I think, and this is the dilemma we're having here, there is an overlap in bubbles between progressives that are anti-eugenics and pro-life argumentation about all babies are valuable. And I wonder if we're all aware of how we overlap. In the same way, there's an overlap between eugenicist beliefs and a belief that I'm not going to have a baby who's disabled because I think life might be too hard for them. It's the why is different. I don't believe these are the same categories of people. I just think their argumentation can overlap. And that's why we have to be very nuanced and careful about why we're advocating for what we're advocating for. Right? So that's the dilemma. Because saying I shouldn't abort my baby because it's disabled is kind of like saying I shouldn't abort a baby just because I was raped. It's none of your business. I'm going to abort this baby whether I like it or not, whether you like it or not. Same thing with I'm going to have this baby whether you like it or not. Disabled people are allowed to have babies. You can't take that away from them. In the same way you shouldn't be able to take away people's right to have an abortion. Okay? I don't care. Now, legally, none of your business. Morally, ethically, we can talk about it circumstantially, case by case. I don't know. Not all disabilities are the same. Some disabilities are different. I think the biggest reason my partner and I didn't want to have kids, there were lots of reasons, but I think the biggest and most important reason is neither of us meet the standard of parenting that we'd ideally like to reach before having children. And we are not, we do not value existing just to exist, like in the same way that other people do. So we're pretty, like we don't feel a desire to do it. And we don't reach the standard of parenting that we would want. So we made a list of all the ways we'd want to be a parent and show up. And we just didn't meet those requirements. And so we're not doing it. And that makes us better parents, I think. I think it makes us better parents not having a child when we couldn't provide for them the standard of care that I would prefer than to have a baby when you couldn't provide that standard of care. But that doesn't mean that you're a bad person for not being ready or prepared to have a baby. You're just a human who got pregnant. It happens. So let's make the best out of it, right? But that's also the problem with human beings is like, people will say, oh, you're never ready to have a kid. I disagree. I think I meet so many parents every day. They're like, we're ready to have a child. We planned it out. We're ready. I know people every day that are ready to have babies, like truly ready. So those people who are like, oh, you're never ready to have a baby. I'm sorry. We're having a different relationship with reality. Those people that are like, I always like all marriages have fights. Yeah, we're having a different relationship with reality. You know? Chet says, I disagree. I don't think you're a better parent, but you are a better you. That's okay to disagree. I think people who decide not to have kids are former children who are obviously doing it for like their own reasons. But I think in some ways it makes them better parents. Because being a parent isn't, you want to talk about it takes a village. Everyone's always like, oh, it takes a village. It takes a village. So we're all kind of parents is what you're saying. You know what I mean? Chet says, yeah, you're not a parent, so you can't claim it. I think when you've raised babies your whole life, you might not be a direct parent, but in a village mentality, we're all kind of parenting out here. And there's not enough spoons to go around, you know? So I might not be a literal parent. I agree with you. But in a spiritual sense, like when you have a village, you are partially responsible for how those kids exist in a world, right? So I think like, this is the mentality that I would want to have. Like, I want to be a good village participant in raising my nieces and nephews, but I'm not their direct parent, right? But like, that's the point is parenting isn't just about having babies. You're not a parent because you had a baby. You're not a parent because you have legal custody of a baby. You're not a parent because you think you are. You have to show up. You have to be in that person's life. I have gotten better parenting from people that were not my parents. I've been parented better by people who were not my parents. And that's why they get called my second mom and dad. That's why I call them my parents. Because they might not be my parents, but they did a better job of parenting me. And so they are called my parents. You know what I mean? So again, depending on the bubble you're in, parenting is literally something and spiritually and subjectively something else. I understand where you guys are coming from. I agree that I'm not literally a parent. I also disagree that I'm not parenting, you know? So I'm just saying both things can exist at the same time, right? Okay, so now look at this video. oops, I'm going to mute it because I don't want to get copyrighted. I spent 8 months dreaming of what my little boy would look like to then go blind giving birth. I think I'll survive if you don't like me. That's like a trend. Like, oh, this hard thing happened to me. I think I'll survive if you don't like me. Okay. Yeah. So apparently you can go blind when having a baby. You can lose your teeth. You can die. I think we oversell parenting. Like, we really oversell having a baby. Like, it's so easy. And so I think that's the other thing that I'm kind of frustrated by is, and I went down this rabbit hole, and apparently you can go blind. And a bunch of people were sharing their stories. Like, yeah, nobody ever told me I could lose my teeth. Nobody ever told me I could go blind. People are currently making fun of Rihanna's teeth because they're like, what's wrong with Rihanna's teeth? It's probably from her pregnancies. You know? So again, like, when we're having these conversations, I think we're also like, we're not raising our babies. We're not raising our kids, understanding like what you're in for, because we don't talk about it. We just talk about like, you'd be a great mom. You should be a mom. I knew a couple, amazing couple, super successful, both in education. We're in their mid 30s, and people were like, man, you would make great parents. You should be parents. And they had a baby. They had 2 babies. One of them actually shares my birthday. They had 2 babies, and something happened during the pregnancies that triggered basically bipolar or some oriented issue in the mother. And she just never was the same. They got divorced. She has a caretaker. They make things work, but she had never gotten pregnant. They said that she probably never would have had this issue. And I need people to understand that. Those moms who are throwing their babies outside of windows after pregnancy, that's pregnancy-induced psychosis. Like, that's the consequence of getting pregnant is not easy, right? Or not, it's not easy to comprehend, but it's also not easy to deal with, because people think, oh, I had a baby, I'm a perfect mom, I could never do that to my kids. Well, yeah, until you understand that the chemicals and everything running through your brain could cause an issue. We talked about this as a couple. My partner and I discussed it. If I got pregnant and it impacted my brain negatively and I was having negative thoughts, what would we do with the baby? Who would take care of the baby? And he's like, well, obviously, I guess my parents would take care of the baby until we got you the help you needed. We had those conversations. Tell me how many of you are having those conversations. Tell me how many parents, go ask parents, how many of you have had a discussion about where the baby goes if mommy loses her brain or daddy loses his brain or they lose their brain while they're being pregnant. Go ahead and tell me how many of y'all have had those conversations. Because we're having those conversations because we're data obsessed, because we're both neurodivergent and we researched everything about pregnancy that could go wrong. And we decided, do we want to make this decision? Do we want to make this decision? Okay. And are we ready? Do we have the money? Do we have the capability? So again, I'm sorry. This whole conversation is so reductive to be like, it's eugenics to abort disabled babies. You know, I get what you're saying, but I think we got to be more honest about the fact that I don't even think these communities are having all the conversations they should be having. Example, here's another one. Okay. There's music. It says, that was rude. Okay. When you donated eggs to 4 families in your 20s only to need brain surgery for genetic disorder at 37, and the clinics made it impossible to pass the medical information to the families. Why, when you donate egg and sperm, is it your moral obligation to tell them the possibility of the baby inheriting a disease or illness? Because they might want to consider that. This is considered eugenics to some people. Now, listen, I don't know if you guys know my personal opinion on this. This is my opinion. This is my true opinion that has nothing to do with anybody, and you don't have to care about it. My genuine opinion is I think you either have babies naturally or you don't have babies at all. But why? Why do I say that? Does anybody know why I would say that? Like, does anyone know why Britney specifically would say, if you can't have babies naturally, you shouldn't have babies at all? Meaning no IVF, no Petri dishes, no surrogacy, no nothing. Why would Britney Simon say that? Does anybody know me well enough from the internet? I know you're strangers, but can anyone guess why Britney would say that? You know, Chet says, what are we defining naturally? Sperm and egg come together, make baby. Chet says, what's meant to be will be, ? The most humane to have them. Let's see, nature. If you're not willing to accept how your baby will turn out, then don't have them because of your original morals surrounding having babies at all. Because any intervention opens up the possibility to eugenics. Enough people adopt, genetic reasons, health complications. It's more about the fact that I don't value existing within itself. I just think it's neutral. So like, you know, having a baby can't be that important. Like, and if it is, like, you do you, but also like there's so many babies that need adoption care or families that need help. And I just feel like I don't have that obsession with my genetics. I don't think my genetics are important. Like if I told my parents, oh, we've decided not to have a baby, we're going to adopt, they'd be like a little annoyed we didn't try naturally at first. But like, why? Like, what's so important about having a baby? And I'm not, now this is my personal relationship with my biological experience. I don't care about my genetics. So I don't care if my baby looks like me. I don't care if we have a baby. I don't care about the baby thing, the genetics thing. I just think like I want to be a good parent. I just want to be a good caretaker. I just want to love, like, you know, people who are starting off their life in this universe and give them like a chance to have a good life. Like, I don't care. And so for people that care, there are people who are like, I want the baby to look like me. Yeah, I think you're having a biological experience that's rooted in your evolution, which is fine. And I'm just trying to have like a deeper, more, I'm trying to have a deeper relationship with my evolution. And I think that starts with deconstructing this need for offspring to look like me. I don't think it's wrong that you want it to look like you. I just think you probably didn't think about it that much. Like, you probably didn't think about it that much. You know? You were thinking about your experience. You're thinking about your desire to be pregnant. You're thinking about you. And I'm thinking about the baby, in my opinion. Like, it's not about me. It's about the baby. I'm asking a life to come into the universe and to be this. It's not about me at that point. But it is ultimately about me because I'm the only one forcing that baby into existence. You know? Chat says, is it possible to deconstruct entirely from evolutionary instincts? Well, I think we have to be careful about what we think is an instinct and what we think isn't an instinct. We have instincts and we don't have instincts. And we have free will and we don't have free will. It's our job of introspection, extrospection is to have a deeper, more profound relationship, if you want, of finding out the differences between which is an instinct and which is something I can't change and which is something I can have a deeper relationship with. I realized I could change my relationship with needing offspring. I also realized a part of it wasn't in my control because some parts of my journey happened without my consent. It happened naturally. As I got sick, something changed inside my body and my brain changed along with it. Like yesterday 2 days ago on Members live stream, one of the chatters was saying like, well, Brittany, if you won the lottery, would you have a baby? And I said, no. Or like, oh, if you didn't have fibro, would you have a baby? And I said, no. Because I didn't choose not to have a baby because of one thing. We decided not to have a baby because of like 20 things. And it doesn't matter if you would change all those things. It's not that kind of a decision. I didn't make a decision from something that, oh, if this just changed, I'd have a baby. So as an example, not wanting a baby is a really good reason not to have a baby. Wanting to have a baby is not a good reason to have a baby. I don't want to have a baby. I don't want to do it. Do you guys get the difference, right? I don't think a lot of people do. I think a lot of people don't get that difference. And that's what throws them off. It really is. They'll say like, if you want a baby, just have a baby. And I'm like, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. And again, you do you. But I'm just saying, like, I think that's why I say like human beings, be the change you want to see in the world and all that stuff. But also understand that we're not having the same embodied experience. And I just think some people forget it's not about them. Like, it's not about you and what you want. All of us have a relationship with these things that I think is unique and special to us. And we deserve to have a place where we can say like, yeah, I'm not having a baby under those circumstances, or I am having a baby under those circumstances and it's none of your business. Chet says, how is your current mindset different from antinatalism, though? If antinatalism is just the belief that it's unethical to have a baby, I don't think it's unethical to have a baby. That's the difference. That is the huge difference. That's kind of the thing. I don't think it's unethical to have a baby. I want to say that again. I don't think it's unethical to have a baby. I don't think it's immoral to have a baby. When I say I can't believe you're making a baby in 2025, I don't literally mean it. I don't literally mean it. It's more like the people that are having babies are already struggling to do the basics. The world is struggling globally right now. And all you're thinking about is having babies? Now, obviously, not all families are struggling in the same ways, but even the ones that, quote, aren't struggling, are you sure about that? Have you been to therapy? It's more to make you think, like, but at the same time, again, I'm not anti having babies. Have a baby if you want to have a baby, girl. Have a baby if you want to have a baby. Okay. Chet says, be careful having a baby in 2025. I mean, be careful having a baby ever. But, 2025 is it's been a crazy year. Kind of crazy that y'all are thinking about babies. You know what I mean? Like, but you do you. So yeah, you do you. Okay. Now, let me see. Let's see. Made it in the chat says, in a way, it's taking our meta evolution to the nth degree. You're wanting to evolve your evolution, perhaps. I just think we have the possibility. My theory is that there is a possibility in having a deeper relationship with that biological experience. So if you go to Sapolsky's Determined and you read that book, you have an idea that there's a lack of free will, obviously, in all of us that exists. But there's also this profound ability of feeling like we're making a choice in a way that might be what we presume is free will. And therefore, how do you enact that choice? Some people do it through a means of not bringing babies into the universe, period, or not bringing certain types of babies into the universe, period, for good or bad reasons, right? Chet says, the way you speak, though, makes it sound like you do believe it's unethical, even if you don't believe it's immoral. Yeah, but I don't. So the way I speak might feel that way to you, but it's not true. And that's what language is. Language is subjective to the bubble. Right? So like, it's okay that you heard it that way. It's okay you think I sound that way, but I'm not saying that. My brother just had a 5th baby, cutest baby in the whole world, cuter than all your babies. That's a joke because everyone thinks their babies are the cutest. I would, I celebrate that baby's life, Chat says that's her autistic sound. It probably is my autism where I say things with a matter of fact, But that's okay, right? That's the point I'm making. It's okay that we are saying things in ways that make it difficult for us to understand one another, which is what I think is happening with the eugenics conversation. So let's continue. I've got a bunch of other videos to watch, girls. We're not even done. Okay. Pull up this video. Let me pull up this video. This video. Okay, let's start. I have a bunch of videos, girls. We're not even done. Okay, let me pause this video. Let's bring it forward. All questions are good questions. If you need any clarifying questions, ask me. I'm here to answer all the questions. Chet says, Brittany, aren't you contradicting yourself by saying free will exists, but it doesn't? Happy birthday, by the way. Thank you. No, it's not a contradiction. Life itself is tiny contradictions. The contradiction doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means it's true within the contradiction. You can have both an ability to make a choice and an inability to make a choice. When you are triggered, you cannot choose that you are triggered, but you can make an action within that trigger space to do different things than you would have done before with the help of therapy. Contradictions don't mean things are untrue. It means that they don't make sense to a brain that has decided that things have to be black and white, right? They're just like, it's true. You're a boy, you're a girl, but you're a girl who's a boy. You get it or you don't get it, or you get it or you don't get it. You get it or you don't get it, you get it or you don't get it.
I know I'm going to shake the table a little bit, but I really don't care. If you do not want a child with a disability, if you are not ready for the possibility of your child becoming disabled or being born with a disability, you should not have children. And I know a lot of people are going to get mad at me for saying that, but it's the truth. Because the thing is, disability can happen at any moment. It doesn't just happen at birth. It can happen because of circumstances. If you don't like the idea of that happening, and if you know you're the type of person that you won't be capable of being a good parent to a child with a disability, then you should not have children. because it's not a guarantee that they're going to be able-bodied for the rest of their lives. It's not a guarantee they're going to be okay for the rest of their lives. All it takes is one accident or illness for things to change.
Okay, you know what point she brings up that I think is really, really important is, yes, anybody could be disabled at any point, right? Which I don't think means that you shouldn't have a disabled child or you should have a disabled child, but it's a first aid question that I think is important. That's why I say most people, most men leave relationships if women get chronically ill or disabled. Women are more likely to stay, but if they had the choice to leave socially, I think they would just as much as men to some extent. I think men are socialized to be allowed to leave relationships because we expect nothing from them because they're useless under patriarchy. We literally let men abandon their families because that's how low we think of men. And they still get to brag about being good dads because they show up once a year. But women are socially pressured into fighting for custody for their kids, and they're socially pressured to be mothers, and they're socially pressured to be a good mother. And so I do think that's why in marriages, women are more likely to stay as caretakers. Women are more likely to caretake for abusive fathers. And that's why fathers in general, abusive or not, live longer and healthier lives because they have their girls taking care of them, So here's what I would say to this. When you're dating somebody, ask them how they feel about disabled children. But more than that, ask them how they feel about a disabled spouse. When I was courting my now partner, when we were dating, I hadn't been formally diagnosed. And I told them, hey, I'm in the middle of a diagnosis process. I'm really sick. I am sick in a way that I don't understand, and I'm relying on medical professionals to help me. And I said, I don't know where this journey is going to end up. And what it ended up, well, first, my partner is neurodivergent and basically disabled, like in their own way, because ADHD is disability. It's a disability in a lot of ways, right? So in that sense, we're both disabled. But what I ended up was with a partner who deep dives into Google, like they're deep diving into my womb, okay? And trying to figure out every possible illness I might have to take it to the doctor. Like I have a partner who's always like, with these conditions and these data points, I actually think you might have MS. Maybe you have MS. No, let me ask the doctor. Maybe it's this. Let me see your blood charts. Let me see. Who should we like? I ended up being with somebody who deeply cares about figuring out my health related stuff. And I think that's what's important. Womb deep diving is wild. We're poetic over here. Like even this morning, they were like Googling, like if I even tell them, oh, I feel this pain, they're like, it could be this, this, or this. Wait, is it this? Wait, does the pain feel like this? It's this. Like it almost gets, in the most endearing way, annoying, where I'm like, don't Google that. You don't have to Google every symptom. They're like, could be something. And I'm like, and like, it's cute. You feel loved. I'm not even complaining. I'm just like, you know what I mean? Like every single symptom I say, they're like, and that's, I appreciate that at the end of the day, so much more than a partner who's like, ugh, you always think you're sick. Ugh, you always think you have things. My partner's like, I believe you. We should look it up. But mostly because we made a promise to each other never to deceive one another. We don't want to deceive. And so then everything we say has to be good faith. So if my partner says, hey, I'm not feeling well today, I'm assuming they're not lying to me or trying to get out of a responsibility. And so I take it very seriously because we don't take advantage of one another. It's kind of like when you have a teenager who's like, oh, I'm sick, I can't go to school today. And you as the parent are trying to figure out, are they trying to skip school or do they really not feel well? Except it's your partner. Because like I've dated those people who I'm like, are you trying to get out of responsibilities today or are you actually not like feeling well? In my past relationships, I couldn't trust my partners to be honest with me because they would lie to me. Versus this partner and I, we practice radical honesty for this reason. So we're pretty serious when it comes to medical stuff, which by the way, guys, I will be taking a day off on Friday. I'm so sorry. I got to go to the doctor again. And it's at 6 p.m. my time, which is like 2 hours into stream. And I got to get these doctor's appointments done because I've been procrastinating because paperwork sucks. And I'm finally doing them all. And I got to go. We're doing an ultrasound. No, we're doing a x-ray. I already did the ultrasound. We're doing an x-ray now. And so we're just like, we're getting to it. I've got like maybe like 3 or 4 more doctor's appointments, maybe more depending on what they find or don't find. Everything's been going good, but we're just busting them all out because otherwise it's going to take me another 5 years to go to the doctor. Okay. It's just annoying. And this is why, by the way, it can take a long time to get diagnosed with stuff or see a doctor, because you got to take off work. You got to do stuff. A lot of people put it off for years, like I have. I've been putting it off for like 2 years. Because I'm like, I don't want to take a day off of work, but I gotta do it. I'm here. My mother-in-law also threatened me and said if I don't do it, she's going to make me do it in the best way possible. See, my partner, their parents are very similar. They're like, we'll drive you. You have to go. You have to go. And I'm like, okay. Anyway, so I'm going to take their love or take, I'm going to take their encouragement as a sign of love and do it. Okay, let's look at this advocate. This woman here, Glorious Gem, has some thoughts on the disability discourse around eugenics. Let's get her opinion.
In eugenesis conversation, the disability in eugenesis conversation that is being had online right now is a public health concern to the youth, especially to youth with disabilities. Not only are we sending the message to disable the youth that they are not wanted in society, but also you are telling them that they have nothing to look forward to in terms of romantic relationships and having a family if they would like to do so. I just know that through this conversation, a ton of disabled people are sitting back internalizing that their life is not worth living. And also, I hate how ableism is being watered down on social media. Y'all just use it as a buzzword. It lost its impact. Ableism is the discrimination and isolation towards people with disabilities that leads to violence. It is a violent thing. And y'all got the audacity to come up here and say, I don't care if I sound ableist, while being a eugenicist. And then when they claim that you're liberal, no, you're not. It doesn't add up. The math don't math. And the thing is, a lot of you people who claim to be liberals, leftists, whatever, progressive, a lot of you will get along with Donald Trump just fine, until he starts trying to disenfranchise you. Because how you gonna be a eugenicist and be liberal? That ain't liberal. You are a conservative. But to be fair, it seems like everyone is a conservative when it comes down to deleting people with what? Disabilities.
Okay, so a lot of great points were made. I think what's important here is that everyone's operating within their own belief system around existence, which I'm not sure how people are, what direction people are coming from, but I think everyone's making really good points. I want to say that first and foremost, that I think everyone is valid. All their perspectives are valid. I do think there's a very specific liberal overlap with more the eugenicists, like the Sam Harrises and the Bill Maher's. I think a lot of them give off eugenicists in a way, like superior culture and superior race and superior religion and superior this. It's not about being superior. It's about harm reduction. And I just feel like these people think they're so good and so great and so wonderful. And they've taught, like Sam Harris in particular, the way he goes after Muslims and stuff, and like atheists in particular, the way they go after religious people. Look, in my ideal world, like religious people exist, people with disabilities exist. In my ideal world, you're also allowed to get an abortion. In my ideal world, you're allowed to not be a parent. In my ideal world, most people probably wouldn't become parents until after therapy. But here we are procreating because we're evolved animals over millions of years. You know what I mean? So I think like what we run into is at the end of the day, as much as we want it to be about the village, it has to be about the individual. And then that individual impacts the village. Because a eugenicist would say, this is about the village. Don't you want to be a village? We only can have good offspring. And then somebody else would say, we should make it a village. We should help everybody regardless of their genetics. These are two types of villages, y'all. So the question is, when people ask me, Brittany, don't you want a village? Which village? Whose village? Who's in charge? What does the village look like? Because sometimes, no, I do not want your village. And sometimes I do want your village. And honestly, most of the time, I don't want any of y'all villages. I just want to be left alone. That could be the autism. So, you know, both of them want a village. I just think like people are acting like their village is going to be the best. And I don't know if you've seen Naruto, but not all villages are the same. Okay? So I don't know. It's like people that are like, don't you wish we lived on like a plot of land and we all could grow our own vegetable? No, I don't want to grow vegetables. I want to go to the store and grab my cucumber that's already cleaned off for me. Thank you. No. And people are like, oh my God, don't you want to like wash your laundry by hand? No, I do not want to wash my laundry by hand. Thank you. Don't you want to wear cute little dress? Well, maybe the dresses. Maybe I want to wear the cute little dresses, but that's about it. The only thing trad wife about Brittany is that she likes to bake her own bread and wear cute dresses. Everything else, no, I don't want to churn my own butter. No, I don't want to make my own sunscreen. That doesn't work. Okay? No. Thank you. Like, no, I don't want to do that. So I think like people are sitting here all having fantasies and they think everyone wants to join them. I don't want to be a part of your village. But thank you. I'm glad you're happy in yours. You know what I'm saying? I feel like progressives run into the same problem where they think they have the best village to offer people. Hold on, girl. Where they think they have the best village to offer people. And I'm like, yeah, your village also sucks for me, but it's probably great for you. You know?
Interested in having a conversation about eugenics with the same crowd that was supporting Slim. Honestly, I'm not interested in having a conversation about eugenics with the same crowd that was supporting Slim Kim and her delusions about how she's so much happier being skinny because she's too insecure to be anything but. But I will say that labeling everything eugenics really does downplay the experiments that were had on living humans in the name of white supremacy. Just like every topic we talk about on this app, everything is so far nuanced and detailed that a video really just doesn't do it justice, especially when the video is not created by someone who is a avid studier or just someone who is an expert in the concept, because race science is a very particular topic. I really do hate that this conversation is happening because it's stemming around the couple with brittle bones disease who chose to have a child that not only was born severely premature, but now also has brittle bones, because now they're inflating, oh, you think people who are disabled shouldn't have children, which that is so far from the topic at hand. And it really does overshadow the millions of people who do have disabilities, that do have healthy children that have great qualities of life. And we have to stop conflating terms that have to do with such harmful rhetoric, because we really do lose the plot of the conversation. Calling it eugenics when eugenics is specifically based in white supremacy is not the same as having a conversation about the morality of having a child that you know is going to have a life where they're going to have, like, I have to say a questionable quality of life, because I don't even want you guys to conflate negativity with the word questionable. That's what we're talking. Like, these conversations are so far nuanced in saying, oh, you think disabled people shouldn't have children. And I hate that we can't have those conversations on this app. Actually, I don't hate it, because in real life and the real circumstances where we need to have these important conversations, they happen.
Yeah.
Okay, they happen. It's just not going to happen on this app because we are so far black and white in our thinking that we're never going to have conversations like this. And I'm fine with that. Just please stop using disabled people at the base of your argument, because they're marginalized enough.
I really liked this particular video because she made me think of a lot of the things that I've always been thinking about. So I really appreciated hearing this particular input, where I do think the conversation is way too nuanced for the internet. And I do think in real life we are having these conversations. And this goes back to that pro-life and pro-choice lady, the one who got punched. This goes back to the audacity of trying to have a very serious conversation about abortion and bodily agency on the streets of New York while people are going and coming. Like, these are serious conversations, and you can't be riling people up in between subways. You know what I'm saying? And so here comes this lady who has this lived experience, this pro-choice lady who has this experience of molestation and rape in her area environment, talking about preventative care through abortion. And here's this pro-lifer who's like, so you think babies who have come through rape deserve to be aborted? Or you think people who have been raped shouldn't exist? I remember a man once said to me, because I was asked a question, would you rather be dead or raped again? And I said, oh, I'd rather be dead, because it's a hypothetical fucking question. And this person was like, are you saying that this person I know who was raped should be dead? And I'm like, what? I'm not talking about you. And they were like, so you're saying this person that I love who was raped should die? And I'm like, whoa, what are you talking about? I was asked the question, Brittany was asked the question, would you rather be killed or raped? And I said, killed. And they said, okay, well, that's like saying every person who's ever raped should die. Whoa, that's not what I'm saying. Again, it goes back to this abortion conversation, right? And I think this person was triggered, right? I think this person was emotionally triggered and they didn't understand that, like, I'm not talking about you or your loved ones, girl. Okay, this goes back to the abortion comment. Would you be mad your mom aborted you? Again, I'm not thinking about the me now. I'm thinking about the me that would be a fetus and wouldn't know the difference. Like, I don't care. And this me now also doesn't care, but that's a different conversation. Okay. Chet says, I like pancakes. Oh, so you hate waffles? Exactly. So when we're talking and we're having these conversations, we have to understand where people are coming from. So it feels very similar when people are like, oh, so like you don't want a kid to have the same disability you have, so you believe in eugenics. It's like, whoa, no. I'm just saying, like, having a baby isn't an obligation. I don't have to have a baby. And so if I don't have to have a baby, then why would I choose on purpose to have a baby who's going to be suffering the second they, you know what I'm like, why? If I know this baby is only going to live so long, like, why would I do this to this baby? And again, this is in the womb. You know, this is preventative care. This is before I'm even pregnant. This isn't about superior genetics. This is about harm reduction. But again, eugenicists will use this to convince the population who's too stupid to get on board with eugenics because people aren't smart enough to know the difference between eugenics and harm reduction. Eugenics is not harm reduction. Say it with me, class. Eugenics, not harm reduction. They frame it, they market it as harm reduction. It is not harm reduction. It is the opposite of harm reduction. Eugenics comes at the expense of marginalized communities, the expense of everybody else except these people who have superior genes. Eugenics comes at the expense of people. That's why it is not harm reduction. So you can't do it. Harm reduction, though, is a real thing. And we can experience forms of harm reduction by doing the math. What are forms of preventative care and harm reduction? Okay, all of these things go into creating that reality, right? So I also had pro-lifer. What's a pro-lifer? Okay, what does that mean? We know pro-lifers want to save babies in the womb, but not babies on the land. Okay, want to advocate for children's rights, but not when it comes to trans kids or education or wearing pink when you're a boy. Okay, now here's some ethics and moral questions I was thinking of. When does preventative care become eugenics? Should parents who smoke while pregnant be criminalized or judged, i.e. fetal alcohol syndrome? Okay, there was like this rapper on TikTok and everyone's angry at her for smoking and drinking while pregnant. The baby came out with fetal alcohol syndrome. What do we think about that? That's her doing it on purpose and people are mad. What is the difference from doing it on purpose while you're pregnant and doing it on purpose when you have a genetic predisposition to that child coming out disabled? Okay, what is the difference for people? So in one way, we say people with disabilities, it's none of your business. They should have babies. I agree. But also, I do judge people that smoke and drink while pregnant because you're upping the chances of that kid coming out disabled. So is that eugenics? Or is that trying to harm reduce? You know? So again, Chet says it's intentional. I would argue both are intentional. If you have disability in your family, you are running the risk of the child being disabled. And the higher the percentage, the more intentional. That's how I think of it, right? Chet says, do you think they should be criminally charged? I don't believe in the criminal system. I don't believe in prisons in the same way people do. I think we need a better system in place to educate people, to explain to them why smoking while pregnant is bad, considering that just 50 years ago, the whole culture was smoking while pregnant. Like all of these people, RFK Jr., that are like, why do people have more autism and ADHD? Because y'all smoked. There are studies that have been done about correlation between fathers who smoked and kids who came out ADHD. Like, y'all act like you didn't all smoke with us pregnant or all smoke with us. Like, you're acting like half of our families aren't all married to cousins. Like, I come from a culture that's like a lot of the cousins are married, but they're sitting here talking about how gay people are going to bring incest into the world. We're talking about a world that was smoking or drinking and driving just 60 years ago. My mom grew up in the 70s. They didn't even have seatbelts in cars yet, girl. They didn't even have seatbelts in cars. So yeah, I don't want to criminalize people who don't know better, but I want to create a system that makes it so people don't even have to be in that position at all. You know, but I also can't in some ways. In some ways, we can't create that world. Now, there is an argument to be had that disability only exists because the system doesn't support you. And I think some disabilities, that's true, like glasses, okay? Like having, being blind, like needing glasses is a disability. But because technology is so amazing, we forgot that eyesight is a form of disability. Like, we have forgotten because we're so privileged, because everybody can get glasses and contacts, and because a vision is so we're so privileged, we don't even remember it's a disability unless somebody can't be helped because of glasses, right? Like, people forget that, without glasses, without technology, it's like that Dr. Stone episode where the girl can't see, but nobody realized she needs glasses because glasses haven't been invented in her timeline yet. So he invents glasses for her and he's like, oh shit. You know what I mean? So it's not saying that people that need glasses shouldn't procreate, though that is an argument that some people are bringing up. I think it's about harm reduction. It's always about harm reduction. It's never about yes and, or it is about yes and. It's never about yes, no. It's never about should people with disabilities have babies? Sure. But maybe not always. Should people without disabilities have babies? Sure, not always. Sure, not always. I don't know. Why are you making it yes or one or the other? You know what I mean? Like, why are you making one or the other? It's like the same reason, like, should people kill themselves? I don't know, maybe. If it's reasonable and it makes sense for their life, well, what's a good reason to kill yourself? Well, I don't know. It's up to you, really. Like, living and dying is up to you. But should people commit suicide? Probably not, which is different to me than chosen death. Like the woman that got assisted suicide or assisted chosen death from her government, she had she had BPD and depression and anxiety. And she said, like, she's good. She's ready to die. And some people are like, this wasn't a good enough reason. It might not be a good enough reason. I don't think that's the reason. I think her just simply wanting to end it is like a good reason. You wanting to die is your right. Now, whether or not it's a good reason, I don't know. We should talk about it. It's up to you. Is it a good enough reason for you? Now, I used to think I wanted to kill myself because the world was too hard. But once I figured out how to make the world work for me, I stopped wanting to kill myself. That's the form of system change that people are talking about when they say you're only disabled because of the system. Yeah, if the system changed, I'd be less disabled. But Brittany, didn't need the system to change. I needed my brain to change. I needed to change my perception of the world to stop wanting to die. That didn't take away my disability, though. I cannot meditate my way out of disability. The system, no matter how supportive, cannot take away my disability yet. And we also live in a world where the system could be curing people's teeth health, eye health, basic needs, and it's not doing it already. So yes, you can bring babies into the world with the hope that the world will change, but I'm more like change the world than bring the baby in. But people are like, I'm going to bring the baby in to change the world. Okay, I don't know why you're, bringing babies in to do a labor. But people do think babies are labor. Babies are born into families for lineage. Babies are born into families for labor on the farm. People bring babies into the universe to be taxpayers. Like, at the end of the day, you also encouraging people to make families plays into that capitalistic world that we're here for labor. And I just don't buy into that. I don't buy into the idea that babies are here simply to change the world. Like, the adults should be changing the world, not the babies. But see how we put it on the children? Okay. Okay. Let's see. Chat, I don't know why you said this. You said not true. Females have a longer life expectancy, always been that way. I don't know why you think that's true, but maybe it's because men are so stupid that they keep fighting wars and blowing themselves up and putting firecrackers on their heads and saying, hey, bro, do you think you could hit me with that bullet if I put an apple on my head? So I don't know why you said that, but maybe men would stop dying if they didn't keep fighting. Okay? Maybe men would stop dying if they actually, I don't know, went to the doctors once in a while. Maybe men would stop dying if they weren't constantly fighting toxic masculinity or engaging in toxic masculinity. Okay? Chet says female is a red flag. Definitely a red flag, bros. Okay, another video as an example. This one, it was really interesting. It said, growing up realizing some parents still pay their bills in their 20s. So some the song was distracting me. It's growing up is realizing some people's parents still pay their bills in their 20s. She wrote it as I can't believe I've been paying my own bills this whole time. Some of you have supportive parents. That's how I read it. That's how she meant it. But when I went to the comment section, it was all kids who were angry at her because they thought she was judging them. But I read it as like, I can't believe I didn't have parents who paid my bills. And I'm in that category. Sometimes I'm shocked when I learn like your parents pay your bills. Like you're still in your parents' phone plan. And I think that's beautiful. But I also am like, oh, we are not living in this. We are not doing the same game. We are not doing the same thing. And look, I'm lucky enough that my parents would give like Christmas money growing up, right? That was like a big deal. When I was an adult, it switched to Christmas money and it definitely was a hefty sum as we got older, right? So my parents definitely did that. Let me think. My parents always have a place I can come home to if I want to. I'll be mentally tortured because they're conservative and MAGA voters, but I can always sleep on their couch. They have a guest room, right? But like, no, once I turned 18, my parents stopped paying for my car insurance, stopped paying for my health insurance, stopped paying for my phone bill, and never could afford to pay for college. Right? But that's the irony is like, when we're talking about making babies and bringing them into the universe, the reason finances come into that conversation is because for some of us, we've struggled so much. We want to make sure that when we bring a baby into the universe, they get to be the kids that other kids go, I can't believe your parents pay your phone bill. Yeah. Well, you know, maybe it's better for my kid not to pay their phone bill, but if the kid is good enough and I've raised them good enough, then I don't care about paying your phone bill. I'm your parent. But also at a certain point, you're going to pay your own phone bill. But maybe it's after college. Maybe it's after you get a good job. Maybe it's we pay all into a family plan and we all pay $20. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those things where you make a relationship with your child because you're raising them to be an adult, the next generation of adults in the universe, right? And you're not a contributing adult to society because you pay tax, right? That's not what a good adult is. A good functional adult isn't somebody who pays tax. It's somebody who tries their best to harm reduce every day. Okay, like I'm not saying your value comes from taxpayers. Like I'm not RFK Jr. You know what I'm saying? Next video from, I was going to say Nita Simone, Nara Smith. She said, POV, you decided to have your kids at 18 and this is your fifth Mother's Day. And people were like, Nara, why are you posting videos like this? All these 18-year-old girls are going to be parents, right? That's another part of this conversation that I think is interesting. Should teenagers have babies? Should rape victims have their babies? Should, why do we have abortions? Why do we prevent procreation? Why do we think before we have offspring? Why do we consider the nuance of being a good parent? Why do we even have these conversations? Because we have found as former children ourselves that we have a lot of generational curses we have to break, a lot of generational trauma. And we notice that a lot of the mistakes our parents made, we could prevent, which includes having babies they couldn't take care of in a system that was not going to take care of them. And I think having a baby in a system that won't take care of them, hoping the system will change, that's a decision, right? That's a decision you can make. Your ancestors did, your mom and dad did. How'd that work out for you? For you, you might think it worked out great. But you need to also validate the people that didn't agree that it worked out great. Both can exist at once. You can have one kid that's like, I didn't like that you did that and I don't think you should do it. And then one kid that's like, hey, it worked out for me and I think we should keep doing it. Okay, both are valid. That doesn't mean I'm not going to give you a side eye when you got 10 kids and you think you've spent enough time with all of your children. Because as a person who's one of 10, there's just like 2 people just aren't enough to give all those kids attention. I'm sorry. You can't be more than human. You act like you're superheroes. You're not. You're not a superhero. You're just a person. And we got to stop convincing people everyone's this amazing super mom, superhero. You're just doing your best. And I am very impressed and I'm amazed. But also, I did not agree to be here. Okay? So I am allowed to complain. Okay? I am allowed to say, well, maybe you could have spent more time. But also, what time? You know? Medicine's girl, yes, I agree, as one of 8. I'm just saying, I love my siblings. I love my family. But I also think, like, you know, my parents are just people. And I was asking too much of them to be available for 10 kids. But, and this wraps into getting your parents to actually be aware of how they failed as parents. But because they did this amazing job, in quotations, all of us live outside the house. All of us have jobs. All of us are functional. Mostly all of us. We're all basically good enough. It looks like, wow, you guys did a great job. All of us need therapy or have gotten therapy. All of us are undiagnosed. All of us have fucking trauma. All of us have some fucking shit about us that is wrong. And it came from the fact, a lot of it, that they didn't have the time for all of us. That they didn't think about their genetic makeup before having us. That they didn't consider how their union could have impacted us in many ways. Their family lineage, their ancestors. They didn't consider that, like, just because your ancestors did it didn't mean we had to do it. And so when we're having these conversations, we have to take those things into consideration. I have a first cousin who married one of our second cousins with the same last name. And they have a beautiful family, but their kids basically all came out beautiful, but they needed medical care. They all came, there's a lot of, you know, problems. And a part of me is like, well, was that really not that necessary? Like, was that like the most necessary decision we made today? But their family's beautiful. They're all very happy. Kind of weird since we all grew up together, but you know, it's not that uncommon in my family lineage. You know what I mean? I don't know. Okay. I get, you know, you know, you know, some of the people who are calling it eugenics was saying that incest isn't about eugenics. Like, here, let me find the video. Actually, hold on. Do I have it? Let me find this video because I thought this was a bubble difference too. Let me give you a bubble difference here that I think is really, really interesting. Hold on, girlies. Please wait while I find a video in a mass of like 100 videos that I saved to show you. Okay, hold on. So it was his video, and it wasn't this video. It was, give me a second. It was, I think this, no. It was this one. Okay, hold on. This is a bubble difference here for us. Oh my God, Tech Brittany. So this content creator again, because he had really coherent points on this whole issues, which is why Christian, I keep referring to him.
The argument against incest.
Hold on, I can't hear it.
Incest isn't eugenics. No one's like, and the worst part about having sex with your parents is the fact that you might have a kid.
Actually, it is in my bubble. In my bubble, the worst part of the incest was the kid. If you had a kid, that is the worst part. Because now a baby is the product of that incestual relationship. Like, yes, the worst part is also the power dynamic and the rape. But if it's your cousins, your siblings, like the reason we've moved away from having babies with people close to our lineage is because of the disability probabilities. In my bubble, that's 100% the conversation we're having. So that's why I'm a little confused with the fact that like that was a part of his answer, but let's listen to the whole thing.
Why are you having sex with your parents? I feel like this. I know that you guys are really trying to catch me in a gotcha about eugenics, but this one's weird, dude. Guys, the argument.
Do you remember that family who siblings had kids together, and then their whole family has like development issues in relation to the offspring? I'm very interested in that. Like, I agree that a big part of why you having sex with your parents is a big deal. But also, yeah, I feel like every incest story I listen to is about the genetic probability as well. Right? So I'm kind of interested in the bubble difference. What about you guys? When you guys talk about, like, when you're growing up, that's why I say you have to teach humans not to fuck family. Because they don't know. Because we're evolved animals on a planet. We just be fucking. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's why I have to tell people you can't fuck your family. And as somebody who has a lineage of fucking family, I'm telling you right now, you have to tell people not to fuck their family. Because like people don't know that. That's why everyone is marrying their cousins. Because to some degree of cousin, you're not even related. You know what I mean? So I'm saying, why are we talking about fucking family? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why we're not having the conversation about, like, marrying your cousin is so normal in a lot of bubbles. I don't know why people don't know this. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that they're obviously, like, I'm not trying to go back in time and change stuff. I'm trying to say we don't need to do it anymore. Whatever it is, we're over it. Thank you. We're breaking this generational curse. You know? We're breaking it. Chet says, what does the rest of your family think about that? Think about what? Oh, think about that? Think about what? Cousin marriage is very common in the Middle East. It's incredibly common. You know, we try to avoid it. The new generations mostly avoided it, but some of them didn't. Some of them kept it going. I don't know why. I feel like, don't we want to break this generation? Like we shouldn't do this. But some of the new generation did. You know, Chat says it used to be common everywhere. Well, even in the United States, they just recently had to like put in a bill somewhere to say no more marrying cousins. Like, I get it, like 4th, 5th, 6th, you know, Obama and Palin are cousins, but like they're like 14th cousins. That shit doesn't matter. But first cousins, like, I understand some people are really out here finding soulmates, you know? Chad says, so is it uncomfortable being near your family who still do that? No. I mean, not really. It's weird. You know, first cousin marriage is legal in half the states. Exactly. First cousin marriage is very common, guys. That's why they don't think it's incest. But to me, it's like so unnecessary. I think you can find your high compatibility partner in family. I still don't think you should be with them because it's not magic or God. It's just statistics. Don't be with family. We should create a healthy community of people that don't need to turn to family for companionship. Okay? We need to make this decision not to keep this going. But why, you would say, why don't we encourage incest? Somebody had the audacity to write on my channel, Brittany's so logical. I'm surprised, like, she thinks incest is wrong. Incest is so unnecessary. It is just not, we need to harm reduce. Okay? And I don't personally see the point of engaging with close family members. So for me, first, second cousins, siblings, parents, no. Aunties, uncles, grandparents, no. Just no. Okay? And so I guess, like, for me, I think that is, I think when you grow up in a bubble where, like, marrying your cousins isn't that weird, and you're the one who's like, we're not doing this, I think you can be seen as weird, but I think most of my cousins didn't marry cousins. Most of my cousins didn't marry anybody related to them. But the ones who did, why? And let me tell you, I was shocked when my cousin was like, oh, I'm going to marry this cousin. I was like, we grew up with this cousin. Why would you marry them? Like, look, kids experiment when we're all kids. And I'm like, that's something different. Like, you're like 5, 7 years old, whatever. We got to teach our kids. We don't experiment in this way, right? You're an adult. You're like an adult. Why? And they were just like, we're in love. And I was like, okay, but y'all have the same last name and our families are close and you guys kind of look like each other. So why are we doing this? And look, I hope they never see this stream and find it offensive, but also I'm offended you married somebody you're related to. So, you know, whatever. Here we are being offended, you know, I don't know. I'm not into it. But so anyways, I thought this was interesting that he's like, why are you guys bringing up genetics when talking about incest? Because some of us got to talk about it. Some of us have to talk about it because some of our families normalize it, you know? And when I said incest, how many of you thought parents or siblings instead of cousins? Because we have normalized it so much that when I say incest, people don't think about first cousins. But it is incest. You know? It is incest. So again, when we're having this conversation, okay, that's why I'm so annoyed with my family for being like all Catholic and all voting MAGA. And they're like, trans people will bring about incest. Y'all are married. Y'all are married. Y'all share grandparents. Your grandparents are siblings. Okay, like what are we talking about? Well, not your grandparents or siblings, but like your grandparents for the both lineages have siblings. That came out wrong. That came out wrong. But you know what I mean? Chad says my uncle married his first cousin, but they decided beforehand that they didn't want kids since they both had some from previous marriages. Yeah, I think I think we're evolved animals over time. So like fucking within your family lineage is just so our animal brain. I really think we're animals. So it's just our monkey brain being like, I'm going to do this. And I'm like, okay, don't fuck a couch, JD Vance. Let's find another thing to fuck. But honestly, at least the couch can consent. You know, maybe the couch can consent. I think there's a lot of nuance to have in this conversation, but you have to also accept that we're not having the same relationship with these situations, okay? Let me bring up some more videos so we can talk about it. Let's bring up this one. This one. Okay, I have a lot. So let's go with these. Let's go with these ones first. Tell me if I also am repeating any of the ones because some of them look the same. Like I got a lot of Christians pulled up. Let me know if I'm repeating a Christian TikTok or not.
If you think that this disabled...
Hold on, Christian. Let's go with her first, though.
Be like, I'm not eugenicist, and then literally go on to describe the very essence of eugenics.
Okay, so that's something that I think is interesting. Like, it's kind of like dealing with a white liberal who's like, I'm not racist. But then as they keep talking, you're like, sounds like we're still deconstructing racism, but calling you a racist might confuse you because you're cool with interracial marriage. Or like, oh, you think trans people are cool, but not when it's your kid. So like, you're not transphobic in the MAGA way, but you're transphobic in a different way. It sounds like there could be a liberal like a Sam Harris who's like, this is an inferior culture, or like an Asmongold who's like, this is an inferior culture, where like you might be liberal, but you're more conservative in that way. But I do think there's like this reality in which progressives can be not eugenicists and still do preventative measures that are good for you and the offspring, right? And even saying offspring could sound really eugenicist-y, but I'm just trying to make it clear to us, like we are still animals evolved on a planet, right? We still believe in evolution, everybody. So that means if we're going off that theory of how we got here, then we also can have a higher and deeper relationship with our evolution, which means we can be very thoughtful with how we make babies. It's interesting that everybody wants everyone to be thoughtful about everything except when it comes to making babies. Do we not want to be thoughtful when bringing a baby into the universe? Like, why does it stop there? And that's because people are very sensitive about babies. Okay? They are very sensitive about parenting. No matter how old they are or how progressive they are, everyone seems very sensitive about this topic. And that's why I think it can be very painful to have the conversation. You know, okay, Christian has this. This is Christian's, I think, initial video on the topic, and it's a long one, and I want to watch it with you because I think it'd be important.
Couple having a child together is wrong because of the likelihood that they could pass on their disability. That's eugenics. This video is very important to me. If you're ever going to watch any video of mine, I ask that it be this one. Now, I touched on this topic and I'm stitching that video here, but I'm going to go a bit more in depth about eugenics and disability here. And I'm not doing this to fight people. I'm not doing this to debate. I'm not doing this to be patronizing. I'm not doing this to berate you. And all I ask in return is that if you are going to watch this video, that you watch it with an open mind.
Chet says, if you've got cousins that are the same age group and maturity and don't want kids and are aligned enough that you want to be together, I philosophically can't find a reason against it. I would say one of the things that I find to be incredibly helpful and what I've understood to be helpful is having family units that are large and communal based, in which adults in the community aren't sexualizing every person in the community. So the reason large families can be such a great safe haven for lots of people is that you know you're walking into a space where you won't be sexualized or objectified. And when that space no longer exists because you're now looking at family as an option, it becomes one more space in which like you don't get to exist without the objectification of self, and therefore becomes sort of like an unnecessary secondary invasive space. And I'm not saying that like people don't, like little kids don't experiment, and I'm not saying that like there isn't going to be a confusion element, but I think raising kids to see family as family allows kids to have a really safe space away from the sexual objectification versus raising kids in a bubble where they're allowed to look at their cousins that way. And keep in mind, these bubbles, they'll persecute you if you look at a female cousin and you're a female. You know, if you're a girl and you look at a girl cousin, bad. But if you're a girl cousin looking at a boy cousin, all of a sudden it's okay. So just a reminder, okay? But I am about harm reduction, and I'm about raising healthy and like well-rounded people. And I just think the best way to give people a safe space is to surround them with family that isn't going to objectify them. And that's why I say when you're my family, it means we're not fucking. Okay, the only family I fuck is the person I married, and we're not related. And they became first fuckable, then family. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I feel like you shouldn't fuck your family. Even chosen family. The 3 people in my life, or like the few people in my life that I consider family that are not related to me, I do not fuck them. We are not sexual. Okay? We are not into each other because they're like my siblings. Okay? And I feel like there's got to be an understanding. You know what I'm saying? Chat says brave take. Brave take, guys. Don't fuck your family. Brave take. Okay?
Mind that's just willing to listen and learn, not looking for a way to have a comeback, not looking for a way to fight, not in defense mode, just to listen and learn. And the one thing that I hope that you get out of this video is a desire to actually go listen to disabled people tell their own stories, to listen to disabled people advocate for themselves, to read the writing or even listen to the audiobook of disabled people, okay? This video is going to be in 3 main parts. I'm going to sum them up for you right now. Is it eugenics, and what exactly is eugenics? Yes, this is eugenics. It's not debatable. This isn't a matter of opinion. This is factually eugenics doctrine. A lot of people think that it's only eugenics when it's forced on people, or that it's eugenics only when it's dealing with like...
Wait, chat says queer friends have entered the group chat. See, my queer friends are fuckable. I don't have, but my family members are not. So that's why I do say inner circle, outer circle. I don't fuck my inner circle. Except my partner, which was different. Because they're not the, I don't feel related to them. You know what I mean? I feel related to like my best friend of 27 years. She feels like my sister. You know what I mean? Even though we're not related, okay? And maybe as kids, you know what I mean? But like, you know what I mean? Like, we're not attracted to each other. We're not into each other. We're not sexually, like, it's too family. It's too sibling at the end of the day. It's like adopted siblings. You shouldn't fuck your adopted siblings, y'all. Stop fucking your adopted siblings. Do you guys, you know what I'm saying? Like when people say like, oh, I don't want to adopt different sex siblings because they might have sex with each other, raise them to not fuck each other. Okay? Stop fucking your siblings. Stop fucking your family. And not all my friends are family. Like I have chosen family, but they're not just my friends. They're like my siblings. So when I say like I have friends that I have fucked, none of them are family. They're just very good and close friends. But this is the conversation around adopted siblings, step siblings. You know what I mean? So like, I'm just saying, Chat says don't activate my PDA. Girl. Chat says what a time to come back to stream. Welcome. I just think like how you view people can be different. I have an embodied experience of genuinely looking at people as non-sexual options while looking at others as options. This is why people think men and women can't be friends without sexual attraction. There are a lot of men I know who I do not ever think of naked. Okay? Chad says, speaking of incest, why is that corn category so popular? From the studies and the research done, it's comfortability, it's relatability, it's power dynamic. Nobody really wants to fuck their sibling, even if they watch sibling porn. In the same way, women don't really want to be raped just because they're watching rape fantasies. It's not that deep. Like, people think it is, but it's not. Like, people watch all kinds of porn and they're just looking for the dopamine fix, that like the energy of the thing. Like, I used to read a lot of literotica, and I used to read a lot of like student teacher situations. It was the power dynamic I was interested in, not the literalness of it. Nobody wants a fucking teacher fucking a high schooler. That's gross. But show me a hentai where it's happening and I'm aging up the characters and it's about the power dynamic. The nuance is that human beings have the ability to watch fantasy and, hey, not transfer it to reality. Not everybody has that, but lots of us have the ability to separate the two. Okay?
Race and racism, and no, any sort of conversation that you're having surrounding genetic dispositions and who should be able to reproduce is a conversation that's going to involve eugenics ideology. Thing number 2 is the history of how we've treated disabled people in our society. I want to make it very clear that in the United States, disabled people have only had rights since 1990. Taylor Swift is older than disabled people having rights in this country. And third is just going to be me elaborating on why it's important to hear the stories of disabled people from disabled people. Every time we get into conversations like this, it's a lot of able-bodied people talking back and forth, having debate on what's right, what's wrong, and never listening to the people who actually have to live these lives. Part 1, eugenics. So the origins of contemporary eugenics can be traced back to the 1880s with a man named Francis Galton, the half-cousin of Charles Darwin, who would attempt to take Darwin's theory of natural selection, the idea that animals that have the best traits to survive in their specific element in the wild will be the ones to live and pass on their genes. The survival of the fittest. They would attempt to take that and apply that to human reproduction through largely pseudoscientific means. What are the most desirable human traits, and who would get to decide that would obviously be shaped by the racism and ableism and power dynamics of the late 1800s and early 1900s. However, eugenics becomes an incredibly popular science, becoming sort of a primary one engaged in by multiple countries, incredibly respected, and leads to the forced sterilization of unfit people, which included people of undesirable race, but also people of undesirable mental disability or physical disability in the 1920s and the 1930s. Eugenics reaches its fever pitch in the 1940s within Nazi Germany, during which 11 million people are systematically killed by the government, 6 million of which were Jewish, and 5 million people that comprised of Romani people, black people, people with mental or physical disabilities, queer people, amongst others. The absolute horror of the Holocaust leads to a general abandonment of eugenics as a foremost science across the world. However, eugenics does not entirely disappear, and we enter the world of new eugenics, eugenics that attempts to separate itself from the ideas of eugenics pre-World War II. New eugenics, or liberal eugenics, attempts to separate itself from past idea of eugenics by not focusing on the negative elements of it, things like forced sterilization or removal of unfit people from society, but rather breeding traits it determines to be good that are not based in race, things like trying to breed out diseases, things like gene therapy and embryo selection, stuff like that. I need to make the quick side note that forced sterilization did continue in the United States of disabled people until the 1960s and is in fact still legal to do if a judge orders it so. The conversation surrounding Antoine and Deja, the couple with osteogenesis imperfecta, not having children, is eugenics. You might not like the way it sounds, but it is undeniably eugenics, and not just at that, the idea of negative eugenics, of deeming people unfit to reproduce, the kind of eugenics that, it feels weird to say this, people who would call themselves eugenicists today, liberal eugenicists or new eugenicists, steer away from that kind of language because they don't want to be associated with the horrible history of it.
Now, this is, okay, I'm just going to talk for a second. In the last season of Love on the Spectrum, Abby and David talked about having a kid together, even though Abby sometimes said she doesn't want a baby because they're loud. She also talked about having a baby with David, but she's also on birth control. And both David and Abby are under the care of their families and need support. And they have a unique relationship with autism, right? So there's some conversation around that that's happening on the internet. Like, you know, some people are relieved that Abby has birth control. I mean, I'm relieved that anybody is chosen to take their medical health into consideration and is on preventative care, right? I'm on birth control myself. So I don't want us to confuse the conversation with like government intervention, which should never be legalized, and just like, what do people have a responsibility to do as caregivers and caretakers on behalf of their children in regards to those children's ability to kind of like exist in the world on their own. I mean, parents already have to exist in the reality that they will outlive, their kids will outlive them, and the world might abandon their children. And then on top of that, they might have to live in a world where their children have children. And then there's like 2 generations of kids left abandoned because the system isn't supporting them. Their family isn't supporting them. But also more than that, even if those things didn't exist, it's just the fact that you're a human on the planet, which I think is the part that everybody is missing. Like for me, when I try to problem solve good or bad, I don't think of systems. I think of people on islands. Like when I try to think about my life, I don't consider the system first. I consider myself alone on an island. What would Brittany alone on an island want to do? What would be hard for Brittany alone on an island? Because at the end of the day, as much as we all say we're a part of villages, none of you are paying my bills, right? None of you are going to my doctor's appointments for me. None of you are actually doing those things, and none of you are going to do those things. Because to be honest, we all just want to go home and watch Netflix. But I think without being, I think you can have a community society without actually having a village. Like having a village is personal, and I don't like enough people to want to make a village with them. I think lots of people have villages, but to me, a village is the community you hang out with every weekend. It's the community that knows your kids as aunties and uncles and they see them on a regular basis. Your community is your godparents who like show up for important events. Like those things are different than having a society that's community based. I think we should always have a system that's community based. We should take the people that are struggling the most and lift them up because those are the people that we should pay attention to in that regard. They're the people who need the most help, right? I also think that we mix up a system that's good with a village. Like a village is very personal. What do you guys consider the difference between a village and an individual? Like, I don't want to be a part of anyone's village, but I want to be a part of a good system that supports the community, which to me are very different things. What about you guys? Are those different things for you? I'm just curious. Like, what do you guys think about that?
So now that we're hopefully on the same page that this conversation is eugenics, whether you like it or not, it's not debatable, it's not opinion, it's a fact. Any conversation about who is fit to reproduce is one about eugenics. We now need to talk about the way in which disabled people have been treated throughout history. So we're going to be doing some large gaps of time here. Between the 1700s and the 1960s, you mostly see asylums, the way these asylums operate.
And that is the scariest thing to me. Personally, I am terrified about asylums. I'm terrified about prisons. I do not think people have the right to just kidnap you off the street and put you in a cage. And so that's why I'm for prison reform. It's why I think the way we treat people is disgusting. But I think that also requires all of us to never wish bad on people and to only wish good on people. And you can start with Trump. I wish no bad on that man. I wish only for good things, but not the way that he wants good things to happen. Do you know the difference? I don't wish bad things on Trump, but I don't wish good things in the way he thinks good things. You know what I mean? And I think that's the dilemma is like, I don't want to wish bad on anybody. So I choose the person that's the hardest to have compassion for. Trump. Very hard to have compassion for. But I don't want to see him tortured. I don't want to see him hurt. I want to see him out of power, which is different. So when Trump says, oh, you want good things for me? I want to be president. Okay, well, no. That's because the harm in you being president is too intense. But I still don't wish anything bad to happen to you personally. You know? So it's one of those things, right? Is like I think we have to start with not wishing harm on anybody. And I think that's why people start to feel justified in wishing harm on people. Oh, you did this thing I don't like. You deserve to be in prison for life. You came over the border without documentation. You deserve to get kicked out. It's like, no. I don't need to kick you out, dude. You being here is not a threat to me. Let's get you some paperwork. Let's get you a path to citizenship. Let's go. Let's figure it out. Like, okay, you're here now. Do you need some water? Do you need some food? But people are like, no, don't feed them. They came here illegally. It's like, okay, you're being weird now. Just like give her some food, bro. You're being weird. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not about that energy, you know? So I think asylums are deeply scary. I think the fact that the Kennedys lobotomized their daughter is incredibly scary. I think it's really scary, these actions we take on living people, which is one of the many reasons it's within reason to not want to bring a baby into existence, because they'd have to deal with people. And people are hell. Okay? People are great, but people are hell. So again, yes, it would be a very good question to ask. Why are we bringing babies into the universe before we fix some shit? That's a great question. Why are we forcing people into existence before we fix some of our shit? It's not wrong to have a baby, but why are we having a baby? And then just make sure you got a good reason. And let's be real, 99% of the reasons are not good, but human's gonna human.
Differently depending on the time. They are generally all relatively cruel. In the 1700s, it's very dirty, it's very crowded. Sometimes it's also just used as a jail. There's no specific type of care. They are just feeding these people and crowding them into one place where you don't have to worry about seeing or dealing with disabled people. In the 1800s, you begin to start to see some ideas about caring for the mental health and well-being of disabled people, especially amongst people like the Quakers in the United States, but it's still not an overwhelmingly popular.
Oh, wait. Okay. Chat says, when it comes to Trump, at the very least, he needs to pay for his crimes. He's a criminal. I don't like that language. I don't think he has to pay for his crimes. I think he should take accountability for the ways that he's impacted people negatively. And I don't think there's anything wrong with being a criminal inherently. Like, I'm not here to stigmatize people because they did a crime. You never done a crime before? You never been a criminal? You never broke a rule? You Mr. Perfect over here? Like, everybody's broken a rule. The issue isn't that he broke a rule. It's the issue he broke rules continuously at the expense of everybody else. So there needs to be accountability, not punishment,
Popular idea, but idea of mental health care and like a better care for people in asylums becomes a thing. But with the rise of eugenics, as we already discussed in the late 1800s, this goes away and people start to think of medical treatment for disability. And I don't mean like modern ideas of medical treatment. I mean things like electroshock therapy. I mean things like hydrotherapy, forced sterilization, things like lobotomies, right?
Lobotomies, the worst. That's like the word. I can't believe us. We're so gross the way we torture each other. Chat says, what about somebody who won't hold themselves accountable for serious offenses against others? Do we have the responsibility to hold them accountable ourselves? It depends on what you mean by that, right? Do you mean through the legal system or do you mean through vigilante justice? What do you mean by holding someone accountable? Do you mean the belief that we have the right to cut people into small pieces and put them in a suitcase because they raped a child? Because I've heard some people say that's justified. Are you saying that people should be locked up and the key thrown away? Because I've heard that's justified. Do you think that we should shoot people in the street for being offensive? Because I've heard that's justified. The question isn't that the question is wrong. The question is, what do you mean by the question? Ethan, what do you mean? What do you mean by terrorist, Ethan? What really is a terrorist? What's a dragon? Is fire a predator? What do you mean by mean? What do you mean? All great questions, but what do we mean? I think it is much easier to hold people accountable than we think it is. But what I think of it more is like a force meeting a force. So like I tell people, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but if you keep doing this thing, other people are also going to do a thing. Right? We're all going to do a thing, right? So if you continually and have committed a crime, let's say against a child in a sexual manner that's beyond deviant, so like imagine the worst, we now have to put you in a place in which you have no interaction with children, and we set you up for having the potential of working with somebody who can help us and you figure out what's going on. Because also, a part of us working with these criminals is figuring out why it happens to prevent it in the future. So they'll be put in a facility that is dignified with 3 meals a day and shelter and education and therapy. And they will be given the basic needs that anyone should need: food, water, shelter, community, consistency, structure. And we will hopefully work together to figure out why this happened and to prevent it. And I know you're saying, well, people who aren't criminals don't get that. Right. In an ideal world, they would also get it. Regular people would also have food, water, and shelter met. We would have therapy. We would have medical care. We would have a culture that did these things. Yes, the prison systems are as fucked up as they are because we are as fucked up to regular people as we are to criminals. And y'all just don't want to see it. Okay? So we need to give everybody basic care And then we will treat our prisoners better. We treat our prisoners worse because you think they're less than you. You want to talk about treating people with disability worse? You think people are worse because they made a choice that we're not even sure they even had a, what is a choice really? Like how much free will was really there? It's like there are people who get epilepsy and they drive a car and they get into an accident and they didn't know, like, or they had a stroke. And some people are saying, throw them away. They did it. They should have to go to jail. And some people say, well, they didn't know, so they shouldn't have to go to jail. Yeah, we disagree on what accountability could look like, right? We disagree on what accountability looks like. That's the problem. So now we have to have the conversation, right? Chet says, I'm curious what your version of accountability is that is reasonable. I obviously don't agree with physical or psychological harm. The facilities you're talking about is accountability, right? So there needs to be accountability in terms of keeping this person away from the general population, but not treating this person like they aren't a person, right? And then if this person is introspective enough and kind enough, they will also do what it takes to keep themselves away from harming another child. And that's why some people do prefer to stay in facilities. But these facilities can't be like asylums that torture people. These facilities can't be prison systems in which people are getting stabbed 14 times. You can't have prison systems that are creating gangs. Now, here's the dilemma, and here's the part people don't want to really accept. Can you zoom out with me for a second, guys? You'll never be able to fix this problem because human beings are evolved animals over millions of years. And they themselves will not fix this problem fast enough to see the result overnight. It will only happen in about 50,000 years, if we're lucky. Maybe 100,000 years, if we're still here. It's not going to happen in the next 500 years. You will not see it in the next 1,000 years. You can do the work now, but it's not for you. It's for them. All the work you're doing right now is not about us. It really is about the people 50,000 years in the future. Everything we do now, everything I think I'm doing now will not matter in the next 1,000 years. Okay? It will happen way later. In the same way that it happened way later for us. We are not different than our ancestors in that regard. We'll only move as fast as we can move, but it does make a difference. And I think a part of that harm reduction is moving people in a specific direction. Like not feeling like having a baby is your end all be all. I don't think raising people to think it's normal to want a child is necessary. I think it's just as, quote, normal to not want a child. And also just because you want it doesn't mean you should have it. But not because the government says so, but because you're fighting for that future generation to have something better. And maybe your better does look like everyone having a child no matter what. But I think it could also look like everyone realizing maybe now it isn't for me, but maybe it could be for somebody else. Okay? If I got pregnant, I might carry that baby to term. I might have an abortion. It's my right to choose. You can judge me if you want, right? I could judge myself all I want, right? But it's not your choice. And your judgment doesn't matter. I'm going to have that baby or not have that baby. But somebody will judge me. One of the reasons I'm heading towards sterilization is to make sure that I do everything possible to prevent offspring from coming into the world, like myself getting pregnant, so I can avoid abortion and avoid bringing a baby into the universe. But for some people, even that is offensive. Getting sterilized is so, people get so mad at you. That's why doctors make you double check. That's why my doctors are going to make me do a waiting period and a test because they want to make sure that's what I want, which is fair. I know everyone is so worried we're all going to make mistakes, but girl, if I regret getting sterilized, who cares? You're putting way too much emphasis on it. You forget how much I've introspected. I don't care about regret. I only care about doing less harm. So if I regret getting sterilized, what does it matter? You act like regret is the most horrible thing that's ever happened to you. You ever regret eating a sunflower seed with a bad sunflower? Ooh, you know what I mean? I regretted that, but I'd do it again. You know? So regret is not that big of a deal. It's just what it is. The hope is that you regret less over time by getting to know yourself. You know what I mean? But people get angry when you say you're getting sterilized.
Right? For basically the entire history of this country, when it comes to disabled people, we just coop them up and we experiment on them. And that's it. And although there are disability advocates throughout history, there are better accounts that talk about this, like dwarfism history, you really start to see it take a federal, like a real federal charge in the 1960s and the 1970s. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 does not grant civil rights to disabled people. It actually bypasses them. You would not see disabled people get full civil rights as well as anti-discrimination law until 1990, where disabled people crawled on the steps in Washington, D.C. in order to fight for their rights. But in between 1964 and 1990, there were a lot of little but big actions. In 1974, you see the final repealment of the ugly laws in the United States. The ugly laws were laws where if you were disabled or quote disfigured in public, the police could just arrest you.
Literally true. That if you were too ugly in public, that's why that lady, what's that lady's name? The troll, she's horrible. HRH collection, who said, why are all these disability people in the mall? I don't want to look at them. Yeah, that's fucked up, bro. Like, I'll be real. Okay, you guys know my stance on this. I don't believe people are actually ugly, but I also do believe that you could rate people 1 through 10. That sounds like a contradiction, but I actually think it makes total sense. I don't think anyone is actually ugly. And I don't think anyone is actually a 10, but I think I could rate everybody from 1 to 10 anyways. And I feel like the fact that that fucking kills people's brain cells is so funny to me. Like, I don't understand how, like, I obviously spent all my life like deconstructing what is beauty and what is standard and what is subjective beauty. But like, when I put a bouquet of flowers together, I know what an ugly ass rose looks like. It's still a rose and it still smells good, but it's ugly. But also it's not ugly. It's just a rose. Do you know what I mean? But like, you know what ugly is the moment a man says something misogynistic to you, you go right for his looks, girl. You know why we think people are ugly. But it's not really, it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we decide if people are ugly based off our mood and also what we're comparing it to. You know what I mean? Like, you know what ugly is, but you also know that it's an embodied experience you might not be able to explain. But everyone's kind of attractive, you know? But everyone's kind of ugly. I think everyone's kind of ugly and everyone's kind of attractive. But no one's ugly. Oh, disease. I don't even know if anyone's attractive, honestly. I feel like, give me a person, I can tell you all the ways they're flawed. And give me a person, I can tell you all the ways they're perfect. You know?
And send you to an asylum.
Oh, sorry. Chad said on Discord, what would accountability look like for somebody who has caused as much harm as Trump has? I don't know what that means because I don't know which part you're talking about. Do you mean criminally or morally? Do you mean in his own personal life or do you mean legally through the system? Do you mean the harm he's done to his kids or do you mean the harm he's done to these are all different. There's like 100. Trump probably has 100 to 500 offenses he has got to both personally and legally be accountable for. You're asking an impossible question because I'm autistic enough to go line by line. I would go line by line of all his offenses. They'd probably end up being 500 offenses.
In 1975,
and all of them would need different forms of accountability.
The United States government passes the Developmental Disabilities Assistance and Bill of Rights Act, as well as passing the Education for Handicapped Children Act, which also coincides around the same time as the development of the Department of Education that ensures that disabled children will be guaranteed a public education to the best of the government's ability. Before then, schools were not required to create accommodations for disabled children. And also in that same year, the United Nations make a declaration for the rights of disabled people. And then in 1990, after the Capitol Crawl protest that I referenced early, the Americans with Disabilities Act is signed. 1990 is when disabled people got rights. Let's make that clear.
Yep.
It's only been the past 35 years.
And this is why they are right to be cautious about eugenics talk. It's why they are correct to be concerned. It's also why most Americans, when polled about Down syndrome, don't publicly admit that they'd abort a Down syndrome baby, but privately do it anyways. Because the thing is, and at the end of the day, I think this is true, I don't think there's anything wrong with not wanting to bring a child into this world. I think there's nothing wrong with wanting a child to remove probability of suffering. But I think there is something deeply wrong with people thinking you are less because you are disabled. You are not less because you wish to be more. You are not less because you're disabled. But to be fair, I take this philosophy pretty hardcore. I don't think you're less because you're a grasshopper. And I don't think you're less because you're Trump. Because the less I'm talking about is not what you do with your life. It's the fact that you're a living life. It's the fact that you are a life. I don't think you're less because you exist. But people do. Now, people will say, I only think you're less because of your actions. But that's what people are doing. They're saying you're less because you had a baby when you were disabled. You are less because you brought pain into a child's life. Right? Like, you are less. And I'm saying nobody's less, but some people I give a side eye to. You know, Chet says, can you explain what you mean by less? Well, when Bubbles talk about like, you're less than me, they are putting a hierarchy to the judgment. They're saying, I'm better than you. I'm a better human. I'm smarter than you. My brain is better. My genetics are better. It's a spectrum, but people are trying to say, I'm not like you. That's why we call people monsters, because we want to say, I'm better than you. Yeah, I might be better than past Britney, but I'm not in, when they say comparison is the thief of joy, this is why I don't compare myself to others. I only compare myself to the past Britney. And I'm grateful for the work she did so I could be this person. Just like we're going to be grateful for our ancestors for doing the work so we could be these people. You know? Chad says, I think Britney is saying she doesn't rank value in life. It's part of the accepting the oneness of all. Yeah, I think all life is valuable, even a rock. It's like the vegan conversation about whether or not we should eat oysters or like jellyfish or whatever. I don't know. Like, I value all living life. I think I'm causing a level of harm when I eat plants. I just think it's less harm than eating an animal. So I'll eat plants. I think being a human being is within itself a cycle of life in which harm has to exist. The cycle of life, going back to the great philosophical film, The Lion King, explains this cycle of life as a reality that I do think exists. Okay? The antelope eat the grass. We eat the antelope. Okay? We create the fertilizer for the grass, and it creates this whole cycle of life. I think I'm a human, evolved over many years. I eat living creatures. Those living creatures have babies. I have babies. Those babies eat those babies. Maybe their babies eat my babies. Maybe my babies eat their babies. But like, we're all just on a planet having a relationship. Because I can have a deeper relationship with my biological experience, I'm on this journey. Who knows how permanent it is? Nothing is permanent, right? Like, it's just a journey. But today, I'm a person who eats plant-based because I think it's less harmful than eating a fleshy animal. But, you know, I think it might be less harmful to eat an oyster than a pig. So maybe just eat oysters. But maybe not even oysters now. Maybe just grass. P.S. Love a grass shot. You know what I'm saying? Love a grass shot. It's just, again, we're talking about harm reduction. We're not talking about perfection. I don't believe in perfection. I don't believe in objective morality. I just believe in attempting to do better. I remember one time I met a Randian, and I was really excited to meet them because I thought, ooh, do you know something I don't know? This was many, like over a decade ago. And and they were like, objectivity is the answer because it's logical. And that's how you know what morals are. And I read Rand's books, and I tried to figure out, like, I'd read Rand's fictional books before I met this person, but I read the Pilaf or whatever his name is, the student she had, Peikoff, whatever his name is. I read his book, you know, and I was like reading the stuff, and I was like trying to figure out like what it all means. And I thought, oh, maybe we could logic our way into good conclusions, but you can't, because you can logic your way into bad ones. Objectivism is like an interesting idea, but I don't think human brains have access to the objective. We're way too biased as creatures. We're way too prejudiced. The illusion we sell ourselves is that we aren't. We think, oh, I'm progressive. I deconstructed. I don't hold as much prejudice, but this person does. Everybody does. It's just on the spectrum. Oh, like, I'm not prejudiced. I don't judge people. Like, we do. Your brain does it automatically. You have no free will when it comes to it. Your brain does it before you've even processed that your brain has done it. Your brain has a thought before you've even realized you've had the thought. And then you engage in active thinking. I was watching a Hank Green video, and Hank said something, and I had a thought that came to my head. I didn't think it. It just came to my head. And then my partner went, oh, a thought came to my head. I was like, is it this thought? And he was like, yeah. I was like, it's because the way Hank said this word, my brain had the thought. And he goes, yeah, my brain had the same thought. And I was like, well, yeah, that wasn't our thought. My brain had the thought. I didn't have the thought. And then when I have the thought, it's the thought of deconstructing that automatic thought. My brain was like, hey, is this a thing we're thinking? And I'm like, oh, no, that's not what I'm thinking. But interesting. Thank you, brain. My brain has its own comment section. And I'm just getting comments in my own brain, and I'm dissecting which one is me and which one is the computer in my brain that's giving me options for what we think. That's why if you read someone's mind, you wouldn't really get to know them, because you would have to decipher which one is them and which one is their comment section. If you have a comment section, some people don't have a monologue in their head. Like some people don't have an awareness of, like some people don't produce images in their head. Some people don't have the same relationship with, like, I can smell, like I can think a thought and smell a thought. Like I can recreate a sensation so vivid, I can make myself puke from just thinking about something and its texture. And I will automatically, like, I could make myself puke just thinking of something. You know? So not everybody has those. Right? Chat says intrusive thoughts for real. Well, intrusive thoughts are also different than your comment section. So intrusive thoughts are, go fucking kill yourself, dumb bitch. Intrusive thoughts are negative comment sections that your brain is like, is this what you're thinking? No. Intrusive thoughts are intrusive. Regular thinking thoughts are just automatic thinking thoughts. That's why when you learn to meditate, the first thing they teach you in meditation, or at least in my bubble, is to learn to not think. Is to learn to observe and not be the thought. Is to realize, like, you are not your thoughts, just like you're not your actions. Right? Like, that's why I say I think you are more than your thoughts and actions. But that's because I practice meditation. I've been doing it for years now, where I know there is a Brittany that exists that is not her thoughts and not her actions. And I think that's the most me. That's the most Brittany. But I can't explain that Brittany to you because I would need to use thoughts to do it. I would need to use action to explain it, and I can't. The version of Brittany that is the most real Brittany, the most real you that I think exists, I don't think you can explain it to me. My partner and I are able to show each other that version of ourselves without talking to an extent, but yet can't really truly see it in a way because we're limited. We can only convey so much of it, but it's more than I've ever been able to convey to anybody in my whole life. You know, to be an observer in your life, exactly. Chat says, take a step back from the observed into the observer. When you observe your life and you realize, like, you are not the you think you are, you become definitely more compassionate and definitely more nuanced and definitely more patient and definitely a little bit wiser and definitely bigger picture. You don't miss the forest for the trees. You actually start to see the forest. Most people are still stuck on the trees. Most people are like stuck in a forest in their one tree and they're like, there's only this one tree. And I'm like, no, there's a whole forest of trees. They're like, no, there's only this one tree. And I'm like, no, there's like this whole, look around. Don't you see all these? And they're like, no, that's what bubbles are. The bubbles are thinking you see every bubble. You don't. And 4 in my level system is realizing, oh, there's a whole forest of trees. Even though I can't see them, I know they exist because my data shows me all of these trees exist and all of these trees exist. There's more trees, which means I could never fathom the amount of trees and the amount of possibilities. But I used to believe there was only this one tree. And then I realized, like, oh, damn, there's a whole forest. And then you have to realize there's not just this one forest in this one state. There's a bunch of forests in a whole globe and then a whole universe. Should I change bubbles to forests? No, but you know what I'm saying? All of these bubbles and all of these forests. Okay? That's what we're dealing with. Okay, we're almost done with this video and we're going to keep going.
That disabled people have had the full right to advocate for themselves under the law, which brings me to my last point, that if you want to have a conversation about this, it can't just be between able-bodied people who have never lived that experience, including people like me. You need to listen to disabled people.
And that is the truest thing too. You can't assume someone's life isn't worth living because they're disabled. You don't get to decide that. but they also don't get to decide for you that your life is worth living even if you are disabled. One of the things I dislike the most about people who refuse to engage in life and death conversations, and they'll say, why would you want to kill yourself? Your life is so good. Why would you want to die? Your life is so good. Why wouldn't you want to have a baby? Your life is so good. Why wouldn't you? It's like, dude, just because you can't understand it doesn't mean I'm not having a real authentic experience that's rooted in some healthy outlook. I think you can be unhealthy suicide and healthy chosen death. And these two things are different. There's nuance. Wanting to live and die how you want is beautiful. Feeling pressured into living a way you don't want to live or dying in the way you don't want to die, that's not beautiful. That sucks. I want to get you to the point where you live and die how you want. Because about all the things you might be entitled to, though we're entitled to nothing, I wish we could all be entitled to living and dying how we want, with dignity and surrounded by loved ones or whatever your version of that is, right?
Many able-bodied people in conversations like the ones we're having about Antoine and Deja hyper-focus on a world without disability, in a world where we prevent disability from happening, or we cure it, or we fix it, rather than a world that accommodates to people who have disabilities. A world where
we got to have both. I don't understand why we're not having both. Why aren't we curing disease and why aren't we accommodating it? This idea that they refuse to live in a world where we're curing disease is very weird. I don't get it. It's very much don't give my kids blood transfusions because it's not natural. I don't get it. Why are we doing this? Just cure diseases and make accommodations. But people, think like, well, why make accommodations when we can just cure it? Because people exist. You have to make accommodations for the people that exist. And then let's cure some diseases, bros. And then people are like, I don't know why we can't have both. I'm not picking or choosing one. It feels silly to do that. You know what I mean? People love their either or. People really do. It's like one or the other, girl. And you wonder why the world sucks? Because you guys can't have any nuance. Both, guys. We want both.
We make it to where people who have disabilities can operate with independence. And a large part of that is simply cutting.
Why are we acting like... I don't know why we're acting like... Yeah, see how they fall into the same bubble? Wait, what did he just say?
You need to listen to disabled people. Many able-bodied people in conversations like the ones we're having about Antoine and Deja hyper-focus on a world without disability, in a world where we prevent disability from happening, or we cure it, or we fix it, rather than a world that accommodates to people who have disabilities. A world where we make it to where people who have disabilities can operate with independence.
So we do want people with disabilities to be independent. Weren't we just saying that the point of living your life wasn't to be independent and individualistic? So you do want to be independent. What does that look like? How do we create people who can be independent? So that's the argument. We're just using different language. We want to cure disease. We want to give amputees, prosthetics if that helps them. We want to give people wheelchairs so they can be more independent. So we want to use medicine to improve people's life so their disability doesn't impact them as much. And if we could wave a wand, nobody would be disabled because disability hinders quality of life. Yes? It doesn't mean your life is meaningless because you're disabled. It doesn't mean you're less because you're disabled. If I could wave a wand and not be disabled, I would wave that wand. Why wouldn't I? What's the disadvantage? Now, that doesn't mean we should genocide. It doesn't mean we should euthanize. It doesn't mean we should eugenics. It doesn't mean we should do any of those things. We should make people who exist as comfortable as possible and as independent and loving as possible. Like, give them a dignified life, raise them out of poverty, give people housing, give people health care. But when it comes to making new babies, we can do preventative work that isn't rooted in a belief that genes are better than some genes. I don't know. Discord said, hot take, disabilities, sometimes our disabilities make it hard or impossible for us to be independent. Which is true, right? The ability to be independent is in some way a privilege or a thing of luck. Some people don't get that. Some people don't get that. And some people make babies where those babies will never get that. And that's what the crux of this conversation is. Is it ethical to make babies knowing that some probability of that baby will be that they never have that. Now, again, I'm not anti you having babies. I just want to make that abundantly clear. You never know people's situation. Disability isn't a monolithic experience. Everyone gets to make their own decisions. I'm just saying, even in his own argumentation, the goal is to create a society where the disability is making less of an impact and you're more independent, which is all other people are saying outside of the eugenics bubble. Take away eugenics as meaning believing in better genes. And that's what all these liberals are saying. They're just saying, hey, I don't think kids should have to suffer. And I couldn't imagine being a person in that situation. And the mistake they're making is, yes, just because you can't imagine being in that situation doesn't mean other people have a problem being in that situation. But for those of us who are disabled and would love to take away disability from people's lives, we don't want to take away your life. We want to take away the part of your life that makes it harder for you to do the things you want to do every day. We want you to have the life you want. And I don't know any person that necessarily dreams of being disabled, except I do, a caveat. When I was taking ASL, I learned that in the deaf community, there's controversy where some parents don't want to give their kids cochlear implants or an ability to hear, or they might look down on their hearing children because they feel like people look down on them for being deaf. Humans are going to human, disabled or not. Disability isn't enough to be introspective. Minority status isn't enough to be introspective. The way we are so prideful about ourselves, it's not about you, it's about the kid. Okay? It's not about you. It's fine that you have problems you got to work through in therapy, but it's not about you. And that's what I mean to say. It doesn't even matter if you're disabled or not. You're still going to be as prideful and human as the rest of them. You know what I mean? You're still going to be as prideful as the people. You know what I'm saying? And a reminder that I do believe everyone should fundamentally have housing, education, and healthcare. That I do think every single person in America, as an example, because I'm American, could literally be supported by the system if billionaires paid their share and we rework the system to be as innovative as they want it to be, but as to give people as much freedom as possible. We could be giving people a lot more options than we do now. That doesn't mean that those options might also look like curing disease. You know, I just don't want to cure disease at the expense of a whole community who exists today. But maybe, maybe that means in the future this population won't exist. I don't think that necessarily has to be as cruel as it sounds. Because I, again, don't have any inherent value on existing. I think that's always my problem is like, what do you believe about existence? I don't think it inherently is meaningful to exist. But it could be inherently meaningful that you do exist, which is different. I think it is meaningful that you exist. I don't think it's inherently meaningful that you could exist. Yeah, I think that's always going to be the crux of this problem. Is like, you don't exist yet. You don't exist until you exist. And until you exist, there's nothing inherently important about you existing. But some people think there is. Some people think it's very important that people exist in the future, and I just don't care if people exist in the future. I care that people who exist now have a quality of life, and I think people who have quality of life make quality decisions for their kids, but not always. Lots of rich, privileged people are shitty parents. I don't know. Again, I don't know why we're acting like rich people are great parents. Half those kids are abused. Do you know what I'm saying? You all suck with peace and love. But I love you. I just think I think a lot of people who make these arguments think rich people are better as parents. They're not, guys. Rich people suck as parents. They literally suck ass. Because they're also just people, Okay, let's finish this video.
Large part of that is simply cutting disabled people out of these conversations, not listening to disabled people, thinking that disabled people need to be infantilized and taken care of and aren't able of making hard or complicated decisions on their own. There are many creators who talk about and advocate for accessibility, people like Crutches and Spice and people like Dwarfism History, and I'm sure there are many more that they're not on my radar. But more than that, I also recommend that you go read something written by a disabled person about their experience. The book that I read that really shifted a lot of the way that I think.
Okay, Disability Visibility. Let's check that book out.
This is Disability Visibility. And perhaps you're not a fan of reading, go get an audiobook. But if you made it this far into the video, thank you.
If I find it on Spotify, because I don't use Amazon, and it's an audiobook, we'll do it for book club maybe.
I don't know why the audio cut out here, but before you form your opinion on what and how disabled people should operate, go listen to disabled people talk about their lives first.
Oh, Chet saying I have that book. It's very good. The first essay in the book deals with this topic explicitly. Oh, great. Okay, we'll definitely check it out. Chet says, generally, did you have a bubble pop when you nannied for more wealthy families as to their parenting quality? Well, the families I nannied for were more like upper middle class. So they themselves weren't making a lot of money, but they had family who could support them, or they themselves made enough money because they were in Seattle. So they made like at least $100,000, but they weren't like making $500,000 a year. They could have later in their careers. They were probably making anywhere between $150,000 to $300,000 a year. And they ran into the same problems everybody runs into. They just had different ways of exhibiting, like being in that problem. Like they never had enough time for anything. They were always tired and exhausted. They often questioned if they were good parents because they were working so much. And I had to reassure them, like, you're good parents, you know, but maybe sometimes I felt like some of the parents had kids because it was expected of them. And then with some parents, I felt like one parent literally told me they had a boy because they had a eugenics baby. I don't know what to call it. They had a custom baby. They had a boy. The joke was, I couldn't find a man, so I made a man. That's trauma to me. Like, that's not why you have a baby. Some people had babies because it was expected. And then designer baby, thank you. And then somebody had, I remember I had a couple explicitly, and they all love their babies, for the record. Like, I need you to know all of them love their babies. But all of them had to go to therapy. One couple in particular, though, my favorite couple of all time, I genuinely think they were prepared, educated, in love, and just made the cutest pair of babies I ever seen in my whole life. And this family was so funny. I remember interviewing with them. They had twin girls. And one of the interview questions was, I forget how they worded it, but it was like, how do you feel about gay people? And I was like, well, I am gay, so I feel pretty good about it. And they were like, how do you feel about black people? And I was like, oh. And they're like, how do you feel about Asian people? And I was like, oh. And they're like, how do you feel about disabled people? I was like, oh. And they're like, how do you feel about religious people? I was like, oh. And I was like, are we just going down the line? I was like, I feel good about everybody. And they were like, okay, well, how do you feel about this? And I was like, okay. And I realized they were asking me because of where they had come from. They were white. And they were trying to find a nanny that was progressive. And they went about it in like a hilarious way where I was like, oh, we're just going down the line of like, how do I feel about people? So eventually, when I was nannying the girls, okay, this family was really, really progressive, really cool. Really like lovable people. But there was a time her dad came, the mom's dad came to visit. And the dad was talking to me. And we were with the kids. And he started saying funny things about Middle Eastern people and Arabs. And I was like, oh. And I started to realize, oh, she comes from a bubble where the parents are racist. So she's trying to make sure that the person who's with her kids all day isn't racist. And we know as parents, when you have parents that are racist, right? I have parents that are bigoted. I have parents that say things about Muslim people, even though they're Assyrian and you would think that they would get it. I have parents that are homophobic and transphobic. And so I'm realizing like, okay, this guy's saying like, oh, these Arabs, you know, they're all pretty much like, you know, a lot of them have like a lot of issues. A lot of them are kind of terroristic. And I was like, oh, and I was sitting here like, this is one of those awkward situations. So I do think some people put in the effort to harm reduce and accept they won't be perfect parents. I think the most important thing to do before having a baby is preparing for the day your kid comes to you and says you weren't enough. And then accepting that no matter how you feel about it, your kid gets to have an opinion about how they feel about the way you parented. Maybe they need to deconstruct themselves. Maybe they need to go to therapy themselves, but there will be something you did wrong and they have the right to feel that way about it. And I think that's what's missing from the dialogue is like, even the most perfect parent will have done something wrong, right? Okay, next video.
Shit like disabled people shouldn't have kids, poor people shouldn't have kids. You sound like fucking Republicans. And maybe that's the point, okay? Maybe that's the vibe you're going for.
So there's a narrative happening where they're saying you sound like a Republican when you want disabled babies aborted. But they forget, and I know this is a bubble shift, this is a bubble difference. The conservatives I grew up with said all babies are God's babies. And when you have disabled babies, you're doing more of Christ's work. They think having disabled babies gets you closer to sainthood because they think all babies are valuable. They infantilize the people in Love on the Spectrum. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, these parents are so amazing. Look at the way these parents take care of their kids. They sacrifice everything for their kids. So be careful when you think Republicans are a monolithic experience, because they're not. Republicans would agree with you. The Republicans I know would 100% agree with these progressives, but for different reasons, because the why would be different. They'd say, yeah, I think it's gross that people are aborting disabled babies. That's just disgusting. I can't believe people would do that to a precious baby. This is why we should ban abortion. So be careful when you don't understand there's nuance in why people have abortions and why people make decisions about why they have abortions and why they don't want certain kinds of babies, because they themselves are having a different relationship with the suffering element, okay? Or just the quality of life element. It's the same reason people get upset at dinks. Wow, I can't believe you decided not to have kids. You're so selfish. I can't believe you decided to have kids. You're so selfish. I can't believe you decided, girl, get out my business, okay? As the internet would say, girl. I think ultimately, again, I have opinions, but that doesn't matter. We all have opinions, but sometimes they just don't matter, guys. Either way, I'm never going to tell a person with disabilities not to have a baby. But if my sibling came to me and said, hey, Britt, I have $10 in my bank account. Should I have a baby? I'd be like, no, you fucking idiot. You shouldn't have a fucking baby. What are you, fucking stupid? You have $10 to your name, dummy. Go have an abortion, stupid. Love you. No, I'd say it nicer than that, though. I'd be like, oh, do you think you could handle a baby? Oh, well, who's going to care for the baby? Oh, like, no, we'd have a conversation about it. I'm being fissy. I'm being kind of funny. Stupid. No, I'm being kind of funny, though. But for real, do you think that as an older sister, I'd be so happy to hear one of my siblings who has literally $10 to their name got somebody pregnant or is pregnant? Do you think this would make me happy? Do you think this would make me so joyous? Like, oh yeah, this makes a lot of sense. No. Do you think I'd be kind of fucking upset? Yeah. Do I think poor people shouldn't have babies? No, I didn't say that. I just think you should be more responsible when you have a baby. You know what I mean? But I don't give a fuck if I don't mean it like a lowly birth way. Eugenicists are like, your lowly birth means you shouldn't have babies. I don't believe in lowly births. I believe in bad parenting. Girl, you know what I'm saying? I don't know why we're playing games right now. Like, you don't know that friend who definitely shouldn't be having a baby. Or you don't know that couple who should have broken up, but instead they're having a baby. Why do we pretend like we don't know these people?
But this idea that, and here's the thing. I'll give 40% of people the benefit of the doubt and believe to some degree that their heart is in the right place and they are concerned about the welfare of a child in that situation. And I understand that people may think, it can be really hard for children with disabilities or for children who grow up in low-income homes to have their needs met. And listen, that's very true. But instead of having the mindset of like, what can I do to make sure that disabled people in America and in the world and poor people in America and in the world have better access to the things that they may need, and how can I be a helper in those situations, you look at disabled people or poor people or really like anyone, because I also find, especially like in the political turmoil of the world now, a lot of people will see anyone really who's having kids and it's like, why the fuck are you having kids right now? And that's a whole separate conversation that we could have. But instead of figuring,
but like for real though, why are you having kids right now? Like, what's up with that? What's that decision about? Tell me about it. But like, I love that for you, but like, tell me about it. I'm not judging. Lots of people in my life are having babies right now. Okay. Those babies are cute as fuck. It's not like the babies aren't adorable. We love the babies. You can love the baby and still be like, why are you having a baby? Raven, thank you so much for the super chat. Says happy motherfucking 36th birthday, Brit. Well, your content was cool 10 years ago. Refinding you later has changed my life. No homo, full homo. Thanks for your work. I appreciate that. Cute. I feel like, again, it goes back to like, maybe we just don't know the same people, which is why the bubble difference is here. Like, maybe we don't know the same people. You know what I mean? Like, again, I celebrate everyone's birth. Every person who has texted me this year to be like, I had a baby. I'm like, oh my God, congrats, cutest baby ever. Because that's true. Congrats, cutest baby ever. That's true. I did not lie to you. Every new baby I see is officially the cutest baby I've seen. That's how my brain works. I'm like, whatever baby's in front of me, like whatever animal's in front of me, I'm like, that is the cutest baby I've ever seen. That's the cutest cat I've ever seen. You are the cutest, okay? If you were in front of me, you're the cutest. What does that have to do with me asking? So like before you've had this baby, me being like, why are we having a baby? I'm sorry, do we not have an answer to that? You know what I mean? We should have both things involved in society, though. We should have support for everybody. And then we should be asking, like, why are we having a baby, though? You know what I mean? And look, people want us to have more babies, but the systems in place aren't supporting that. The houses are too high, rent's too high, healthcare is crazy. Like, nobody has the money to have a baby. But see how we say that? Nobody has the money to have a baby. That's all we're saying. You don't have the money to have a baby. Not that you shouldn't have a baby because you don't have money, but nobody has the money to have a baby. Is that okay? That we don't have the money to have a baby? Is that, okay, I'll give you a Dave Ramsey example. Dave Ramsey will say, if you guys don't know who that is, Dave Ramsey is a conservative financial guy. Okay, trust me, I've watched like literally 200 episodes of Dave Ramsey, so you don't have to. He says all the basic shit is the basic shit no matter who you watch. Watch Financial Diet, okay? They're progressive. But his Christian shit is the funniest, okay? Dave Ramsey will say, you make $75,000 a year, but you're still in debt. You can't afford Starbucks. You can't afford a $5 Starbucks. That's what he will say, straight-faced. You can't afford your $5 Starbucks. He'll look at the same couple and say, hey, you're $75,000 a year, but you have debt. You have to make a baby now. Make a baby. You can afford the baby. God will find a way. Make it make sense. And Dave will say, well, you're running out of time. You have to have a baby. This is God's way. And I'm saying, hey, maybe, hear me out. You can't afford either the coffee or the baby, or either you can't afford any of it. You can't afford the Starbucks and you can't afford the baby. You get none. Or hear me out. You do it anyways, even though you can't afford it. Do you know what I mean? Or just do both anyways. Fuck it. Fuck it. Who cares about responsibility and bills? Fuck it. Do it. Okay? My partner and I do it all the time. We have a budget. We have a food budget. Sometimes we go over and transfer it over to next month. Sometimes we play around a little bit. Sometimes we say, fuck it. It's $5. I don't give a fuck. And sometimes we're really, really good. We're mostly really good. But I'm not going to cry a river if I've overspent for $5. Maybe I'll cry a river if I overspend 20 because that's crazy. You know what I mean? The idea is like, I'm not going to moralize you buying a Starbucks. I'm not even going to moralize you having the baby because I think we're all evolved animals on a planet. But I am looking at you sideways, girl. But I'm not going to judge you to condemn you. I don't think you have a choice. You want to talk about free will? I don't think people actually have a choice the way they think they do when it comes to procreation. I think most of you are fucking, you're horny, you're there. That's why you're all dating bad men who can't, you know what I mean? Who are pieces of shit and treat you bad. And then you still have their babies anyways. I mean, you know what I mean? Women choose every day to be with shitty men, even though they know their past in history. I don't even, you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter how many times you warn these women or warn people. They got to find out for themselves. And that's what it is. Humans don't have as much agency as they think they do. But they talk like they do. You talk like you have so much agency. But then you're like, I just got to have a baby. I can't explain it to you. I just got to have a baby. Okay.
Out a way you could be of assistance, or you could advocate for change to make sure that disabled kids and disabled people and low-income children and low-income people have better quality of lives. You're just like, no, you shouldn't be having kids. And other people have said it, I've said it, this is a route of eugenics. When we start drawing lines on who can have kids and who can't, we really start losing the plot, you know? And also, it just makes you sound like Republicans. It just makes you sound like Republicans who are like, you shouldn't have kids. And again, maybe that's the vibe you're going for. And if that's the case, then that's like a whole other can of worms. But the fact of the matter also is that like disabled people may have hard lives. They may have harder lives than able-bodied people. But they do not have like, I don't know. It's so interesting when people talk about disabled people because they talk about their lives as if they can't possibly be finding joy in them. Or if they can't possibly, like, oh, how could you possibly be happy like that? And that's just also a shitty way to talk to people. Disabled people are allowed to be happy with their lives, even if they're disabled, regardless of the severity of their disability. They're allowed to have joy. They're allowed to be happy to be.
Yeah, I think this is really true. And this is what's important is like, you don't get to decide if a person enjoys their life. You don't get to decide for them if their life is worth living. That's their decision. I agree 100% with this. You do not get to decide if somebody's happy. They tell you if they're happy. So I agree with this. You know, I think you can have concerns about, you know, people in toxic relationships saying they're happy and then you're like, oh, but you don't get to look at a disabled person and decide, well, I could never be happy like that, so they'll never be happy like that. You don't, same way I don't look at Muslim women in a burqa and think they can't be happy like that. That's none of my business. You want to wear a burqa? Slay queen. You want to be religious? Slay queen. It is not my job to tell you you can't be happy religious. That's not up to me. You know what I mean? That's just not up to me. You know, chat says you talk like an anti-natalist, but then you say you are not. It reminds me of people saying I'm not homophobic, but like, why would you choose to be gay right now? It's confusing. I don't think the way I think is how other people should think. Anti-natalism is an advocacy for people to stop having babies. They think it is unethical to have babies. I'm not an anti-natalist. I think you should have babies if you want to have babies. I don't understand what you guys are confused about. Have babies if you want to have babies, girl. I'm just saying, why are you having a baby? In the same way that I'm asking, like, why'd you pick that job? But like, why'd you pick him though? But like, what's your reasoning? Because I can understand lots of ways. I could come up with my own reason why you did it if that's better. Or would you prefer that I ask you why you did it? Oh, I'm in love and I wanted to have a baby. Okay, thanks. I was just wondering why you're having a baby when life is pretty hard, but okay. Now I know that's all you needed to have a baby. Your requirement is nothing. It's bare minimum. Cool. Antinatalism is you should not, it's a prescription model. It's a prescription model. Yeah, giving feedback isn't necessarily a desire to control. Antinatalism is a prescription. I'm not prescribing anything, girl. You do you, girl. So good for you guys being confused and asking, but like, I'm not making a prescription. Do you first understand that? You know? Like, that's all I'm saying is like, that's the difference between antinatalism and what's pronatalism? You ought to have a baby. People should have babies. Hey guys, make sure you have a baby. I'm not a pronatalist either. I'm not going to tell you what the fuck to do. You do you, queen. Slay, queen. None of my business, queen. None of my business. Do you understand the difference? I am not anti nor pro. None of my business. But I want to know why you're doing it. But none of my business. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, so I'm not pro-natalist, I'm not anti-natalist. I'm just, you do you.
Be disabled or fine being disabled, and they're welcome to bitch all they want. I'm a bitcher and I'm able-bodied. If I had something to bitch about, I'd be bitching more. But saying that...
Yeah, chat says it's a plea to have babies wisely. That might look different for everyone, but questioning isn't necessarily being against something. Yeah, I'm just like, be wise in your decision-making. But like, I still don't know why you're doing it. So I'm just curious why you're doing it. I guess what you're saying, like I said, I'm judging, but it's not, my opinion doesn't matter because I'm not judging everyone who has a baby. I'm just judging some people who have babies, but the sum is individualistic. I don't think there's not groups of people that I'm questioning why they have a baby. It's individuals. I'm like, why are you having a baby? Didn't you just tell me you were breaking up with him last week? Why would you have a baby? And it's also kind of a joke, guys. It is kind of a joke. Like, oh, I'm glad you're religious, but like, why? Like when I meet gay people that are part of patriarchal religions, I'm like, okay, like good for you, but why? Not because like, I think they not that I think not that I want to make a prescription that they should be, but I also don't know like why you would do that. Why are you following a man? You know, like why are you following a man? But like you do you, I guess. I'm Turk. Tarzan, it's your baby. Like, okay, it's your baby. I'm Turk. I'm judging you, but it's your baby. Tarzan? You know what I mean? Like, okay, it's your baby.
Disabled people should not be having children, or low-income people should not be, or anyone, saying anyone should not be having children is, in my opinion, putting the blame of the bullshit that we face in the world on people and not on the people that actually matter, and that's like rich, wealthy people and politicians and these people who hold these accessibility, these things that we need to access, whether that be, you know, easily accessible food and easily accessible housing, or easily accessible healthcare and easily accessible, you know, AIDS. Those are the people who you should be pissed at. You should not be pissed at disabled people for having children. And I posted a mutual of mine's TikTok on this, and something they said was, you know, when you put this in the context of literally anything else, and they specifically reference like black people, if you were like, well, black people shouldn't be having kids because they're gonna face—
They always bring black people into conversations. How do y'all feel about that? I just feel like, why do you always have to make it about this? But also, it would be perfectly fine for a person to say, I don't want to bring my kids into a racist world. Like, that's perfectly fine for you to say that. I don't want to bring a kid into a transphobic world. Like, that's kind of okay to say. Y'all are being weird. Okay? Like, it's okay to say that. But also, I wouldn't make the prescription that you can't bring a baby into a racist world. Like, that's not my business. You do you. People were getting pregnant during the Holocaust. I don't know. Humans are humans. I don't know. You do you. People are literally making babies, you know, in the middle of a genocide. It is what it is. Babies are being born every day in Palestine. You think those babies didn't show up after October 7th? Like, humans are humans. I don't know what to tell you.
Face so many dangers in this world, and all of the and when you think of like the plight of battle,
and all those people should be protected. Remember that I'm a progressive who thinks everyone deserves basic care. I am not making the argument. I'm making a point that both of these bubbles are not nuanced enough. That both of these bubbles are lacking nuance. But it's fun to watch. Hashtag Free Palestine. Thank you, chat.
Black people putting a child through these dangers and these tumultuous issues is, you know, selfish or bullshit or whatever. If you put the lens that y'all put on like low-income people or disabled people in any other lens, you sound ridiculous. And so the general rhetoric surrounding disabled people needs to end, because disabled people, you don't need to be treating disabled people like they're like sad, pitiful creatures.
Yeah,
they're not. I'm a sad, pitiful.
You don't ever want to pity people, for sure. I agree with that. Like, you don't want to look at people because they're disabled and think, oh, how sad. Like, don't pity people. You're being gross. I'll slap you. Don't pity people.
Creature. And I'm able-bodied. Just because their lives look different than yours doesn't mean that they can't be happy in their lives. And that doesn't mean that your pity for them is something that they need or even want. And so, start minding your own business. How about
100.
That?
Mind your own
least,
business.
Start seeing what maybe you can do to make sure that disabled people have access to the things that they need, and to the healthcare that they need, and the aids that they may need, and the medicine that they may need. And the same goes for low-income people. Maybe start instead of, you know, being like, oh, you shouldn't have kids. Start being like, what can I do to make it so that these children in low-income homes have access to the food they need? And the problem is, I think a lot of people also, sorry, I'm waiting on this siren to pass. They hear that shit and they go, well, it shouldn't be my responsibility to take care of your child. And to that I say, it's actually all of our responsibilities to take care of everyone all the time. Children included. And I understand, like, you know, if you're like a child-free person, whether by choice or what have you, that can seem like I don't want to say intimidating, but I find a lot of people who, I shouldn't say a lot, I find there's a specific type of child-free person who sees any type of mutual aid towards children and mothers as having to be a parent within themselves, and we really have to dispel this idea. It's just called, like, helping a child is no different than helping a person next door. And we need to stop seeing children whether they be low income or disabled or any other type of label, as things we get to opt out of societally, just because we want to opt out of them individually. It is still absolutely, I believe, our just purpose on earth to take care of one another.
So there's a prescription there. So she's making a prescription. She's saying, I believe it's our purpose on earth to take care of one another. I don't believe that. Like, I don't believe that's true. I don't think it's our purpose to take care of people. But I think it can help facilitate a better world to be a participant in harm reduction in a way that manifests in what looks like taking care of people. But I don't think it's our purpose to take care of people. And that's interesting, right? But I do think systems should be put in place where we all pay a fair amount of tax in a way that makes sense for people. And remember, in capitalism in America, the richest pay the least amount of tax, even though they are always telling you they're paying so much tax. Percentage-wise, they're just not paying as much tax as the rest of us in the same way you think. But the people in the middle are, so they feel like, oh, it's on us. Like, there's obviously a way that the system is set up to make billionaires pay less than people making $500,000 a year. But people making $500,000 a year should not be paying more than billionaires. Do you know what I mean? So, like, when we have these conversations, we have to be careful about how we think systems work. But the system we're under in America is just like not helpful. It's not working, obviously. I mean, they're literally trying to incentivize us to have babies because it's too hard for people to have babies. We can't afford it. So when these people who can't afford it, making $100,000 a year, see people making $12K a year have babies, you can understand why it feels frustrating, because they are trying to be responsible. In the same way that you're saying these people don't have to engage in that. I'm sorry, do you make enough money to have a baby? Because the rest of us, like, we're trying to be responsible. And it can feel weird when everyone else is doing it and then you see people not doing it and you're like, well, why should I have to do it if they're not doing it? And it's because no one's doing it. No one as a whole is being responsible. We're all just being human. And so you're only being as responsible as you think you are within your bubble. But other people don't hold the same amount of like weight on the version of you being responsible. I would love to have a village and be a community member in a real way, but I don't like people that much. And I think that should be okay. I like people more than I should because they're my special interest, but I don't like people like that because my special interest is more like research based and I want to be alone. But like, I mean that in an autistic way, not in like a judgmental way. I like people a lot. Like, I'm so extroverted in my mask that people literally think like Brittany loves socializing. I like learning about people and I like people in general, but I don't want to have to leave my house unless I have to, but I also want to leave my house when I want to. And I acknowledge that that means I won't have, like, people always ask me, oh, now that you live in Croatia, will you make friends here? I don't want to make friends here. I did not move here to make friends. I moved here to be in my research era and to live my life with my spouse. I moved here because it was the best decision. It was the least harm to move here. But I did not come here to make friends. And so to have a local village doesn't exist for me in that personal sense, but we recycle. We try not to, engage in any bad neighborly activity. We don't litter. We help people if we see them struggling. We don't add more bad to the environment. But I feel like, I think we just have different ideas of what that looks like. Like if you're on a bus and you see a kid and they look lost, help them. If you see somebody drop something, pick it up for them. If, you see someone struggling to get to the bus, wave the bus driver down and let them know someone's coming. These are all ways to be a good community member, I think that's a lot. I think people don't do that enough. I think when you say it in a way, though, it makes it sound like you're asking people to add another thing to their plate in an economy where all of us can't afford eggs. And it's just like, damn, one more thing? Like, I have to lose out on income to go to the doctors to make sure that I'm not going to die early so I can actually invest in my future, which a lot of us are in that position. It's exhausting. And we should live in a system that doesn't quite require that of us, but we don't live in a world that doesn't require that of us because we live in a world where we sex traffic people to make seafood so you guys can have your fish. We live in a world where men are trafficked onto sea boats and chips so you guys get your fast fashion and your sea bass for dinner. We don't live in a good world, guys. We live in a world that just is. We don't live in a perfect world. We live in a world that we're lucky it's as good as it is. And we're also living in a world where it's very frustrating to have to fight for our basic needs because everyone thinks they're so perfect. Everyone is lacking humility. People are lacking so much humility, they can't acknowledge how we ourselves are these like flawed little creatures that like even when people want to do their best, you know, sorry, did I say sex trafficking? I meant trafficking, not sex trafficking, just trafficking, regular trafficking. There's trafficking in the fish industries. Watch this documentary called Seaspiracy on Netflix. I'm just saying, you can look up the documentation from world governments around the globe. Not sex trafficking, trafficking. Not all trafficking is sex trafficking. I'm sorry if I said sex trafficking. Okay, so the whole point is like, I think we are, sometimes I think, yeah, just plain old good human trafficking. Sorry, Chad. Okay. What I think people do is they get overwhelmed with how impossible everything seems. So take a deep breath. Your utopia is impossible. That's what the word utopia means, right? That's why it's a myth. It's not real. It's unattainable. Your utopia is impossible. But so many real things are possible. And I think we should focus on that. I think we should focus on things that are possible. It is possible for us to educate people to take as much individual responsibility as they can and to advocate for the system to take on the rest of the burden that is apparent and clear in society. You can't be a pro-lifer, who doesn't acknowledge that disabled babies will be born, or people with low incomes will have babies, or that people with mid-sized incomes will lose jobs, or that you could become disabled tomorrow and not have a system that helps support those babies that you so desperately want people to make. Okay? So individually, we can pick and choose how we have babies, but you can't advocate for a pro-life world without a system to support those babies. So we are responsible for what we advocate for. We are responsible for also working towards a system that gives us that thing by being self-aware about a couple of factors. One, that not everybody's on board with your idea of what's good. And two, that you got to wait till people are, and that's really exhausting. Right? That's really exhausting. In Croatia, one of the ways that it's kind of flawed here is like the elderly, when they don't make enough for their pensions, still have to figure out ways to make a couple of spare dollars to pay their rent. America is very similar. Being elderly in America is really, really scary. And you have to remember that that's a lot of the fear around people having disabled children is like, what happens when you die and they're left alone in a system? So many parents have to give up their disabled kids because there's no system to support them. I'm not saying this is good. I'm saying this is a flaw in a system that isn't going to change tomorrow. So in the meantime, if you can prevent it, if you're privileged enough not to have children unnecessarily, it might be a good idea to wait or to find other ways to contribute to society that is helpful, okay? Like mentoring or adoption that's ethical, which is really difficult, okay? Or supporting people in need or advocating for billionaires to actually pay their fair share or doing a lot of other things rather than going right to, we have to advocate for a perfect system. And without bullying people for being human and doing the thing that is so human. There's no reason to look at a disabled person and expect them to be any more introspective or self-aware than anybody fucking else. Why the fuck did you have a baby? Just because you're able-bodied? That's not a good enough reason. They want to have a baby the same reason you want to have a baby. Because they're in love, they're having sex, they're getting it on, and oops, baby. Or they just want a family. They're no different than you. But expecting disabled people to be more responsible than able-bodied people when able-bodied people still aren't responsible and having babies is bullshit. That's what's bullshit. You can't hold them to a higher standard than you hold yourself just because you're able-bodied. Being able-bodied is not the only requirement for being a good parent. And being disabled isn't the only disqualifier for being a parent. You can be disabled and a much better parent than somebody who's able-bodied, right? Anita, thank you so much for being a member for 12 months, says, I'm so late to the stream. Y'all are talking about human trafficking, but happy birthday, Britt. Thank you for existing. You look so cute. Thank you so much. Birthday, this is the dream birthday, discussing human trafficking and eugenics. Okay, so eugenics bad. Assuming you're disabled makes you a bad parent, bad. Assuming you're able-bodied makes you a good parent, bad. All of these are bad ways to think. Bad, 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 bad. Bad, 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 bad. Bad, bad. Okay, it's bad.
And that also includes taking care of children. And I understand if you don't want to have children yourself, and I respect that. But that doesn't mean that you can't be helping children generally.
I agree, and I do think if you're the kind of person that's like, ew, children are so ugly. If they're like, ew, children are so ugly, children are so annoying, that's fine. Stay away from the kids. I'm not that person. I love babies. I think kids are the greatest. I think kids are great. I see a baby and I'm just like, oh my God, it's a whole human being brought into the universe. That's amazing. I love my nieces and nephews. I do have sound sensitivities to babies crying, and yet here we are. Okay, I will change a poopy diaper. I will help out. I will feed the baby. I will, I'll school the baby. Like I'm good with babies. I have no problem with babies. Just because I don't want to have them doesn't mean I hate them. If you do hate babies and you have a problem with babies, I think you should deconstruct that. But I don't think you're necessarily wrong for feeling uncomfortable around children because you don't know how to have a relationship with a child because maybe you weren't born into a bubble that gave you that tool, right? But there's no reason for you to be hating babies. I saw a woman who said, hey, a friend came over to my house, and when she came over, she was like, hey, you're going to put the baby away. And I was like, put the baby away? No. If you have a friend who has a baby, you're hanging out with that baby. Okay, if you want to have a non-baby day with your baby friend, you got to figure that out. But I grew up in a bubble where like the babies are included. Children are included in the conversation. You can't have a conversation around a baby. Shouldn't have had the baby. Or you make that baby a friend and those babies and their friends go play outside while you have the adult conversation. Okay, so if you have babies and then you don't want babies to be a part of your family, that's bullshit. One of the things my parents always did is they like let us in on things. They made family decisions with us. Yes, the parents made the ultimate decision, but they also asked us for our input because, hey, we're a part of this family. Where do you guys want to go? Where do you want a vacation? How do you want to spend your time? And yeah, sometimes congratulations on being a parent. Your kids aren't always perfect angels. I remember one time my mom really wanted to take us to the beach and we just like didn't want to go. And she got us all ready and got our meals all together and got all the car ready. And just like none of us wanted to go. And I'm like, Mom, I just don't want to go to the beach. And she was just like, okay. And I could see she was disappointed. But genuinely, like we just, as a group, we were like, we don't want to go today, Mom. And yeah, like maybe that's like a form of ungratefulness. But like, God damn it, we're kids and we're teenagers and half of us are going through puberty. And fuck, I just don't want to go. And like, she accepted that. And like, it is what it is. And also we've been to the beach a lot. We grew up in California, guys. We went to the beach a lot. So it wasn't like, it wasn't like special, but it was also cool that my mom took us to the beach so much that we felt like it was a who cares almost. Do you know what I mean? Like we're lucky that we grew up in a place where we go to the beach so much. But I really appreciated that our parents let us in on stuff. I even like my bestie's parents. I was like, do you know how much your parents make? And they're like, no. And I was like, you don't know how much your parents make? They're like, no. I was like, you don't know how much your parents have in savings? They're like, no. And I was like, I know all of that about my parents. Because like, I was like, how much does it cost to have 10 kids? My mom would be like, let me show you. And I'm like, oh, interesting. How much does it cost to get a car? How much is it going to cost to get my cell phone? How much does it cost to buy shampoo? And my parents would just tell us. They would take us shopping and say like, so here's your favorite snack. Which snack do you want? I was like, I want this snack. They're like, that snack is $13, but this snack is $5. And I'm like, And then I would have to pick and choose like, what's the better snack to get for my money? I feel like there is a way to teach your kids about finances, which even my parents weren't even financially literate in the way that they could have been, by the way. My parents were genuinely financially illiterate in so many ways, but in the ways that they were literate, they tried to give it to us. They started all of our bank accounts for us and put money in there. It wasn't a lot, but it was something. They gave us independence as soon as they could. They let us have summer jobs in which all the money went into those accounts. They never took our money from us. We never paid our parents' bills. Okay, I never paid my parents' bills. I never was made to feel like I was responsible for their bills. Any money I had, any money they encouraged us to have was ours. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like sometimes people really are having kids and not including them in the conversation. And this is why I say, why are you having a kid, bro? If you have kids and you think kids are meant to be seen but not heard, you shouldn't have kids. Not legally, but just ethically. You're not having a kid because you value the consciousness you're bringing into the universe. You're bringing that kid into the universe for the wrong reason, bros. Having a kid that doesn't have agency, that doesn't have their own personality, that you don't value as a person outside of yourself, what are you doing? And that includes people that name their kids Junior. Y'all are crazy. You can't even give your kid a unique name. You got to name them after yourself. That's crazy. Give them a middle name. Name their middle name after you. You know, you really do not value children as independent creatures, okay? But who does? Children have always been traditionally used for labor and selfishness and ego, you know? Okay, let's see. Brittany, a hypothetical scenario. Would you feel offended if somebody made a video about how you can't have kids instead of you wanting them? Like the person twisted the narrative to fit the beliefs because how is it impossible for someone who won't have kids? Yeah, I mean, people do that now. Destiny started that rumor about me on his stream, allegedly. I had seen a clip or somebody messaged me or Destiny made a snide comment like, oh, Brittany's just angry because she can't have kids. Who said I can't have kids? Who said I can't have kids? I'm choosing not to have kids. I don't give a fuck what people have to say about me. I know why I'm not having kids. Okay? I'm not having kids. Who cares? They're just making it a big deal like, oh, Brittany's like, I don't know why people say that. Like, I don't care, girl. Like, I don't care. You can run with your reason. I grew up with conservative parents who have told me my whole life why I do things even though they're wrong. You think some boy on the internet's going to hurt my feelings about it? My parents do that to this day. My parents to this day literally will assign why I do things to the wrong assignment all the time. Like the wrong reason all the time. It's like, I get it. Like, I get it. But like, I just like, that's why I open with boundaries, girls. Open with boundaries, you know? Chet says, yeah, but I wish I was as strong as you. It made me angry when my auntie came up with that narrative. Oh, don't get it twisted that I get sad. I get annoyed. I get frustrated, especially when it comes from my parents. Like, man, after 65 years and you still don't fucking get it. I love you. How are you not getting this? They're trying their hardest. Let me tell you, my parents are trying their hardest and they're still not getting it, girl. It drives me crazy. Okay. But you know what I do? I say, y'all, this is why I'm not coming home for Christmas. And you ask, you know, my parents always ask, why don't you guys come to America? We really want to see you. With peace and love, I'm not spending $5,000 to get into a house where like you still don't get it. I love you though. I hope you health and happiness. Chad says, I love when they think they know you better than yourself. That's what it is, girl. They think, and they say that verbatim. I'm sure you've heard it. My parents will literally go, Betty, I know you better than you know yourself. I love you. Bye. I practiced that so good this week. I love you. Bye. Okay, I love you. Bye. Happy Mother's Day. Bye. 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 My parents are still messaging me about how we're going to be great parents one day. I cannot wait to get sterilized and be like, I'm sterilized. Get over it. My mom literally messaged me, make sure you give your in-laws babies before they die. My in-laws are so progressive. They don't give a fuck, bro. They don't give a fuck. And that's what I'm saying. Like, my in-laws don't care. My in-laws are like, we're good, bro. And I was like, yeah, they're good, bro. And that's why I hang out with my in-laws more than my parents. Because my in-laws also hate Trump like I do. Okay, let's watch this video.
Like, we say this all the time now, like, y'all are conservatives. Like, we say this all the time now, like, we have been saying for a while that this country is going far right, alt right, everything in between. But y'all are spearheading this movement with rhetoric, and sometimes you don't even realize. Y'all are eugenicists, right? Saying that a disabled person should not have a child because that child could possibly be disabled is eugenics. Like, you are saying that those people that have those traits do not deserve to be alive. That's crazy. Anybody can be disabled. You could wake up tomorrow totally different. It could literally happen.
I want to say this. I do think some of them are correct, that some people who are saying this are these people. But I don't think all people who are saying this fall into that category. And that's the nuance. I agree. They're probably interacting with all the really shitty people. They're like, my genetics are better than your genetics. And we should make, it's like Elon Musk thinking his genetics are so good, he has to make all these babies. Eugenicists, for sure. Right? So I think this crowd is definitely interacting with some really fucked up eugenicists. I just don't think everybody who's saying it is eugenics, right?
happen to anybody. And instead of saying, oh, we need to provide more access, we need to provide more care, we need to provide more services for the people that are disabled, y'all say stop having babies. It don't work that way. I'm so sorry. It don't work that way. And y'all be calling it.
Like in the same way I keep saying like, but why are you having a baby? And people are like, isn't that antinatalist? No. Because why you're an antinatalist matters. Why you would have an abortion matters. Why you don't want people having babies matters. Why you wouldn't have a baby matters. The why matters. Everything is about the why, guys. This is the same thing Candace Owens and my parents would say, oh, you're gay because you watch liberal media. You're gay because you were molested. You were gay because of this. None of those things are true, and I was never molested. So what the fuck? Unless I wasn't, somebody didn't tell me. My parents, at one point, my mom in particular, my mom would ask me that all the time, like, did somebody touch you? And I'm like, no. And then she'd be like, did somebody touch you? And I'm like, and I'd be like, hey, did somebody touch me? And she's like, why would you ask me that? I was like, because you keep asking me that. Do you know something I don't know? She goes, no, but I'm just wondering where all this gay stuff came from. And I'm like, and then my dad's like, she said she wasn't molested. Drop it. And I'm like, do you see my family dynamic here? My family friend, priest, he once said, he's like, you know, the thing about your family, Brittany, is you guys are some of the warmest, kindest, most charitable people I've ever met. You guys are so great. I want to spend I love hanging out with your family. He goes, but you guys are so uniquely dysfunctional. And I was like, yeah, we're the most dysfunctional, loving family I've ever seen. We love each other so much, but the dysfunction is real. Do you know what I mean? But we love each other so much. We feel bonded in the way like an anime guild feels bonded, but it is dysfunctional. You know? But you know, but I really love my family. I love my family so much that I still, I still want them in my life, but damn, sometimes the conversations just get crazy.
Entitled, right? When people are like, no, I want to have a child. It's not entitled, right? Like, and honestly, you are entitled to their right as a human. So yeah, if we want to use the word entitled, yes, it is.
Well, okay, so this is a misconception. I think when you interact with a lot of pro-lifers, when you interact with parents in your life who make you feel like you have no right to say something about the way you were raised or the way you exist, and it's like, what? I gave birth to you. I gave you a roof over your head. What are you complaining about? Your life is so good. You know, when you hear that enough as a kid, you start to feel like those people feel pretty fucking entitled to having a kid with no consideration for the baby. And those people are interacting with this bubble and overlapping with eugenicists, and everyone's confusing everyone's intentions for somebody else. Some of us were really born into homes where we feel like people are entitled. They feel entitled to having a baby. You are not entitled to having a fucking baby. You are legally entitled, but you do not get to decide that baby should be internally grateful for it existing. Or them existing. I didn't mean it in a bad way. Sorry. I shouldn't use that word while we're talking about eugenics. But it's the entitlement of thinking that child should be grateful that is annoying from people. But I think legally you're entitled to have a baby. But ethically, you shouldn't feel entitled to have a baby just because you want one. Because maybe you wouldn't be the best parent. Like, I don't think pedophiles should feel entitled to having a baby just because they legally can. Like, maybe be a little introspective and don't have a baby, you fucking... You know what I mean? I just feel like it's really weird to be like, you're entitled to have a baby. Legally, you're entitled to have a baby. Yes. Okay? But like, morally and ethically, it's not because you're disabled you shouldn't have a baby. That's bullshit. I think that's the problem. It's not about the disability. It's never about the disability. It's never about your money either. It's not about being rich or poor. It's not about being disabled or able-bodied. It's about being ready in a real way. And all those people who say you might never be ready to have a baby, lies. You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem.
It's your human right, right? You have the right to choose what you do with your body. You have the right to choose if you want to procreate with another person. If you don't want to do it, right? You don't have to. You, like me. If I said, you know what, I don't want to do it anymore, I don't have to do it. I can't make that decision for the next person. And for y'all to be under somebody's comments when the baby's already alive, the baby's already here. And y'all are telling this person, this family, that their child should...
100% agree. 100% agree with her. Fucked up for anyone to be in that comment section saying anything bad about that baby or that family. Be quiet. Absolutely agree with this. Super fucked up. That's why I say, guys, we can all have opinions, but maybe the internet doesn't need to know them. Okay? So like, leave the family alone. The baby's already here. Everybody's already here. That's why I say, what's the difference? Going back to my Word document here. What is the difference between eugenics and preventative care? Preventative care is before the baby is here. Okay? Before the baby is here, what are ways we can be preventative and responsible before bringing a whole babino into the universe and being like, hey, bitch, you exist now. Good luck. Okay? What can we do before we make that decision? And also, let's be real. There's a little bit of romanticization in certain bubbles. Like, one of the cutest stories I think comes out of my family, but also is that my first crib was a dresser drawer. And I'm like, oh, that's so cute. Like, they didn't even have enough money for a crib. Yeah, that's like a cute story, but also 3 kids in a 1-bedroom apartment. You know what I'm saying? Like, but also, and they said, God, you know, we found a way. My mom quit her job. My dad went into engineering. Then they moved houses and they rented. And it's so romantic. We just kept making love and having babies, and our life was so great. And then we had all these great friends. There are so many parts of my childhood, which if you saw photos of, you would think was like, holy fuck, like this looks like the best. But there's still every family has dysfunction, right? We just like, it looks different. Okay. I'm not as dysfunctional as some families, but I definitely have dysfunction. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. They romanticize the struggle. The romanticization of struggle is really where mental health comes in. We got to go to therapy. You know, Cheza, sorry if I didn't get it at first, but do you distinguish preventative care from eugenics? Yes, preventative. That's what this whole birthday special is about. When does preventative care become eugenics? So we have to make sure that like I have birth control. That's preventative care, right? Because I don't want to procreate on purpose. I'm trying not to procreate on purpose, which means I take a form of birth control. We use multiple methods of birth control when we engage in sex, and we get pregnancy tests done pretty regularly. So we could know if we need to intervene with an abortion or if we want to carry the baby to term. Okay. So we do our best to take every measure possible in avoiding a baby, happening. Which none of them are guaranteed, by the way. All forms of birth control can fail. All of these things can fail. And then we'd still need to make a decision on whether or not we wanted to have an abortion or bring the baby to term. And that's our decision. It's no one else's choice, right? As an autistic person, as we're both disabled, we both have neurodivergency. There's ADHD and autism at play here. I have BPD. Like, we make as many decisions possible to harm reduce, be a little less bad every day. And that's all we can do as a unit. But even all the methods we have in place aren't preventative perfectly. They could all fail. I could get pregnant. So one of the reasons I think I'm looking at sterilization now, so if we both get sterilized, it basically makes it impossible for pregnation to occur. Though even when people get vasectomies and they incorrectly engage in sexual activity, that can produce a baby. Vasectomy, oops, babies, it happens. So when we're having these conversations, I have to take into consideration, of course, my privilege and my education, and I know better. I also have a special interest in people and independence. So funny enough, my obsession with being independent, which did manifest in my 20s as like a toxic relationship with independence, also encouraged me to be educated about my reproductive rights and my options, which means I could engage in safer activity and then harm reduction when it comes to having a baby unplanned, right? Chet says, is sterile different than tying tubes? No, sterilization comes in all forms, from tying tubes to burning tubes to hysterectomies to vasectomies. Like, sterilization falls under all those categories. All those things fall under sterilization. You have to choose the method that works the best for you, what makes sense for you. You got to be, reasonable about all these things. So again, I never want to tell anybody what they should do. Plenty of disabled people have babies and it's fine. Plenty of able-bodied people have babies and it's not fine. The question is, in which way are we having this conversation? And all I noticed when I was watching all of these videos is it felt like There's 4 bubbles involved, but the bubbles aren't understanding that they're all different. That Iceland eradicating Down syndrome from its population could be eugenics or could be a different relationship with how it feels to talk about eradicating disease. And then disease is an interesting word. What does it mean to eradicate disability? And disability is an interesting word. What does it mean to eradicate, like, without at the expense of a population? Like, these are very tough questions to answer, which, by the way, none of us will answer for the rest of humanity. I hope you know this. I hope you know we're just having fun today. No one will ever have the answer. And the fact that you think you have the answer is probably what's wrong with society. You won't have the answer because you won't be able to account for all the nuance and all the individual lives that will be impacted by your good intentions. It's the same reason in LA, when they tried to regulate porn companies to use condoms so people would have safer sex, they forgot to take into consideration how this would be harmful to individual couples who had studios outside of their home, because sex or porn without condom does better than porn with condom. So sometimes it's really, it's interesting, these good intentions we have to help people. It doesn't always help everybody. And the question is, if you build a society that helps most people, is that good enough? I would say good enough is doing a lot of labor here. I think ideally it would help everybody, but realistically, humans are too flawed as a species to ever help everybody. We can't even all help ourselves. We don't do anything alone, but we definitely do things independently, but not in the way that you think. Like, no one has ever pulled themselves up by their bootstraps, right? But nobody's also paying your bills, because at the end of the day, you still have to go to work and somebody has to pay you for your labor. Like, nobody's paying your bills, but you also didn't do it alone. But it feels like you're doing it alone when nobody is paying your bills for you, when nobody's helping, when no one's doing the dishes, when you don't have a roommate or a partner to come home to. God, it feels like you're doing it alone. Yeah, autonomous, but not isolated. Yeah. So I think the dilemma is, I want you as the person to not feel so overwhelmed that we can't solve all of humanity's problems, and then to feel hopeful that that means that it was never our responsibility to do it anyways. It's only our privilege, in a good way, to be able to even think about it. Not in a bad way. There's 2 types of privilege. The privilege that says you have a greater advantage, and the privilege that says it's my honor. It is an honor for Brittany to exist in a world where I get to spend my time figuring out how to solve problems that humanity faces, knowing that in 2,000 years, we're still going to be debating this very question. The same way we're still debating what is love. We are still debating what is love. Even with all the movies and all the poetry and all the philosophers, we still don't know what love is. And if we don't know what love is, then I don't know why we're sitting here pretending like we can all solve this great thing. You know what I mean? So I just want to give people reassurance, it was never your responsibility to solve it. It's only our honor to contribute to the answer. So it's not about us. It's about contributing to the possible answer for the future, Okay, let's finish out this video.
Not exist. Y'all don't hear how that's insane? And y'all be talking about Reagan is just smiling at his grave. You're Reagan. You're Reagan.
Like Reagan the president? We don't like Reagan, so. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Let's go to, I live in a society. What do you guys think about secondhand smoke? Do you think parents should smoke around their kids? Why or why not? Why did we get rid of smoking inside of buildings? Not in Europe, of course. In Croatia, we're all smoking. Do we think people should smoke around their kids, yes or no? Do we think we should smoke in restaurants and malls? They do it all over Croatia. Everybody smokes here. Everyone smokes indoors. Everybody smokes at restaurants. Everybody smokes everywhere. Everybody's smoking. Everybody's smoking, bro. It's so interesting. I kind of like going to the mall and everybody's smoking in the coffee shop. I don't know how to explain it. It's like a weird, probably because I just don't have it in America, but it's so interesting. And it also doesn't bother me. I don't get bothered by the smoke. Secondhand smoke gives cancer. Okay. Other people didn't consent to it. So we care more about the consent of an adult who exists than the baby who doesn't exist yet. right? Because that's what the question around this conversation is. The baby can't consent to the disability, but you're taking the risk that your baby has a disability by having the baby. And this is why we say, like, if the probability of you passing on your genetics or a baby to have a disability is higher, then we should equate it to something like secondhand smoke. The dilemma is like, you don't know how the baby will turn out, right? Lots of people with disabilities have babies without disabilities. Lots of people without disabilities have babies with disabilities. So we're not playing a one-to-one game. We're playing a probability game. So if the probability is higher that your baby will be disabled, what does that mean? In the same way that if the probability is higher that secondhand smoke harms kids, why are we doing it? Do we judge parents for doing it? Should we judge parents for doing it? Should we judge parents for smoking in the car with their kids? One time, this guy told me a story about how he can't wait to have kids to smoke in the car with them. And I just kept thinking, you're a weirdo. You know, you're being a weirdo. That's a weird thing to talk about. He's like, oh, I just don't think secondhand smoke matters. And I was like, you're being so weird. Why is this a decision? You know, why is this a brag? You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm judging a lot of y'all, but I'm also saying, like, okay, you're being, I don't know, it's your baby. Tarzan? Okay. It's your baby. I don't know. That's why we all have these conversations about, like, good parents, bad parents. I know some people who think religious people shouldn't have kids because now they're doing studies that religious parents are basically doing the same damage to their kids as, like, basic abuse homes. I don't know, dudes. I think we're thinking about this the wrong way. I just think we're doing this the wrong way. It's not that you shouldn't have kids if you're religious. You should just not have a religion that's inherently bigoted. Like, I think this is the wrong way to think about it. Yes, studies are showing that bigoted religions cause lifelong damage to children. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, growing up in a homophobic home that was religious gave me BPD. I know, I'm one of those kids. I'm one of those kids who literally has BPD because she grew up in a religious homophobic home. I know. I'm just saying that doesn't mean we should get rid of religion. It means we should stop promoting religions that are bigoted, which is why I don't know why queer people follow Jesus. Y'all gotta stop stop following a man. Like, again, I think, like, do you know what I mean? I think we're bad at problem solving. Everybody is bad at problem solving because everyone always goes to this weird all or nothing. Just fucking, can we please meet in the middle somehow? And not like a centrist way, you know? Just like a bisexual way. It's kind of like meeting in the middle. Like a they, them way. That's kind of like the middle, you know? Actually, I guess it's not. It's its own third category. Gender fluid. Can we meet in the middle, please? It's like, I don't understand this all or nothing. Okay? Now. Okay, I think we watched this one. Where is this? Hold on, I saved a lot of videos on this topic. Let me grab all my videos. Da, 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 da. What's happening here? Where did my video go? I had a video I saved. Hold on, where is it? Oh, this one. This one. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Just kidding. Sorry. This one. This one. And this one. And this one. Okay, I'm opening too many tabs now. My whole stream's gonna crash because I'm working on an egg here. Okay. Let me see. Anything? Okay. So
clarify, a disabled person making the choice for themselves to not have children and not pass on a genetic disability is not eugenics. But y'all discussing whether or not disabled people should have kids most definitely is.
I agree with that. I think saying out loud, hey, should disabled people have babies? I'm like,
I truly don't know how this topic came.
That's a weird way to phrase that statement. Like, I think it is the wrong way. The wrong question to ask is, should disabled people have babies? That's the wrong question. It's, should this specific person who happens to be disabled, should they be having a baby? And then you can judge it, but you can't tell them what to do because legally they should be supported. Do you know what I mean? I don't think it's, do I think women should date Republicans? Do I think women should be MAGA? Do I think you should vote for Trump? No. Do I think you should be bigoted? No. Do I think, you should join a bigoted religion? No. But it's not my job to tell you what to do. It's my job to figure out if you want to deconstruct what choices you're making. And if you can make better choices. And those choices are going to look different to each person. Okay? It's why I don't like the feminists that are like, women shouldn't wear burqas. Don't tell women what to do. If they want to wear burqas, let them wear burqas. That's the problem with women in centrist feminism, is they want to tell women what to wear. I'm not going to tell you what to wear, girl. You want to wear a burqa on the beach? Wear a burqa on the beach. None of my business. Do I think you should leave that patriarchal religion? Yes. But none of my business. None of my business. Also, I do think that you could leave a patriarchal religion and still decide to be modest outside of patriarchy, but modesty as a construct is inherently about like women being used as like an object that is centered around the male gaze, because modesty in and of itself was created to deter temptation and to be considered, better or holier than thou or more desirable because, this person is modest. So modesty within itself is something we have to deconstruct. But see, we wouldn't call it modesty. We wouldn't say, I love to dress modest. We would say, I love to dress this way. And this way just happens to be a turtleneck and a long skirt. Well, we wouldn't have to use the word modest. I don't dress this way because it's modest. I dress this way because it's cute.
About, right? But to sit up there and argue that it's okay for someone who has a life-altering illness, a life-altering disability where they cannot take care of themselves, they should not be having kids. We're talking about a situation where this person needs help to live their daily life. How do you expect them to take care of a baby? How do you expect them to raise a child? So we can sit up here and have the conversation that if someone's not doing well financially, they most likely should not have kids due to the fact that that child will not be able to live a good life. What's funny is you guys try to weaponize the conversation saying, this is a slippery slope. No, it's not. Just think about it. Why in the world would someone with a life-altering disability who needs help taking care of themselves sit up there and have a child? How is that going to benefit the child? How is that not being selfish? That is no life for anybody to live. When we have kids, we want to put them in the best possible situation. We're too grown, too advanced to be sitting up here and creating babies and setting them up for failure.
Okay, excuse me. Is this Darshan? We don't have time for you. Darshan, what do you guys think about that?
So I think
what do you guys think about that? I think, I think it's interesting because this specific disability is so difficult. Like the woman who said by the time she was 4 years old, she broke 100 bones. You know what? Here's how I would zoom out and have this conversation. What does it mean to inflict pain on a child? What does that look like? What does that mean? Because if a child came to school with 100 broken bones and it wasn't because of an illness, we'd be like, what the fuck? But because it's an illness and they don't have a choice, we're forgiving. It's not like they chose to do this to their child. Until you kind of do choose to do that to a child. I think because I don't think there's a God or anything, and I try my best to understand that like we're kind of like these people having a limited experience and then we're all going to die. I acknowledge that there won't be a perfect world, but I think like we have limited choice and free will. But the free will that I have is different than the free will someone else has, is different than the free will somebody else has. So for me, what I try to do is I try to break any barrier to my access to choice to make better choice. But I know that I'll be limited too because I'm a biological creature with limitations. So it's kind of like in a video game. You can only do the best with the weapon you're given when you start off in the game. But some people decide just to stay in that original place they spawned and not do anything else. And then some people like decide to get clothing, build better weapons, build a fort. You know what I'm saying? But I don't mean it in the capitalistic sense. I mean it in the spiritual sense. I think spiritually and introspectively, I'm trying to build a fort. Like I'm trying to like ascend into the place where I start off with a spear, I built a fort, and then I realized I didn't need the fort in the first place. And then I'm trying to exist in a world where I know I can build a fort, but I don't need a fort. Is this following? Does anybody does this kind of make sense? It's not about being perfect, but it's about having like a growth within the self that realizes like, just because I grew up in a place that told me I wouldn't be anything without the fort, doesn't mean that I don't need to learn how to have a fort to also let it go. Because it's only really a choice. Like living in your van is only a choice when you don't have to live in your van. Like van life is only fun when it's a choice. Having sex is only fun when it's a choice. Do you know what I mean? Like the choice thing is kind of important here. You know? And I feel like as people who make babies, we should think about in which ways they have a say in their existence. Again, I'm not saying it's wrong to have a baby. I'm saying when you have a baby, it's really nice if you could consider that baby and think about how they might feel and be open to the fact that they might resent you for making them or be frustrated that you knew better or knew that they could had this probability of illness and you didn't do anything about it. Right? And that's okay. As long as you can do that, I think, hey, it is what it is. Because, you know, like people get to make decisions about their life. It is what it is, you know? But I think at some point it's okay for people to also think that's deeply cruel, because I think it can be equally cruel to tell a disabled couple they can't have a baby as it is to have a baby knowing it will be disabled. I think both can be cruel and both can be neutral. I think it depends on the situation. It's so situational. It's just so contextual. There's nothing wrong with being disabled. There's nothing wrong with not having a baby. There's nothing wrong with having a baby. It just depends on the situation. And we keep acting like it's black and white for 8 billion people's experiences, and it just isn't. And I think also, and I hate to say this, and forgive me for saying it this way, but in America, our form of disability is privileged. If you look at the globe and you look at the way that other people experience disability, it is not like the way we experience disability here. It is still horrible here, but it is not the same. Like, we're not even dealing with the same illnesses in terms of like what people around the globe experience. Like, if you watch like really interesting, if you go down the disability bubble, you'll hear of illnesses you never even knew existed. And you start to think about like, man, do I want to make a baby if like this is their limited experience? And like, is this what I want for the world? Like, that's a really normal thought to have. It's a really normal thought to be concerned when you realize like, oh, even the way we talk about disability, kind of like Christian was saying earlier, we get a very filtered version of disability. We get a very clean and digestible and cute version of disability. We get cool and hip and fashionable. We get a very digestible version of disability. And that's what I think is also playing a role with some people. I think the problem we're going to face though is that people think having a disability is gross. It's not gross to be disabled. That's fucked up. You're being weird. There's nothing gross about being a human, like inherently. And I think that's the problem. We're fighting too many different variations of thought to know, humanize everyone, dignify everybody. And then let's talk about preventative care. But the world is undignified. The world really hates you for being ugly and doesn't even realize like nobody's ugly. This is why I say about building the fort metaphor. You have to be in a world where you strive to be beautiful only to realize it never mattered. And then only to realize like it matters because people care. And then only to realize that you get to decide if people should care. If you're going to care that people care. But you should know how to groom and be beautiful. And you should try to do your hair and learn how to do your eyebrows. I'm talking to past me, of course. Everybody knows my eyebrows were infamously bad. But you should also realize like it might not matter. But it's okay that you feel like it matters because we live in a world where people socialize and people have power over you and they use it against you. And so it can matter. But spiritually, it doesn't matter. Just practically sometimes. Sometimes, you know? Chet says, having the freedom to maintain your joy, ? We're all born free. So realizing that is key. Nobody can take away my freedom. They can only temporarily keep me in place. But my freedom exists even when I'm trapped. Freedom is twofold, physical and spiritual. You can't take my freedom away from me spiritually. I am joyful no matter what cage you've put me in, but you can physically put me in a cage. You can physically tie my hands down, throw me into a river and kill me. But know that in those moments, you never have taken away me and the thing that is me. And like, I think that's the spirituality or the metaphysics or the philosophy that we move into. You can kill this body, but you did not kill the spirit. And I don't mean a soul, but I mean that thing that is you. And I think that's kind of the lesson we learned growing up. We learned that like, don't let people get you down. Don't understand that you exist outside of people's perception. You know? Chet says it's absolutely individualistic, and I think we need to move away from generalized of groups, disabled people included. It all comes down to the personal autonomy. Yeah, I think in some ways, and then societally, of course, we're a community, right? Like societally, I think we should uplift the people who are struggling the most and move them out and give them education and get everybody in a I think the person who's suffering the most in the country should still have a great life. Like the people that are at have the worst situation should still have a good situation. And that would be an ideal society. So instead of taking our disabled and throwing them into asylums where we don't see them, out of sight, out of mind, like the Kennedys did to their aunt and their daughter, we give those people a dignified, basic way of existing in a way that makes them feel included, because disabled people deserve to be included. Ugly people deserve to be included. What are other groups of people hate? Gay people deserve to be included. I don't know. Everybody deserves to be included, fuckers. I'm so sick of having to I say this out loud. We should all be included. Children should be included. Stop having children you don't include in conversations. People should be included. Y'all are so out here advocating for children on their behalf. Let them be included. Hear their voices. Let them speak their mind and understand that nobody is perfect. And children feel societal pressure as much as adults do. They will also say things that they don't mean. And that's why you have to accept that sometimes people say, man, I know I said that thing 10 years ago, but I think I only said it because I felt pressured by society. Hey, I said this thing 5 years ago. I don't really believe that anymore. You got to accept that people are imperfect, right? Chess says, I think my freedom ends where another person's begins. Community is incredibly important. I think it's important, though, that community, like, again, community is also dangerous. That's why eugenicists are scary, because they're a community of people that are going to pick you up and kidnap you and kill you. So be careful about romanticizing this word community. Community isn't inherently good, guys. We are in a community right now. And I think we romanticize struggle the same way we romanticize community. Oops, hold on. My bangs are fighting me right now. This is very important stuff. Why is this happening? I refuse to engage. I was getting annoyed with the way it was sitting on my forehead. I could feel it. See, this curl is being very stubborn. She's being stubborn today. It's because did I split my hair so badly down the middle today? This is really what's important, okay? This beauty, okay? Anyways, we romanticize community, I think, too much. But I think we romanticize the individual too much too. We romanticize guys, we gotta ground ourselves, girls. We just gotta ground ourselves, you know? we got to ground ourselves. We need to stop romanticizing our lives, but also accept that we will romanticize something, and that's okay too. You know, and that's okay too. What are you gonna do? Okay, let's keep going. Watch some videos. I collected a lot.
Say or not, but it was very selfish for Antoine and Deja to have that baby. It's not okay. It's not right. It's not right for that child.
I just want to say that selfish is kind of like picking yourself at the expense of others, but I also think it's inherently self-serving to have a baby, period. So call it selfish or whatever you want, but every person who has a baby is self-serving because that baby did not ask to be here. And I'm not saying you're a bad person for having a baby. I think you're a human and people be fucking and then people have babies and it is what it is. Most pregnancies are unplanned. I'm just saying it's inherently self-fulfilling. It's selfish, but it's not always selfish, but kind of, but not really. It's more nuanced than that, you know?
I understand everybody saying everybody deserve, you know, somebody get a cat, get a dog. It's not, there's a lot of people that don't need one, but they need help. They need help their own self for them to get a baby and give this baby the exact same trait that they have. It's very selfish. Sometimes it's okay to be like, no, it's not a good idea. And then this baby's already been in the hospital since the baby's been born because the predicament they just put for this child is not all right. And then they're on there talking about, we're looking for a house. You guys don't even have an apartment. And you gave this baby this predicament. You guys don't have a place. 3 wheelchairs?
Okay. Yeah, I think using this couple as an example just feels easy because the visual representation is so clear. But I feel that, just for the record, I do feel the same way about most people who have babies, where I'm like, you're rich and you have 2 jobs and you're never home and you can never see your kids. This is why women somehow, second wave feminism, I guess, I don't know which wave, bought into the lead-in feminism, bought into the bullshit that women can have it all. Men don't even have it all. Men don't even have it all. So we're all under this illusion, right? Like we are, I think, really approaching these problems just so incorrectly. Here's a different example of a disabled couple, or one person maybe is disabled. I don't know if they're both disabled. That might give us another idea of a way it could look. I'm going to mute it because it's copyrighted. It says, now life looks like this. Okay, like that was a cute little family. Okay, like they're cute together. Okay, vibes. But I don't know their circumstance. And now it looks like the child's disabled, right? I see like, you know, you could see it in the child. And that's a conversation to be had, right? You know that really famous dwarf mom? No. Yeah, dwarf mom. She is the redhead and her son's not a dwarf. And he's like really, really tall. Okay, she has like a whole little dwarf family, but then he's big. That's like that's like their thing. You know, they like, that's like their every fucking post is like, I'm not a dwarf, you know? Anyways, I don't really follow them, but I know who they are. Okay, you know that family? That's another example. Is like, you don't know how your kid's gonna come out. You're just gambling. We're playing a probability game. So the question isn't, should disabled people have babies? The question is, are you prepared for what it means to bring a baby into the universe, whether you're disabled or not? Because I'm going to say 90% of people, no, they are not prepared. You are all not equipped, but we do our best. Okay? Chess says, I think dwarfism is the medical terminology, but they prefer to be called little people. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it depends on the bubble, because I've heard from some people who are dwarf advocates that they use dwarfism or dwarf, but then I think little people is good too. I don't know. Tell me whatever the modern thing is, I'm doing it. Tell me what it is, girls. Okay. Oops. Volume is muted.
I understand it's 2025 and we like to throw the word eugenics around like it's beads and Mardi Gras, but there's a lot more nuance behind the conversation about Antoine and Deja and the child they chose to have than I think a lot of y'all are capable of understanding. See, I was born to 2 disabled parents. I was born to a mother with a very disabling condition, so I can actually speak on this situation and understand the depth of it. Most would probably say after I became my mother's full-time caretaker at the ripe age of 13 years old that she should not have chosen to have children.
And this goes back to the story I shared earlier about the couple who goes to church. Like, we talk about how bad parentification is for people. What do you think happens to families that purposely keep procreating when they know for a fact the children will come out disabled and the other children have to raise them? Like that couple that I knew from church, whose all the boys would be disabled and the girls wouldn't. Who do you think is going to take care of those babies? Who do you think now was born into a universe where, like, you basically had more babies to raise more babies? Like, how are we on one hand talking about parentification is bad, and then on the other hand, you're having more babies to raise more babies? Do you know what I'm saying? There are so many families that literally sit here and think, well, the siblings will take care of them. And look, I have already sworn that I would take care of at least 3 of my siblings if they became disabled, okay? I swear to God, I will do whatever it takes to make sure that they are comfortable, right? I will do that. But I can't do it for all of my siblings. Like, the other siblings have to help. But not because because like, it's different. Like, the vibe is different. The vibe is like, it's not like you did it on purpose. But if you did it on purpose because you wanted help and you're fucking Gypsy Rose status and you're her mom, bro, we need to talk about, like, mental health. Like, I don't want no, what's it called? Hunchmausen's house munch, what's that called? Munchausen's by proxy. I don't want no, like, faking illness because you want attention, which is mental health, which is actually, you're not faking an illness, you're just faking the wrong one because you don't realize the real one is, like, you need mental health. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I am more than happy to take care of my siblings, or I'm happy to take care of people. Not everyone, though, because you still have to have a good relationship with that person. You can't assume your children will take care of you. I think it's fucked up to assume your kids will take care of you. You know what I mean? And then these elderly, like, this is why a lot of the elderly population is struggling, because their kids don't want to take care of them. Maybe their kids are bad people, or maybe they're bad people. But I think it's really fucked up to be a parent who assumes their kid will take care of them versus being grateful. Like, you don't have to do this, but, like, I appreciate it. Like, I'm already planning to take care of my in-laws. I'm already planning to take care of 3 of my siblings if they need it. Like, I'm planning my future around that reality. Are you guys? Is society? No. But, or maybe some of you are, but you know what I mean? Like, you're not planning to take care of my siblings. I am. And then what happens, right? If we can't make it happen, what happens if we don't make enough money? What happens if the system never gets better? We need to advocate for a better system. But until the system happens, we're left with the result. So you can't blame people for not wanting to bring babies into the world under this system, because the system isn't there yet. We're not there yet. And facilities are really dangerous because a lot of these care facilities are undignified. Elder abuse is huge. Abuse for elderly students is huge. How many teacher videos are to see of special needs teachers abusing the kids in the classroom? How many fucking videos do I gotta watch, man? I'm fucking tired. And you're just out here sitting here thinking, like, sure, I'll make a baby. A baby, you're not even prepared to accept the reality that they could be hurt as a child. Because when they come to you and say, hey, I've been hurt, you go, no, you haven't. Y'all are not prepared, bro. Disabled or not, you're not prepared.
And some would say that me and my husband choosing to move forward with having kids despite the invisible disabilities I've had my entire life and the conditions that I have developed throughout time due to being born to a mother with such disabling conditions, that's selfish, and we shouldn't do that either. But we are currently in the process of going through testing and taking measures to make sure that if we do have a disabled child in the future, or a child that will develop more conditions down the road, we will be capable of taking care of them and providing for them if necessary. And I see a lot of y'all saying that Deja and Antoine should have done the same thing. Or
Chat says, brother and his wife had a baby on purpose. Neither of them had a job, thousands of dollars of debt, and it became everybody else's problem. Really excited to have this convo. Well, that's the convo. The convo is, see, you don't have to be disabled or not disabled to make bad decisions. The question isn't around should disabled people have babies. I want to make sure that's not the conversation we're having here. The question is, when does preventative care end up being, eugenics? And I think there are so many steps before that, before you get to eugenics. And I think these communities are arguing because they don't realize we're all talking about different things. Those of us that are saying, hey, maybe you shouldn't have a baby right now, is just saying, like, you're not being very responsible to any person in a situation regardless, versus, hey, you shouldn't have a baby because you're poor, because you're disabled. Well, okay, it's not like poor people shouldn't have babies, but it's more like, We should make sure we're being as responsible as possible and harm reducing to the best of our ability as we prepare to have this child. And then we have to accept that most people are just animals evolved. All of us are animals evolved on a planet, and most of us are just having unprepared pregnancies. We're not actually having planned pregnancies. As much as conservatives think Planned Parenthood is everywhere, we are not planning our pregnancies. Most people are not actually planning pregnancies. They're just getting pregnant because they're just having sex. Because we be fucking. You know what I mean? We're acting like we're living in this perfect world where everybody is educated and thoughtful and considerate. Everyone is just horny. Everybody just horny.
Should not have had children at all because of their conditions. And what I feel like a lot of y'all are neglecting to see and understand is that there are plenty of us born to disabled parents who are actually living full lives, even if we have conditions as well. There's also plenty of us that are not living full lives and are actually able to see the discussions that y'all are having. Because while my disabilities don't necessarily prevent me from living a full life, it's baffling that a lot of y'all feel the way you do about certain stuff. I can only imagine the way my counterparts who are not living the fullest lives, who are struggling with being bedbound, wheelchair bound, need more accessibility. I can only imagine the way my counterparts are feeling. Because really,
see, when you use words like not living to the fullest or not having a full life, that's why people say, then why are you having a baby who has the same condition? You just admitted by your own words that like your life isn't a full life. So then that's why people's brains go, oh, like I don't want to give this to a child. That's so fucked up. That's all that's happening. Is the language we're using conveys to people, oh, so I don't want to give this to a baby, right? Because that's fucked up. That's all that's happening in people's brains. And then there's the eugenicists who are crazy. But fuck them. The regular people that are hearing you are just like, yeah, wait, I'm so sorry that's happening to you. You're suffering so much. You're right. We should cure this. We should make a magic pill that makes this go away. But maybe the only magic pill to make this go away is to not procreate and eradicate this from the gene pool, which sounds like eugenics. But maybe the magic pill is coming in the form of preventative care. But it sounds like eugenics. And the why is the only difference. What's the difference between sex and rape, everybody? Consent. It's not the sex. What's the difference between eugenics and preventative care? The why. Why are we doing it? Why? That's it. That's the difference. But that's so hard for people to process. And that's why people rape people and then refuse to believe they've raped people. And that's why people are eugenicists but refuse to engage in it. Or that's why some people are not eugenicists and people don't want to believe it. Because sometimes it just doesn't look the way you think it's going to look. You know?
At the end of the day, if we're going to be some of the same people that say my body, my choice, the same thing applies to disabled people. Because the rhetoric that a lot of y'all are spouting about disabled people having children and they should not have that choice, or they should not do it, or they should not be allowed to, because if the child does come out with the exact same condition, that's the same dangerous rhetoric that this current government is actually spouting. That's the same dangerous rhetoric that RFK Jr. recently got up in public and said. And y'all don't think that they're actually utilizing tools of the internet to hear the think pieces that some of y'all are saying? While I know the disabled community has always been in danger in this country, but like I was...
Yeah, you want to be careful around RFK Jr. because I do think his family is eugenicists. I mean, they lobotomized Aunt Mary. Is that her name? That's crazy. Lobotomy's crazy. Spooky, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Appreciate that, guys. Thank you for being here on my birthday to have a casual conversation about eugenics. That's what's so scary is like the Kennedys already have. The Kennedys come from the generation where you hide the disabled. My mom used to tell me about, I don't know if this was a relative or a family friend, but she told me about a baby they knew who ended up getting disabled because, you know, they did the prenatal check, you know, where they put the needle in the belly and they accidentally hit the baby and the baby became disabled and the parents were so ashamed they hid the baby away in an asylum. And my mom used to say, isn't that just so horrible? Isn't that the worst thing ever that they hid this baby away? And I used to say, yeah. Like I grew up in a household where like, you don't hide your babies. Your babies, like I had a lot of disabled friends growing up. Like you don't hide babies. You know what I mean? I grew up in that conservative bubble, but remember that conservative bubble also thinks it's like a sacrifice from God to give your life to your children in a way that coincides with your religion. So remember, the same people that are like, I would wipe my disabled child's butt will also make that disabled child listen to the Holy Rosary all day. I always tell my partners, I used to tell my friends this. I used to tell my friend before I was married, if I ever become disabled and I'm paralyzed, you do not let my mother take care of me, because she will put me in the living room and she will make me listen to the Rosary all day, and I will kill myself. I will bite off my own tongue and kill myself. And my friend was like, I will fight for you. I was like, you better fight for me, bitch. Because if my mom will take care of me if I'm disabled, she will also trap me in this Catholic home and make me listen to the Rosary every day. And I don't want to do this. So you might be all bragging about, you know, at least you have a mom who wipes your butt. Yeah, well, imagine that I'm in my head screaming for my life because I'm listening to the fucking homily every day. But they mean well. They mean well by it. The road to hell is paved in good intentions. And I know that. I know my mom would wipe my butt. My mom would take care of me. But she'd also make me listen to the Catholic channel. Ugh.
Saying now, I actually do fear that the disabled community is in a lot more danger than we realize, especially now under this current administration. But with that being said, this video is now more than 2.5 minutes long, and I'm going to wrap it. To Deja Antoine or Deja Antoine supporters, I'm happy for them. I love that for them. And I know that's going to make a lot of y'all mad. But at the end of the day, that baby was born to 2 loving parents that wanted her. And we don't know what their village looks like. We don't know what their support system looks like. Does it suck that that baby's been in the hospital for so long? Yes. But at the end of the day, that's their family. That's their life.
Okay, there you go. I think that's a better message at the end there, that at the end of the day, we can have opinions, but sometimes those opinions don't matter. You do you. And yeah, this next video I'm pretty stoked to watch because this is I think a very interesting person. This is do we have a name? I'm not seeing a name, but the username is Gay G-Town Bay. I think that's how you say that.
There's a reason why people buy into eugenics a lot on this app, and the reason is related to moralized emotion. And let's talk about it. Hi, my name is Evan. I'm a bioethicist and I specialize in
Evan. Okay, Evan.
Disinformation and conspiracy theories as a threat to public health. Anais Nin is infamous for saying, we do not see things as they are, we see things as we are. And that's about this concept of self-reflection and individualization. Most of us are very narrative. We're very anecdotal.
Ugh, already so fucking good. So fucking good already. This is why I say it's not about you. But I say this to progressives as well. It's not about you. But see, you can't escape it unless you know you're doing it. I see this amongst all political affiliations, all people. This is why I say I had such a big bubble pop when I was like, it's really not about me. It's not about me. I have my opinions. I do be judging in a good way. Never to condemn you to hell, girls, for real. But I know that it's happening. Do you know that it's happening? Do you know that you're doing the thing that is a part of your biological experience and it's becoming other people's problem? Do you know you're doing it even if you're a minority, even if you're gay, even if you're brown? It's not enough. We have to also know we're biological creatures who have this lack of free will in some aspects of our existence because we have things running in the background that we think are us. And the us is questionable. So this thing that happens, this inherent prejudice, this judgment, this quick assumption about people, this is why we have to pause and say, oh, why did I have that thought? Oh, why did I have this emotion? Why did I feel this way? That's what introspection is. It's identifying. Even children introspect. Mom, I'm sad. Oh, thank you for, identifying your emotion and introspecting on that. Do you want to talk to me about it? Do you want to engage with me about this topic? Yeah, I'm sad. My tummy hurts. Thank you for identifying why you think you're sad and that your tummy hurts. Are you also in pain? Yeah, I'm in pain. Okay. Let's talk about what that means. You're basically building off of, but what we do is we you ever meet somebody who's not regulated in their emotions? So they're like, oh, whatever. And it's like, hey, do you want water? Sure, I guess. And it's like you can tell they're upset, but do they even know why they're upset? This is why we go to therapy. So I can figure out why the fuck am I so upset right now? I don't even know what happened. Why am I irritated? I do that now. Sometimes, because we're all people, I'll be like frustrated. Like I'll be like, why am I mad, dude? And I'm like, why am I feeling this way? And my partner will say like, hey, is something wrong? And I'm like, yeah, something's wrong. I'm upset. And they're like, do you know why you're upset? And I'm like, not yet, but I'm going to find out. And like, I'll move around the house. Sometimes I even walk around the house like, why am I pissed? What's making me so mad? And then they'll go down the list. Did you drink water? Did you eat food? Did you sleep? How much did you sleep last night? Is your fibro working up? Is there something going on in the house? I'm like, I hear something. Do you hear something? And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, do you hear that? I hear a noise that it's pissing me off. I think it's the noise I'm hearing. And I'll walk around the house until I find it. And I'll realize like the charger was plugged in. I'm good now. I unplugged it. Or, hey, I'm actually hungry. Or sometimes I'll be in my office and I'm so zoned out at work. And then all of a sudden I'll like take my earphones. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I'll stomp through the house and I'll realize the fan was up, like on over the oven. And my partner had been cooking. And I'm like, and I'll slam it off. And then I'll walk back into my room and be like, I'm not angry at them. I'm not angry that a fan exists. My brain is overstimulated and very frustrated, but I'm not like angry, but I might look very angry. I'm like annoyed. Ooh, I'm annoyed. And being annoyed is not being angry to me. I'm annoyed as fuck at that fan. It is a horrible fan. And I'm like stomping through the house like a fucking, what is this sound? I think the dilemma is that my partner knows when I'm angry and they know when I'm annoyed. To anyone else, it might look like I'm angry. I'm just annoyed. And he'll be like, oh my God, why are you so annoyed? And I'm like, the fan was on. The fan was on. And it's like, oh, that fan is so annoying. Do you know what I mean? But other people might see me and be like, oh, Brittany's so angry. I'm not angry, I'm annoyed. But I'm about to be angry if you think I'm angry. You know? Now I'm about to be angry. But you know what does make me hangry is when I don't eat enough. Then I get annoyed. You know what I mean? Let me tell you.
We look at the world.
Oh, Maiden Monster with the super chat. Thank you so much. Says happy birthday, Brittany. Happy birthday, girly. Thank you. Thank you.
Through ourselves first. And not just through ourselves as in through our own eyes, but through the things that we like, don't like, the things that we desire or not desire, the things that have made us successful or the things that have harmed or hurt us or traumatized us.
It's like the people who can't accept that you like things that are different from them. And when you share something you like, they go, ew, I really don't like that. I like this. It's like you could have just said, oh, I really like this. It's cool that you like that. But instead, you have to point out how you hate the thing I like first. It's like, it's not about you. When people, like my friends and I do this, when I say, I have a friend who's like more preppy than I am, like they're the Audrey Hepburn to my Grace and Frankie. I'm Frankie. She's Grace. My friend is Grace. I'm Frankie. And I will ask my friend like, hey, do I look cute in this? And she'll ask me, are you asking me, do you look cute in this for your style? And I'm like, yes, obviously. I'm not asking you if you like this style. We dress differently. And she's like, yes, you look cute for what you're going for. And I go, thank you. Because she can't, if she gave me an opinion about what she likes, she doesn't dress like me. It wouldn't make any sense. But it takes a skill. It takes skill to not judge people. Like my friend would never wear this. This outfit I'm in, this is called Autistic Femme for those wondering. This is Autistic Femme for you. Okay. My bestie she's not gonna be wearing this. Okay? My bestie's not gonna be wearing, this is a Britney outfit. This is a Britney dress. Okay? This is not what my bestie is gonna be wearing. Okay? So if my bestie, I looked at her and said, hey, do you think this dress is cute? That's the wrong question. She'd say, no, I don't think it's cute. I would ask her, hey, do you think this dress is cute for me? And then she'd be like, oh my God, yes, this is so for you. This is a skill. This is a skill that I think Evan is pointing out that people do not know is a skill. You have to know your brain is going to give people advice based off what works for you, which is bad. It's not about you, girl. It's about me, right? Okay. And thank you guys for all the sweet compliments on my dress. Thank you.
It takes a lot of formal training in things like philosophy and a number of the sciences, but also just reading and exposure to other people and other worlds to start to build.
Somebody asked me in the Discord, great question. Do you think reading books is important? I think reading books is like driving a car. It's a tool. You don't need it to have a good life, but it's access to better understanding. Reading thousands of books popped so many of my bubbles. It let me travel without ever leaving the house. And I mean reading a book, like physically reading a book. And like, if you can't read a book, listen to an audio book, obviously. Like audiobooks are great. But like being one with the page really helped me. Even though I'm a bit dyslexic, I managed, though sometimes I question myself and I wonder how much I read and how much I switch words around sometimes. That's why I reread books though. The point is that a book, you're not supposed to read a book and know how to quote it. You're supposed to read a book and gain a tool from it. That's how I read books. I don't read a book so I can talk about it later. I read a book to learn something about myself. So it's not really about how accurate it is to me. It's about what I learned from it, because it's like an art. It doesn't matter if I'm examining the art correctly. Did the art speak to me? That's kind of how I think about it, which is probably pretty autistic. But yeah, I love what Evan's saying.
Build a sense of self that doesn't have you as the center of, and making the assumption that all other people should be operating similar to you. That is to say that everybody else would be successful if they did the things that make you successful, or everybody else should be adhering to the same constructions and morals that you hold for you.
Bubbles, 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 right?
Now, in a truly democratic world, we all have value simply for existing.
Oh, hold on. Oh, I can't wait. Fire. Chet says, I agree. I've received such pushback from saying you can learn through the world through reading. The pushback being that real learning only happens through a lived experience. It's got to be both. Now, imagine you're a conservative who does neither. You know how many conservatives I know who not only do not read, and I mean read diversity. Like I read conservative novels and books and published books, and I read because I want to know what everyone's thinking, right? You know how many conservative books I've read? Like that's the thing. They won't do the same for you. They won't read the progressive books. And that's what I'm saying. Imagine you don't read and you don't watch. And you tell me people aren't in bubbles. And that goes every way. Actually, I just saw a really great video about how progressives are running into the same problem. We're like, hey, if the only media you see online is from progressives, you're also isolating your probability for learning. You cannot just get all your answers from progressives. Even though Republicans have none of the answers, what they have is insight into culture for their bubble. You can't, you know what I forget? Oh, this week I'm doing the cursed TikTok timeline. I don't follow conservatives. I never see conservatives on my timeline. I never see pro-Israeli stuff. I never see any of it. But the other day, I saved a TikTok from Charlie Kirk, and I am being bombarded with pro-Israeli, conservative TikTokers, and I forget how horrible that bubble is. Like, I thought it was bad enough that I was arguing with liberals on the internet or following, you know what I mean? It's so bad. And then I tried to think, imagine you're a conservative and this is all you see. Y'all, I am so sorry, but you're going to have to go through this timeline with me. I'm going to show you the videos that have popped up on my feed. It is bad. This white woman said, she said, hey, this is for black people or something like that. She goes, racism ended with Gen X. Nobody cares about your skin color anymore. We ended racism with Gen X. She goes, and I'm sitting there like, oh, and she goes, but now you're so centered, or what did she say? You're so obsessed with our skin color. Now we're uncomfortable to be around you. And I was like, oh, whoa. And I was like, I am in enemy territory. You know what the worst one is? Because most of my feed is usually people of color or brown people or whatever. I started getting black content creators that were conservative. So I'd be watching a black woman. I'd be like, she'd be like, I'd be sitting there oh, I'm in enemy territory, and I didn't know I'm in enemy territory. It was so crazy. Even gay people. I got gay people on my timeline, and I was like, gay person. Oh, gay conservative, gay conservative, gay conservative. I felt like I was being whiplashed by how different the bubbles are. I can't even explain to you. It's so crazy. You think I'm in a good spell, and then you're how did I get here? I can't even tell you. It's this, guys, these TikToks are crazy. I can't wait to show them to you. I'm so sorry. You're going to have to suffer with me. It's good to remember, though. It's really good to remember how weird it is being in a conservative bubble.
For being part of a community together. So we all live in the same neighborhood, we all live in the same town. It doesn't matter what we are or are not contributing. We're all doing what we can to build up enough resourcing so that all of us get our needs met. And that we all engage in resource exchange because we all know that we're going to assist each other where there's imbalances or where there's a need. So I grow apples, you grow oranges, somebody else grows lettuce, somebody else grows, has cattle.
But the dilemma, and this is what I noticed about people, just using my family as an example. I used to joke, we had 10 kids and none of us chose careers that were helpful. I was like, why didn't we all, one of you be a lawyer, one of you be a doctor, one of you be this? Because it doesn't work that way. Humans, we just don't work that way. Isn't that weird? Why don't human beings as an evolved species work in a more cohesive manner? Why do we do this? And a big part of why introspection, extrospection is a special interest. If you guys don't know my philosophy system, you can watch it in the description. The thing that's funny, why'd you write stone soup in the chat? Because my mom used to make me stone soup as a kid because we used to read the book growing up. Okay, caveat. Chet says we were raised in an individualistic society, probably, but no, I'm talking about our ancestors were the same way. We act like we don't know human history. The little we know from human history shows we've always been the same way we are now. We have never been different. Right? Name a time when human beings were different than we are now. We've only gotten better, y'all. This is the best we can do right now. So this whole blaming individualistic society is just not true. Name a society around the world that isn't bigoted, homophobic, transphobic, and full of rape. You can't. We're not there yet. We're just we're not there. So that's why when people say, Brittany, if the whole world was fives, would the world be better? Well, then we'd have babies. And those babies would be twos. And those babies would also have to deconstruct and go through the journey. And then you can't force people to be introspective. You have to let them choose it. And most people aren't going to choose it. That's why we can't just solve our problems overnight. This is why I want you to be okay with that. I want you to radically accept we can't save the world. We can only contribute for the future. And not for the future tomorrow, but the future 1,000 years from now, 2,000 years from now,
Together, we all end up with some sort of meal at the end of the day. No one of us is eating just apples, just oranges, or beef. And there are some of us who maybe don't eat beef or don't eat oranges, and that's okay too. But Michel Foucault points out that, especially under capitalism, there's this thing called biopower and biopolitics. And that is the power in the labor that you can extract from people. And biopolitics is constructing a system, like a sovereign state, over those people.
Oh, wait, Chad says, I just mean the values are centered around me instead of we. It's what I want to do instead of what I think I can do to have a contributing role. Yeah, I think the dilemma, though, is if you're born into a bigoted household, do you have a choice other than to think of yourself? Because if you keep trying to help the bigots in your family, you're just going to end up in the same situation like most women are born into, which is caregiving roles for people who take advantage of you, right? So I think out of survival, we have to think about I think the irony is that we do, I think who we're really sending this message to is probably not us. It's probably to people that are, I don't know. Chat says, in an ideal structure, we would have freedom to not act out of survival. Yeah, I think that's the problem is I think you can only do what you can individualistically, but you have to advocate for a better system. Not because it's going to happen, but because what you're doing is you're putting it in the minds of people to consider it for the future. You ever plant an idea in someone's head? You ever sometimes I feel like my YouTube videos are planting a seeds in someone's head and then maybe one day it will be a tree. I think that's what we're doing. We're all trying to plant the idea of what if we all had housing? What if we all had healthcare? What if we didn't care about gay people? You know what I mean? We just let them be, It's we're just putting a plant in there.
Based not on them having just general value because they're part of the society or part of the community, but because of the labor you can or cannot extract from them to build wealth, to build, resource hoarding and capital, whatever we're calling capital. We can call it money, we can call it whatever the thing is that then can be extracted and create even more power globally because of this resource that everybody wants. So how do I get it out of each of these individuals collectively that are in the sovereign state that I've established, right? So I build policies, I build legislation, I build rules that make it easier to build wealth off of the labor that I can extract from this group. And all eugenics, the philosophy of eugenics, is built on this idea of ascribing value to bodies. That is proto-eugenics, first wave eugenics, second wave eugenics, liberal concepts of eugenics, positive and negative eugenics. All of these come down to, and this is why it's a pseudoscience, is this idea of people having idealized or non-ideal bodies. That is, people who are the more valuable and people who are less valuable or not valuable, or are in some instances, depending on what kind of eugenics we're talking about, are even a threat to the value of everybody else collectively. And first wave eugenics, which is formally designed and founded as a philosophy and a concept by Sir Francis Galton in like 1881, 1883, the foundation of it is this idea of there are bodies that have no value and there are bodies that have all the value, right? And it's always related to labor, and that is either labor, like actual physical labor, and or intelligence, right?
I think what my brain does, and this is just me being super honest and vulnerable, I don't think about, this is probably my own, related to my own fears. I don't think about a person's quality based off of their labor or their participation in society. I think about the quality of life and the relationship they have to independence separate from the world. This is probably just so related to my own brain, but I really value the ability to disappear. Like, I know that I am capable of just saying no to all of this and doing something else. That I know I am capable enough and I've built enough of a world around me to prove to myself that I could just start over again if I wanted to. That I can figure out legal systems, that I can get jobs, that I can communicate, that I can socialize, that I can be completely alone, that if everybody I ever loved died, I know I'd be okay. And I know that my disability makes it harder. And that's why I don't think I'd wish that on my child. Like, I wouldn't wish my child to be trapped by society or people. And that's probably because I don't believe that we'll ever get to a world where people will care about my child the way I care about my child. So I need to care about my child the way the world can't. And that means by giving them the best advantage possible, while accepting that I might not have a say in how my child appears in the world. I don't have a say in how my child appears in the world. That doesn't mean I wouldn't wish for them to have every tool possible to start over again as many times as they needed. Yeah, I think that's how my brain thinks about it. What about you guys? Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's one of the privileges of my position in life is like some people, if everyone around them died, they would die. Like they wouldn't be able to just start again. They are dependent on people, and there's nothing wrong with that. I am dependent everyone's dependent. We're all dependent. It's just a matter of like, what does that dependence look like? I'm dependent on food and water and society. Girl, I don't know how to grow my own food. I am super dependent on society. I am super dependent on structure, But that's how my brain processes. That's why I don't understand eugenics, or I don't understand like, oh, my genes are better than your genes. I don't know, dude. I'm just trying to live my life, bro. I'm just trying to vibe. You know, I feel like you're putting, like, I don't have the ego to think that my genetics are so great, but I do have I have a deep, I think, and personal, profound relationship with my own existence. I really value me, and my ability, like, to process that I exist. Like, I really am grateful in some ways that I get to exist, but I'm also indifferent in most ways as well. Yeah, there's something there that makes it so that my greatest gift I can give myself is the ability to start again. You know what I relate this to? This is so stupid. Have you ever taken a fly across country or a fly across state? Like, a fly gets trapped in your car and you just realized, fuck, I just took this fly from California to Arizona. I didn't even mean to, but now this fly, I don't know if he had a family and a whole fucking life, but now he's in a different state and there's nothing I can do about it. I kind of want to be able to be that fly who, like, can just, like, keep going with my life even if I end up being that fly. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of want to be able to just pick up and go, even if it doesn't make sense. I think something like that. Yeah, maybe that's why I do feel like people are people everywhere. Like, life is life everywhere. It doesn't matter where I am. It's all the same. Maybe I'm just like a fly, you know? I don't know.
You add in things like phrenology and all these other elements of how to measure people's value beyond just their, like, physical strength. Because the trouble is there are some groups that we enjoy for physical strength as, like, agrarian beasts of burden, right? Like enslaved folks. But we don't want to go so far as to say that they are an idealized group, even though they're strong and they do a lot of the physical labor. So we have to add in also things like intellectualism or intellectualized value as well. This is where you get the concept of, like, quote unquote imbeciles, which is the language that was used at the time. And so these groups that couldn't contribute to the idealized form of capital building, wealth building, were seen as immoral and without value. That was people with disabilities. That was people who had an issue with drinking. There was drunkards. That was, again, the language used at the time were people who were drunkards. Spicy workers was another group, right? Because they offended like virtuous rules. Because, again, you have the Puritan construction under this too. People who are seen as valuable in the eyes of God. So that is the most pure, that's the most virtuous, the most withholding. Someone who's a spicy worker is not going to have that same value in the eyes of God, because Puritanism is about not allowing yourself these particular types of carnal desires and joys, not to fall to them. And one of the things that really thrives online, that can really trend, is things that elicit moralized emotion, these are things that we have ascribed a good or a bad to, even though most things are morally benign. Most things in the world have no morality to them. They just...
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is, like, a huge game changer. If you realize, like, that's how I kind of popped my bubble around fat phobia. Like, I was putting a moral, because I was raised in a fat phobic bubble, obviously. I was putting a lot of emphasis on, like, eating, like, what people ate. Like, I was moralizing people's food. And then I had to sit with myself and, like, deconstruct that idea. Like, what is so immoral about a food? And then I realized, like, oh, nothing. There is nothing immoral about what you eat. But we've convinced ourselves there is, that there's good food and bad food. It's just, I don't know. Like... You know, it's, but to be fair, that's kind of how I feel about almost anything. Like, I know I've said this about smoking. It really offends people when I say, like, I don't care if people smoke. Like, people are like, Britney, it really kills people. Yeah, but, like, you know you're gonna die, right? Like, I don't care if you smoke. If you want to live your limited time on earth smoking a ciggy, bro, puff that shit and feel good about your life, okay? I don't give a fuck. But people really care, and they'll say, like, I think that's a horrible thing to say to people. I don't know. I don't care what you put in your body. Like, it's your business. As long as you're joyful. And I think you can be joyful and be a smoker. I do. I think you can be joyful and enjoy a cigarette and, you know, hit a bong, you know? I don't know. It just feels like a really weird way to moralize tobacco. You know what I mean? Like, you do you. But I understand why people are attaching it to like a family member they knew or somebody they love dying on them. That's your relationship with death you're not coming to terms with. You're all gonna die. You know? Discord, thank you so much for the birthday wishes, girls. Thank you. Chet says, would it bother you if your partner smoked? No, my partner and I don't mind smoking. I mean, I smoke. They met me when I was a smoker. Like, no, we don't mind smoking. Like, we're not going to moralize smoking. We might not engage with it every day, 24/7. I used to roll out of bed and hit a bong before I brushed my teeth. I used to smoke every day, all day, my bros. All day. All forms of weed have been consumed by me. Okay? I've done it all, girls. Okay? What was that? What was the one? Hold on. My brother had what's the one where you take the oil and you put it on the hot? A dab. Yo, that shit was crazy. I will say dabs were not good for my throat, and the pens and the dabs I stopped doing because my throat really got fucked up, but it was uncomfortable to smoke. But let me just tell you, it was crazy. It was crazy. But anyways, I don't smoke anymore because I'm in Croatia and I follow the rules. But I will say I miss a bong and I miss edibles all the time because what a time. So no, I'm not about to be mad at people smoking.
They just exist. Beer has no morality to it. Drinking it or not drinking it has no morality to it. Even drinking it to excess has no morality to it. It just is something that happens in the world, and it has an effect. It has a outcome. There's consequences, but ultimately there is no morality to it. It just is something that happens. But we as people, going all the way back to that point about being anecdotal, we as people ascribe or falsely ascribe a morality to things that make us feel certain ways. So if things make us feel fearful, if things make us feel grief, if things make us feel any disgust, especially disgust, if things make us feel any sort of self-value, especially negative self-value like shame, when things elicit those emotions from us, we tend to align them with things like being bad. So if something scares us, then that thing can't simply have scared us and just be existing and something we're afraid of.
Sorry, I should say, because people are asking about if weed and cigarettes had the same impact. I will say that I also smoke cigarettes whenever I wanted. I wasn't a daily smoker. I was just like, maybe every 2 months I'd buy a pack and smoke some cigarettes, or maybe every 6 months, whenever I felt like it. If I wanted a cigarette, I would smoke a cigarette. But I wouldn't call myself like a daily smoker. I would say that I had it maybe even sometimes a pack a year. Like, it just depends on my life. Like some days you know what I mean? Like I've smoked 10 cigarettes and some days I didn't smoke any cigarettes for a whole year. Do you know what I mean? I just think of it like alcohol. I'm not much of a drinker, but I've had alcohol in my life. You know, I'm not much of a smoker, but I've smoked. Weed, though, let me tell you.
We think that thing is bad. So if you have a fear of spiders, you probably naturally think, whether you're conscious of it or not, that spiders are bad. Spiders just exist.
Yep.
And you don't like them.
Yep.
And those things are not good or bad. They just are. You not liking them and spiders existing, neither one of those things is bad or good. They just happen.
Exactly.
Now, capitalism and capitalism through eugenics has taught us to fear certain things. And the thing that most of us fear is we fear the devaluation of our labor. We are afraid that at some point that our labor will not balance or shine our need for resources. So most of us assume that the amount of labor we put into the system is more than the amount of resources we take out of the system, and that we've earned those resources. And we constantly live in a state of fear of existing in a way that may lead to us having a lessened value, right? We are unable to put out as much labor as the resources we need to exist. This means we also ascribe disgust to anybody who doesn't meet the standards, right? Usually these are through things like beauty standards, which, surprise, surprise, also line up with idealized bodies for labor. So muscular, young, thin, wafy, all of these things are in alignment with people who would use low amounts of resources but have high labor output. And this is how we develop a fear and a disgust for disabled bodies. And then we assume bad things about those bodies, like they have less value inherently, and so they
or that you shouldn't date somebody with a disability, or that they can't be friends with somebody with a disability, or that if you have a friend with a disability, it's only a pity friendship. I actually didn't appreciate there was like speculation over season 3 of Love on the Spectrum on whether or not certain people had real friends or if they were fake friends. And I just think there was like some projection going on there, but also like maybe like that's the thing when you're homeschool and you're around a lot of church people, everybody's a friend, but there's a spectrum of close friends versus not close friends. Like everyone's your friend, everyone's at your birthday parties, everyone's at the gatherings, everybody knows your family, but that's not the same thing as you like actually bonding with individuals in like a deep and profound way. So like I had a lot of birthday parties growing up. My siblings had birthday parties growing up. Everybody was there, but it was clear that like some of the kids were closer to the kids than others. And that's where, you know what I mean? Like it was clear that I had besties and I had closer friends than other friends. And actually over the years, obviously it's been more clear about who's going to stand the test of time and who's just going to be a person you meet for, whatever. So I think like there needs to be a conversation about that happens. But I've seen people say like, oh, like, is your friendship weird because like they're disabled? And I'm just like, what? Or like at the dungeon I used to go to in Seattle, it was not uncommon to see people with disabilities or just to realize people were disabled, even if they were invisible disabilities. But we had all kinds of, I was dating a girl who was dating a girl who had like, her legs didn't have mobility and she had a decked out car that was like made specifically for her and she drove with her hands. And like, she was a person in the scene. Or like we had people who were wheelchair users. We've had people who have invisible disabilities. We have like, I just think you start to realize like people with disabilities don't need to be separate from us. Like some people have said the good thing about separating classrooms is that they have a space to like zen out and be themselves, but also not everybody with a disability is in the disabled classroom. You are in class with somebody who's disabled right now. You're working with somebody who's disabled right now. You just might not know it. And so what we do is when it's a visible disability, we associate them with people who are over there. Those people, we're all here. You're watching a disabled content creator. Maybe you don't count it as a disability. Maybe you need your disability to be visible. Sorry, my leg hurt. Talk about disabilities. Maybe you don't realize that's what's happening. It's like autism. It's like the other day I thought to myself, man, maybe I should just tell my parents I'm autistic, because the other day my sister said she was over. And my sister went, hey, what's up with like Elon? And my dad very seriously was like, he has autism. And my sister was like, oh. And then like it became this thing where I was like, man, now I should tell him, hey, dad, you know how Elon has autism? I have autism. Like maybe conservatives, there's a pipeline into them accepting autism doesn't look like Love on the Spectrum in that sense. It can look like Elon Musk and their kids could be autistic. Maybe Elon Musk will be the reason my parents accept I'm autistic. Hey, that's kind of a win-win. We just needed Trump to win so Elon could become, the star of the White House. And then boom, conservatives are now going to accept their autistic kids. Because, now they'll say, well, Elon's successful, in quotation marks, and my kid's successful. So yeah, maybe you can be autistic and successful. Because the reason I didn't want to tell them before that I have autism is because they're going to say, but you're successful, but you have a job. You don't look like autistic people. Yeah, but then how do you explain Elon? See? See? Representation matters. Representation matters, girls.
They should act accordingly and use as little resources as possible because they're already a resource burden or seen as disposable or waste. And so when they do something like have a baby, we ask, why would they do that? They would have to take even more resources. And we assume that those resources would be coming from the rest of us somehow. Lastly, many of us need to unpack our grief and shame around feeling like we are less valuable inherently. And so those that can do even less labor than us, we do not understand why they don't feel the shame and the grief that we do about ourselves. Holding grief towards your own existence and not feeling like you have value ends up making you project on others that you think can do even less labor than you. You think they should feel the way you feel about you.
Yep.
The philosophy of eugenics makes sense in the midst of all that moralized emotion.
Ugh, Evan killed it, bro. Great video. Elon, listen. When we really think about it, you, me, Trump, together, I see a video. I see potential. Okay, great video. Fucking loved it. Shout out to Evan. Okay, now. Okay, I want to show you some other representation that I think is important. So I'll show you this video. And I'll show you... I already showed you this video. I showed you this video. Wait, I think this video too. Give me a second. Let me double check it. Why did I save this video? Yeah, okay, this is the same one. So these two people, okay, so these two people also have the same disability that Daisha and Antoine have, but it's a, you know how I said it was like a spectrum, so it comes off differently for everybody. This is two other different examples of it as an example.
Disability is called osteogenesis imperfecta. It means my bones were very soft. So what happens when your bones are soft? What does that mean?
You're not drinking enough milk.
Propaganda, 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 propaganda.
I tried it. I swear to God, I tried it. My bones were so soft that when I sneezed, I could break something. When I coughed, I could break something. I had like over 100 fractures and 23 surgeries.
So if she sneezes, she could break something or fracture something. Okay, this is another video I found of a Bambino. Okay, she's a baby. She's in occupational therapy. Sweet bean, okay? I might have to mute it for sound, but I don't think so. I don't think it's a song. Same thing, but different variation.
Go ahead. Put it on your hand. Good job. Here's the paper. All right, you have to put more of the paper inside. So open big, open big, open your hands, open the scissors. There you go. Now put a bunch of the paper in. There you go. Yep, almost. There you go. Good job. Good job. Pull. There you go.
Okay, so it's just like a different example. So it's really like a spectrum. It's so interesting. I'm learning so much about it. Okay, wait, hold on. Did I show you this one? No, this is one other example. Cutie patooties. They're so cute. Like, they're so adorable. People are so cute. They're kids. I have a soft spot for kiddos. I do have a soft spot for kiddos. I know how hard it is to be a kid in the world. You know? It's just so hard to be a kid, you know?
It has come to my attention that some people think that I'm faking. Oh,
He said, I'm sorry, I gotta start it again. Listen.
Hello, TikTok family. It has come to my attention that some people think that I'm faking. Oh, Now, I can't believe we we fake it because I've had multiple surgeries. I've had many fractures, and for the surgeries, I had to put rods in my legs and in my arms.
Osteogenesis imperfecta is a very rare disease of less than 20,000 per year, leading to a type 1 collagen deficiency, which makes bones very brittle, as well as other manifestations, as you can see here. Having blue sclera is one of the classic presentations. The collagen is so thin that this allows you to see the underlying vasculature in the eyeball, which makes it look blue. There are many different types. Type 1 is the most common, which is
Look at the spectrum. I know it's kind of small to see, but I'm so interested in like that spectrum.
generally compatible with life. Type 2 is the most severe, and they generally don't make it out of the first year of life. Now, Kevin adorably pointed out that oftentimes they need to have these metal rods placed into their bones to give them stability and strength.
And one more thing. Spread love and kindness, not hate.
Chat says, do you know who Jay and Pamela is? Also a couple with disability, but Jay is trans. Yes, I do. I see them on my feed pretty frequently. Yeah, I do. I have seen them. I don't know much about them, but I do know who you're talking about. Yeah, I do watch their TikToks on occasion. I don't like know too much about them, but I think they're on TV, right? They have a TV show or something. Okay, let's see. Did we do it? I think we did it. I think those were all the videos I wanted to show you. And then tomorrow we're going to watch the Charlie Kirk video and my cursed feed. I'm so sorry in advance. Girl, I'm going to give you a sneak peek, okay? I'm going to give you a sneak peek and then we're going to wrap up this conversation. I'm so sorry in advance, okay? Girl.
Black people are getting...
No.
Black people are getting...
I'm so sorry. My feed is cursed. It's not my fault. Listen, I'm calling her Walmart. Okay, Walmart. Reese Witherspoon. Okay, she is like off-brand Reese Witherspoon. Tell me this woman does not look like generic brand Reese Witherspoon. I am shook. Are you ready? I'm so sorry. Oh my God. She came across my feed and I jumped.
Black people are getting too comfortable, and I am here to help our Onyx sisters. Why haven't you gotten yourself a white friend? You are aging like beef jerky. I feel like as a white girly, I better share my... What, is that racist? But this isn't?
White people are getting too comfortable, and I'm here to help our porcelain sisters. Why haven't you gotten yourself a black friend? You're aging like a banana. And I feel like as a black girly, I better share my secrets.
Okay, do you get it? I'm so sorry. The curse timeline is real. Girl. Yeah. Yeah, okay. It's going to be a lot tomorrow. Get ready, girls. It's crazy. Okay. Oh my God. Thank you, Kelly, for the super chat. Happy birthday. What a great stream. Thank you so much. Monkey D Trevi says, happy birthday, queen. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate those super chats. Thank you so much. Guys, what are our lasting thoughts on this? I obviously want to come from a very compassionate perspective. And to say that we can never know if a person should or should not do something, but we can only do our best to harm reduce and be a little less bad every day. You know, Chet says, are you having a vegan cake? No. I guess we didn't formally celebrate because I was streaming today and I'm working, but I didn't even process. Are there vegan cakes? Because I haven't seen them yet. And now I'm like, wait, can I have a vegan cake? I haven't gotten there yet. I think that's what stopped me. I need vegan cake though. Now I need one. So we're going to have to find that somewhere. I haven't come across any and I haven't made one myself. But yeah, I'm going to need to find a vegan cake because I'm going to eat those for sure. You know, vegan bakeries exist. I don't know if they exist in Croatia. You know, I don't know if they exist here in Europe, like where I am, but I will look at I will go to the, you know what, I should have gone in at the Health Mart. When I'm back for my doctor's appointment on Friday, I'm going to go to the Health Mart again if I have access to it. And I'm going to see if they have vegan desserts. because I found yogurt, which was really, really good. I'm going to go have some blueberry yogurt. Wait, that's such a good idea. Wait, Discord said a girl I made a vegan cake one time, but very expensive to make in the US, but it tasted great. Honestly, I just found a vegan. I'm losing my spoons here. Vegan baker, like a vegan like chef who wants to make a stance that vegan pastries are just, if not better, good as butter and milk pastries. So I'm very interested to see what we can come up with. I'm excited. I think the plant future is here. I think it's just going to get better. It's going to be better food as we move forward. And I'm excited to see what people come up with, you know. But thank you for being here on my birthday, guys. I appreciate it. Chet says, the takeaways, eugenics bad. Eugenics bad, guys. Eugenics bad. We don't want eugenics. We don't want to look at people and say, just by looking at you, I can tell you don't deserve this, that, this. Right? I don't want that to be the conversation. I don't want the conversation to be by just like seeing you, I know you better than you know yourself. Like, nah, that's not what we want, right? Chad says you can make angel food cake with chickpea water instead of egg white. Ooh, interesting. Fun fact, don't love angel food cake because of the texture, but you know what? Maybe I've grown. Maybe I can change. You know? Maybe I can be better. You know? Oh, look. Oh, in the capital. I don't live in the capital of Croatia, but I love that Discord gave me restaurant options. But I will definitely do the same thing in my area and see if I can find places. If I lived in the capital, I bet I'd have more options, you know, because I'm sure they like it's a bigger place or whatever. But I will definitely look in my area to see if we have some options here. Because if it's in the capital, there could be some where I am, you know. Not to dox myself or anything, but you know, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I will be again here tomorrow, but on Friday I won't be here because I have my doctor's appointment. So please note that I will not be here Friday. But members, you will be getting a BoJack Horseman video, season 4, baby, episodes 1 through 3, girls. I just recorded it. It's recorded. Now I just have to edit it. I was planning to record it this weekend, but I got a little behind with all my appointment stuff. But the good news is I recorded it. BoJack Horseman season 4 starting off fabulously. So if you're a member on YouTube, I will post that on Friday so you guys can watch it while I'm away. Yeah. Oh, hold on. I'm reading your comments. Wait, what is this? What if you use the Dalgona coffee trend? What is that? Are you guys talking about making cake? Because I want to, if I could find a vegan coffee cake, that'd be so good. I love me a coffee cake, bro. Chad says this is a conversation of ethics. I don't know how much of this is eugenics. If you're discussing the ethics around eugenics, isn't it still a conversation about eugenics? Obviously, we're not debating whether eugenics is good or bad. It's bad. When you discuss racism, you don't have to discuss whether or not racism is good or bad to be a discussion about racism. Am I missing something? Isn't that the same thing? Isn't it the same thing? You know? I feel like that is the same thing. Maybe I missed the point of that, you know? I also got to figure out how to get vegan donuts in Seattle. I used to nanny for a family. I had a rough time with them, to be honest, that owned a vegan donut shop. Or no, owned it? No, they didn't own it. They worked there? I don't know. They had something with it. I don't really pay attention to what my families did for a living, I will be honest. My goal was just to show up and take care of babies. But there was something with vegan donut shop. And I just remember thinking, like, oh, these vegans are pretty good. Like, vegan donuts are pretty good. These vegans are pretty good. I eat vegans on a regular, guys. Anyways. All right, girls, that's it. We did it. We did it. Reminder that Christian suggested the video disability visibility. So I'm going to add that to my reading list if you guys want to do that. Apparently somebody in chat said it's pretty good. So we will definitely check that out. Let's listen to Samantha Dragonati on our way out. Thank you, My Undead Love, for the membership, gifting. Thank you guys so much. Please enjoy BoJack Horseman on Friday when we get there. Please come back to stream tomorrow so we can be cursed together with my conservative timeline. It's so bad. It's so bad. Thank you for making my birthday so wonderful, guys. I do appreciate it. And I will see you tomorrow. Gonna listen to some Samantha Dragonati as we go. Here's Samantha Dragonati. See you guys tomorrow. Can't wait. Okay, bye. Oh, KO. Thank you so much for the happy birthday. It says happy birthday, Brittany. Super chat. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Bye-bye, 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 bye-bye.